Ah, shit. Here we go again.
Man, I'm about to tell y'all probably one of the most disturbing, coldest story that ever left my lips. Pause. This story was told to me from the first hand, from the horse's mouth. Now, I done told y'all already that if you want to come on my show and tell your story, you can do that. You can show your face. If you don't want to show your face, that's cool. Or if you want to tell me the story and I'll retell it for you, that's fine too. This is one of them stories, y'all, that I need for y'all to really go grab a friend, share this video on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, wherever, because this story needs to be heard worldwide. So we got this chick named Tina. And no, that's not her real name. You know, I got to hide her identity. But Tina is from Brooklyn, New York, right? And Tina is basically a chick that, you know, she told me that she got a good heart. And she liked to see the good in everybody, right? Even if they got a checkered past, even if they is a criminal. And she said that she really took to dudes that goes to prison because she felt like a lot of guys, when they go to prison, you know, their family abandoned them, and she feel like she can, you know, redeem these guys or whatever. Nevertheless, she's pen paling a dude. Now, this is not his name, y'all. But you know what? I kind of really want to put his real name out there and where he at. But I gave her my word not to do it. But at the same time, y'all, I'm kind of battling with something because it's like there's women out there, potential victims that, you know what I'm saying, that could potentially get victimized by this dude. But nevertheless, let me tell y'all the story. So she said that she was pen paling this dude. We just gonna call him T. And she said, you know, he told her that he get out in another year or whatever. He been locked down for 9 years. So, you know, he doing a whole dime. And she said that, you know, it'll always be good morning, beautiful. I love you. You know, I can't wait to get out for us to start a family or whatever. She said she was putting money on his books, the whole nine, whatever. And he told her, like, y'all, I got a kid also, and, you know, my kid is 12 years old. But, you know, me and her mama, we don't speak. And, you know, it won't be no baby mama, baby daddy drama. You know, me and my baby mama, we ain't friends. We ain't tight. But, you know, we straight, I guess. So she was like, okay, well, you know, I would like to meet, you know, your kid or whatever. And he was like, nah. That ain't a good idea. So she said she kind of looked at that being suspicious, like, why you don't want me to meet your kid? And he told her, like, you know, I just feel like, I just want to move on, man. I just want to build my life with you and just leave my past in the past. So she like, all right, well, I respect that. I guess we can build a family or whatever. So he like, all right, bet, cool. So she say everything is going good. Everything is going great. So we going to fast forward to the day that he get out of prison. So she said when he get let out, you know, she see him, he see her. They embrace, they hug, they kiss. You know, they get in the car. And, you know, they just can't stop smiling at each other. Everything good. So she say they pull up to her house, you know, they go in the house and they do what grown folks do, right? Without no protection. So she said she called off of work for that week, right? Because she said she just want to spend time with her man. She ain't seen this man. This is her first time being with him. He just got out of prison, and she just trying to, be there for him. So she took a whole week off, y'all. And in this week, they getting it on. I'm talking about in the morning, in the afternoon, at night, deep in the morning, pause, right? They going at it like rabbits, y'all. So, nevertheless, she goes out to go get something to eat for them, right? So she called him, hey, baby, I'm here at this bodega. I probably gave something away. Well, forget it. Y'all don't, there's bodegas everywhere. But anyway, she tell him like, hey, I'm here at this bodega, and I'm about to, what you want? So he like, what they got? She was like, well, I'm about to get me some strawberry French toast sticks with whipped cream and some fried hard eggs and probably an order of bacon. And he was like, man, that sounds good. Yeah, I'll take that, but give me a double portion of bacon. So she was like, all right, bet, cool. So she ordered the food, whatever. She tell the Aki like, yo, let me get 2 orders of the strawberry French toast with whipped cream, and can you put extra strawberries on there? And let me get 2 orders of fried hard eggs. You want white or rye toast? I'll take rye. I put rye in both. And let me get grape jelly too, right? And let me get an order of bacon and then 2 orders of bacon. So 3 orders of bacon. I bet that'll be $26.90. Okay, here you go. Boom. So she's leaving out. She's leaving out the bodega with the food or whatever. She heading back to her crib. A car pull up and a woman jump out the car and was like, hey, are you talking to blah, 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 blah? Now, the way that this woman jumped out the car, baby girl is telling me the story, she like was taken aback, like, what the heck going on? Why this woman jump out on me like that? So she asked her like, no, it ain't no issue. I'm just trying to warn you about something. That you talking to some so-and-so that just got out of prison. And she was like, yeah, that's my man. She was like, girl, listen, did he tell you about me? So she was like, I don't even know you. Who are you? She was like, I'm his baby mama. And she was like, okay, nice to meet you. And she was like, did he tell you anything about me? And she was like, no, he didn't tell me anything. So she was like, oh, okay. And she just got in the car and pulled off. So she said she was standing there like, what the heck just happened? And how does chick know me? So she said, oh, whatever. So he go in the house and he's standing at the door like, hey, baby. And she was like, your baby mama just pulled up on me. And he was like, what she say? She was like, dang, you talking about what she say? Did she supposed to say something to me out the way go crazy? He was like, no, I'm just saying, I ain't talked to her in years, man. And why would she pull up on you? She was like, I don't know. He was like, so what she say? She just said that, was I messing with you? And I don't know. And he was like, yeah, man, yeah, just stay away from her. She was like, I am staying away from her. She pulled up on me, and how the heck does she even know who I am? He was like, man, I don't know, man. I don't know, but I'll be back. She was like, where you about to go? He was like, man, I'm finna go hit the streets, man. I need to go holler at some people anyway, but she's like, man, you better not get in no trouble. He's like, no, I ain't finna get in no trouble, man. I'm finna go get this straight. Everything finna get straightened out right now. Plus, I need to go holler at some of my peoples anyway about some other stuff. So she said, all right, and they gave each other a kiss. And then he came right back in and said, oh, I forgot. Let me get my breakfast. So he grabbed the breakfast. So he got the breakfast to go. So he hit the block, right? He going to his old neighborhood. Yo, what's up, yo? This person, yeah, I'm back. Hey, Z, what up? Oh, you out? Yeah, what up, man? I'm out, baby. All that, right? the old, homies, his old homies out there, they embracing him, showing him love. Oh, you out, man? You done got big, dog. All that, right? Y'all know how that go. So anyway, he duck off, right? And he see his baby mama walking up her stoop or whatever. And he pulls up on like, hey, hi, it's good to see you. And she was like, yeah, okay, whatever, man. Then he was like, yo, where my son at? She was like, your son? Man, he in the house. Well, can you tell him to come outside so I can, talk to him? I'm home. She like, man, whatever, man. So he like, all right. So his son come out. And he like, hey, what's up, man? My name's so-and-so. I'm your father. And his son was like, okay, well, hey, my name is blah, blah, blah. And then he like, okay, that's cool. Well, look, I'm your father. I just came home. I want to be a part of your life. So his son looking at him, he was like, nah, I'm good. And turned around and walked in the house. So dude just standing there like, what? Man, whatever. So he turned around and he walked off, right? So as he's walking down the street, the baby mama come behind him. And like, what did you say to my son? What the F did you say to my son? He like, I ain't say nothing to him. He talking about he don't want me in his life, so F him. And she was like, what, B? All the stuff that you put us through? And you talking about F our son? No, F you. And he talking about, no, F you, B. So they just, obviously, y'all, they got some real heavy bad blood between them. They calling each other B's, H's. They calling each other all type of names on the block. Right? So some of his homeboys hear this and see what's going on. So they, pull him like, come on, B, chill, man, chill. Come on, man, chill. He's like, man, F her, man. F her and F him too, man. They ain't gonna play me like that, like I'm some type of sucker and all this and that. So she was like, oh, like you some sucker? Yeah, did you tell your new B how you gave me HIV? Ooh, that's right. That's right, y'all. I mean, I know y'all already knew because of the title and the thumbnail. But yeah, she blurted it out. Oh, I'm a sucker? Well, I was a sucker when you gave me HIV, huh? And he like, you bugging, and, getting more belligerent, right? So he like, get the fuck out of here. So he walk off, he like, man, y'all watch out, get off me, man. So he go back to the old girl crib. He hot, real hot. So he busts in the crib and sit on the couch. And she like, what's going on? He said, man, nothing, man, nothing, right? So she was like, no, what happened? He like, man, this B tripping. She was like, what B? Man, my baby mama. She like, see, I told you. I didn't want, he like, no, man, I didn't know this was going to be happening, man. She bugging, man. I said I'm going to see my son, and I don't know what poison she done put in his head, man. But he talking about he don't want a relationship with me and all that, man. She was like, see, listen, just calm down, man. Just calm down. Just take a nap or something, man. We can talk about it later. He was like, all right. So he lays down, right? About 10 minutes go by. She hear like a muffled yelling noise. Because they're on the 3rd floor. And in the location that they at, it's pretty loud. There's always people talking, always sirens going off. It's always the most happening right in the area, right? In the surrounding area, period. But this noise seems like it's concentrated directly towards her window, right? Her window. So she creep over there to the window and she hear dude name being called. So she opened her window and stick her head out and she was like, yeah. Tell that blah, 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 blah. I hope you wore a condom. I hope you wore a condom. And she was like, you need to go. And she was like, yeah, no, whatever he said to my son, and he disrespected my son. Hey, listen, lady, I don't know you, and I know you don't know him like that. Y'all just met or whatever. But I hope you wore a condom, B. And she walked off, right? So she closed the window and she say, hey, your baby mama just came over here. Hey, listen, you need to take care of that, man. You need to take care of that. And what is she talking about? I better wore a condom. And he like, man, listen, we got to talk. And she like, what? He like, just sit down. She said, no, I'm a stay standing. What is it? What are you not telling me? He said, look, I'm gonna be real with you. Man, hold on, let me get up right quick. I need to get some water. So he said he get up and he go to the kitchen, right? And he open up the cupboard and get him a glass and, go to the freezer, get some ice cubes, and, he cut on the faucet water, get him, a nice cold glass of ice water, and he get to drinking it, right? Then he go back in the living room and take a seat. He like, look, all right, man, I don't really know how to tell you this, but all right, F it. Look, back in the day, I used to mess with this white woman, and she used to pay me, to mess with her when I was like 13 or whatever. And she was like 30 something. And she used to pay me, to mess with her, whatever. Man. All right. So, turns out, this woman had, HIV. And she said, what? He was like, yeah, the white woman, she had HIV. I didn't know. I was young. But, she ended up giving it to me or whatever. And that's how I got it. And I ended up giving it to her. And yeah, that's what it is. So she's sitting there, she said, wait a minute. We've been having without no protection. He said, yeah, I know. She said, so wait, hold up. I got HIV? Is that what you telling me? He said, man, I don't know. I'm sorry, man, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. She said, oh, no. Oh, no. I'm going to tell you something. I'm about to go to the clinic, and I'm about to get tested. You did 10 years in prison? He said, yeah. She said, I'm about to go get tested. By the time I get back, you better not be here. If you are here and the doctor tell me that I got it, I'm going to go do life. I'm going to do life. Get your and get out my house. Get your and get out my house. So he said, all right. He ain't had that much, y'all. He just, he just got out the joint. He ain't had that much. He had like a book bag or whatever. So nevertheless, she go to the clinic and, she tell the doctor like, yo, this is the situation. The guy I was intimate with or whatever, he told me that this white woman gave him this back when he was young. He believed he gave it to his baby mama. He just got out of the joint, and we've been messing around, and I'm just coming here to see do I got it. So the doctor tell her like, well, we can't give you an answer today. It's going to take time or whatever. But there's something called a rapid test. We can give you a rapid test, and it's like 60% accurate. And more than likely, if you have it, it'll show up. It's not 100%, but if you do have it or signs of it or whatever, it'll pretty much detect it. It's called a rapid test. Other than that, it's going to take a while we're going to give you two tests, the real test and the rapid test. All right? So she said, okay, cool. So she take the rapid test first. Boom. She's sitting there, just waiting. And then the doctor come in there and draw her blood or whatever. Leave out. About 10 minutes go by. The doctor come in and say, okay, this is going on. You don't have it. All right, the rapid test says negative, but we not in the clear until this test come back. So she said, okay, that's some good news. And he said, okay. Then, they get the standard questions and have you been intimate with anybody else and how many partners you got, that whole rundown or whatever. So she all right, so she leaves, right? True enough, he's not there. He's not there at all. So we gonna fast forward it. So she get her test back, the real test. Before I tell y'all what happened, I need for y'all to do me a favor. If y'all enjoying this story time, there's a woman by the name of Stacy Storytime. If y'all think this story is crazy, go check out Stacy Storytime. I'm going to have the link to her channel pinned at the top of my comment section, so y'all can go check her out. But nevertheless, y'all, she get the results back. And the results read that she was negative. Let this be a lesson. And just hear me out, y'all. It don't necessarily got to be a jail guy or anything like that. There's a lot of people out here that's meeting up with people on these websites, on these apps, at these bars, at these clubs, and they just getting it on without no protection. Just imagine you on a one-night stand and you've been clean for years. And then for some reason, your body's telling you to go to the clinic and you find out you got that package. That's a cold play. That's cold-blooded. Y'all better start protecting yourselves and using your brain that God put in your skull. I know somebody right now, that shared this information with me. Not the woman that told me this story, but a homie from my old neighborhood. It's funny when I'm not going to say it's funny, but it's funny when, you was that guy that was sleeping with everybody back in the day. You know what I'm talking about? All the girls in the neighborhood, and even some of their mamas. And even as we got over, you bragged about, getting down with dudes' wives and stuff like that. And then I see this dude who I'm talking about, not of this story, but one of my old homeboys that I ran into not too long ago. And I can tell that he had that package. You can always tell because these people, they be like, they face be sunken in. You know what I'm saying? They lose so much weight. You know what I'm talking about? It's like I seen them. And I thought about it. I thought about, I had a conversation when I asked. I'm like, yo, what happened? And he straight up told me. He says, man, my past caught up with me, man. All them bras I was effing, I got it. I got it. I said, damn. Hey, y'all, life is life a trip. Life is a trip. It has its ups and it has its downs. Man, I dodged a lot of bullets. A lot of bullets, man. In the streets. Just in life, period, man. I always say this, y'all. I say, ultimately, yes, God did save me. Ultimately, yeah. But I believe that my wife saved me. I think God put my wife in my life because I was. Y'all remember that Joe song? I don't want to be a player no more. And he was like, because I'm tired of living trife. I ain't going to start singing, y'all. I ain't going to do it. I know how y'all feel about my singing. It is what it is. Right? Before I met my wife, y'all, Dante by choice went celibate. Right? I was literally just done with women. No homo shit. It was literally me just taking time for myself, working out, getting my mental right, getting physically fit, all that. And I want, and working, managing myself. And up until that point, man, I was knocking them down. I was trying to fill a void that could not be filled. Maybe because I wasn't taught nothing growing up. Maybe I didn't look at girls, women, like, I don't know. But then I hit my peak. I hit my limit. And I didn't feel good as a human being. I felt empty. And sometimes, when you hit that brick wall or you feel like, ugh, right? I was disgusted with myself. And I just thank God that I came out of it on a better end. Because I could have ended up like my homeboy, man. Nowadays, I on TikTok and on YouTube, I hear about women and dudes sharing a HIV or herpes stories. Like it's the norm. You know what I'm talking about? And I be wondering, like, yo, if I had something like that, there's no way I would be out here telling people my personal business like that. And I sat here and thought about it. I did a live video on TikTok about a week ago. And they tried to make it seem like I was the one that was in the wrong for not having it. They're like, Dante, that's normal. Like 90% of everybody in the world has it. I'm like, what? Yeah, like it's normal. Hey, this is what I was told. I don't know if this is true or not, y'all. Let me ask y'all a question in the comment section. Because, like I said, I've been out of the game for 12 years. I've been married for 11 and dating for 12. Right? So I don't know what's going on out there, y'all. So I need y'all help to enlighten me. And I don't feel like going to Google and looking up the statistics. Y'all can help me with that. But do 90% of the United States population has herpes? Y'all let me know in the comment section. With that, y'all, again, if y'all enjoyed this story, y'all know what time it is. Hit the like button. Go show my girl Stacy Storytime some love. She telling some real outstanding stories, y'all. Go over there, check her out. Leave her a comment. Of course, y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. And with that, y'all, I got more heat coming. If you're watching this video also and you didn't get the notification that I dropped a new video, don't worry about it. I drop a new video every day, y'all. either at 10 a.m. or 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So with that, y'all, this is your big partner, Dante. Over and out.
Ah, shit. Here we go again. Ah, shit. Here we go again.
I'm about to tell y'all probably one of the most messed up stories that I ever told y'all from the beginning to right now, right? This story is 110% true. The woman that told me this story, she didn't want to come on camera. She just told me the story and asked me to tell y'all the story to bring awareness. And that's what I'm going to do, okay? Excuse that wind in the background. I'm actually on a plane to Dubai right now, and I'm in the back of the plane with an engine at. So that's why y'all hear all that wind. So if y'all can just bear with me and let me get through with this story. All right. Now, but before we go any further, do me a favor, y'all. Y'all know what time it is. I need for y'all to smash that like button, right? And also, I need for y'all to check out Stacy's Storytime. I'm going to have her channel pinned at the top of the comment section. She got some good stories, y'all. Now, let's get to that. So, the woman, we're going to call her Tiffany, right? That's not her real name. And we're just going to call her Tiffany. Tiffany said that her mama gave her up for adoption, right? When she was about 4 or 5 years old. She said the man that was in her mama's life and raising her as his daughter knew that that wasn't his daughter or whatever. But she ended up, nevertheless, the mama ended up giving her up for adoption. But the granny, her grandmother, ended up taking her. So all this time, she thinking that her granny is her mama and a mama is like a cousin or whatever, right? So as time will go on, her mama ended up reconnecting with her daddy, right? The girl daddy. So he will be around. You know, he watched he didn't step up. I don't know the conversation. I don't know that he say, well, we'll just let your mama let her raise her and I just be the cousin. I don't know what the dynamic was because she don't really know, right? All she know is she just knew of her mama being a cousin and her mama boyfriend is the mama boyfriend, right? Oh, y'all gotta bear with me. Y'all got to bear with me. This man, her father, right, watched her grow up with grandma, right? Throughout the years, watched her grow up. When she turned 16, right? And that's why I thank God I don't got daughters. And I'm not saying all girls is like this. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is I just thank God I ain't got to go through this. But nevertheless, when she turned 16, right, she said that she was more developed. You know, she basically looked like a grown woman, body-wise. And she said that, you know, her mama, for who what she thought was her cousin, which was her mama boyfriend, which is her real dad, he started hanging out with her, right? Now, the grandmother looked at it like, okay, well, maybe he just want to be in his daughter's life, but we just going to keep this family secret. And so she would, he'd take her to the movies, shopping and stuff like that. Now she looking at it, oh, this is just my big cousin, looking out, my male big cousin looking out for me, not knowing this is her daddy, y'all. And don't worry, we about to get to the thick of it. Just hold on, y'all. I got y'all. So what happens is they getting real close, too close, to a point when I guess she snuck out and went to a party, right? And she was drinking, and she had a little bit too much to drink. So she calls him because she don't want grandma, which she think is her mama. She know grandma gonna trip on her, right? So she calls him. She called her cousin, the good cousin, the cool cousin, which is really her daddy. She calls him and be like, listen, I'm drunk. Could you come pick me up? And can I just take me home? He said, where you at? She gives him the address. He come picks her up. Now, the next part I'm about to tell y'all, she says she don't know where. Let me just tell y'all. So she said that they pull up to a hotel, Motel 6. And she said he gets out for about 5 minutes, then he comes back. And he tell her, look, I'm going to get you a room so you can sleep this off. I don't want you going back to your mama house, which is her granny. I don't want you going back to your mama house, when you going to get in trouble. So I'm just going to get you this room and, you just sleep it off. So she like, all right, bet. So he helps her and they go to the room. Now, she said at this time, y'all, she only weighed maybe a good 100 pounds, right? And she been drinking Henny, Patrol, Incredible Hawks. You all know what I'm talking about. So she through. She done. So she said the only thing she remember is she was like stumbling to the door. He was helping her and she laid down on the bed and then everything went black. Then she said maybe around 8 o'clock, she woke up, right? She woke up, she had a crazy hangover, and she said that her undergarments was missing. And she thought that was strange, like, why is my undergarments missing? Oh, well. So she noticed when she went to the bathroom, something wasn't right. Something wasn't right. She lost her virginity. And she said that she was a virgin at this time, but she knew that she lost her virginity because something happened. So she said she was just sitting there thinking, like, because she totally forgot, like, who was I with? How did I get here? She said the only recollection she remember having is going to this party, drinking, and now waking up. She don't know who picked her up. She don't know. It could have been a guy at the party. It could have been a girl at the party, right? It could have been anybody. And then she said, as she's sitting on the bed, right, after she come from the bathroom, she's sitting on the bed like, how the F did I get here? What happened? And then things start coming back to her. Flashbacks start happening. She like, okay, I remember I called somebody. So she go through her cell phone, and the last call was the cousin, which is her daddy. And so she like, okay. So she called him and like, hey, did you bring me to the hotel? And he was like, why you say that? And she was like, no, I just need to know because I don't remember what happened last night. He was like, yeah, I brought you to the hotel. You was drunk. And she was like, okay. She was like, did anybody come with me? He was like, no, I just picked you up and brought you there and then I left. And he was like, what's wrong? She was like, nothing, I guess. he pick me up and take me home? He was like, I'll take you home, yeah. So she said she just sitting there. She said about 20 minutes later, he pulls up and knock on her door. And she walk out, right? So she said when she get in the car, she's leaning over on the passenger side more towards the window, looking out the window, like confused. Because now she getting these flashbacks. And she said, like, she keeps seeing his face. And she was like, are you sure you left me yesterday? Did you, like, help me undress or help me into the bed? Because she's trying to make sense of these flashbacks if she's seeing his face. And he was like, no, I just... you was drunk, so I did tuck you into bed. I did, take your shoes off, whatever, but that was it. I did that and I rolled out. Wow. And she was like, nothing, man. I think something happened to me when you left. So he's not saying anything. And he was like, what you think happened? She was like, to be honest, I think somebody violated me. She said the other word, but I can't say that on here. He said, what? She was like, yeah, I think somebody violated me. So he was like, but no, nobody could have done that because, like I said, when I tucked you in the bed, I left. I made sure the door was locked for. So she was like, yeah, never mind. So when they pull up to the house, he tell her, like, listen, I got your back, and I will never let nobody do anything to you. I will never let nobody hurt you. She was like, yeah, I know. He was like, I love you, man. I love you. She was like, yeah, I love you too, cuz. She get out the house. As soon as she get in that house, grandma, which is her supposed to be mama, is going in on her. You little H. So you out here just having and coming home in the morning like you grown? Like you grown. Oh, you on punishment for the rest of your life. Take to your room. She knows she wrong. She says she knows she was wrong. She didn't even argue. Right? She just went upstairs, got in the shower, and just got in her bed. She said she took a nap. Then she woke up a couple hours later, and everything started coming back to her. And she like, I think my cousin did do that to me. I know he did. He had to. Now I'm getting a clear picture. He did do that to me. Now she's sitting in the bed confused. First she said she felt a lot of anger. And then she said it turned to being sad. Like, how could he do this to me? Why would he do this to me? We got family. Right? So she said, you know what? I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to pretend like this never happened. Right? Before we go on, let me give a disclaimer right quick, okay? I looked at my analytics and it says that 60% males watches my show and 40% women watches my show. Women that's out there that may have went through this or could possibly go through this, report it. Go to the hospital. Get that, kit done, right? It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Go to the hospital, get that done. If you feel like a man violated you and did something to you, man, listen. If y'all don't report it, these cats feel like they can keep doing it and will keep continuing doing it, right? So make sure, report these dudes, man. Right? Because if you don't, they just going to keep doing it. But anyway, let's get back to the story. So she said, she just sat there and she was just real confused and sad, like, why would he do this to me? But Nevertheless, I'm just going to leave it alone. So she said nothing eventful happened for like the next 2 weeks. She said on the 3rd week, she woke up and started throwing up. Yes, y'all already know what time it is. Oh, yeah. She got the morning sickness, all that, right? Grandma, which is her mama, supposed to be mama, she catch on to it quick. She ain't no fool. She know that baby girl is pregnant. So she tell her, like, listen, this is a family that, believe in God, and we don't do abortions. That's just not going to happen. So whoever the baby daddy, whoever this father is, you need to let him know we're going to have a family meeting. And we're going to figure this out. So who is he? So she like, man, I don't know, Grandma. I don't know, Mama. She was like, what you mean you don't know? She was like, honestly, I don't know. So she like, well, you better tell me what you mean you don't know. She was like, you remember, a while back when I went to that party? And she was like, yeah. She was like, so you was messing around at the party? She said, no, Mama, no. It didn't happen at the party. So she said, then where did it happen at? She said, I went to a hotel. And Grandma looking like, what? A hotel? What? Why? That's where you was at all that night? She was like, so, okay, you was at the hotel with who? She was like, man, Grandma, you going to be mad at me. And she was like, not Grandma. Why I keep saying Grandma? She was like, man, Mama, you going to be mad at me. And she was like, girl, you better tell me who. I'm going to be really mad if you don't tell me. Right? And she said, look, I got drunk at the party. I didn't want to come home because I didn't want to, have to face you. But I called cousin so-and-so. And he took me to the hotel room. And I, what? And Mama, I think he violated me. She said the R word. So the grandma, we know her as Grandma because we know who she really is. She sit back in her chair. And she strike up a Virginia Slim. You know them cigarettes, Virginia Slims? She strike up a Virginia Slim. And she like, I'm going to KILL this mother effer. She said, you know what? It's time for me to tell you the truth. So she like, what truth? She said, when you was younger, I know you think that what's her name is your cousin, but that's really your mama. And her boyfriend is really your daddy. She like, what? She said, yeah, that's your daddy. That sick son of a bee is your daddy. So she like, what? Wait, whoa, wait a minute. You saying blah, blah, blah is my mama? And blah, blah is my dad? So she said she just threw up. She threw up. Let me tell y'all something. I'm leaving a whole lot out. I'm leaving a whole lot out of this story. I told y'all before, if you have any crazy, wild stories and you want to tell your crazy, wild story, get in contact with me. Get in contact with me. And you can come on the show and tell your story. Right? Or if you don't feel comfortable, just like this lady, she told me the story, and she told me, change her name and, things like that. But her story is out. It's a lot of things I left out that, man, hey, I'm gonna leave y'all with this, right? Because I got to get ready to go. Never mind. We just gonna leave it at that. Y'all make sure y'all check out Stacy's Storytime. I'm gonna have her link pinned at the top of the comment section. Don't forget to hit that like button, y'all. Today, Friday. I'm sorry if I messed up y'all morning, but I had to get the story out. But again, y'all, if you have a crazy story that you would like to tell on the Donta Show Network, you can come on camera and tell the story, or you don't have to come on camera. We can just, do a phone interview and you just tell the story. Or if you don't even want to use your voice, you can tell me the story and I'll put it out. Yeah, this is a wild one, y'all. With that, y'all, I'm gone.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
All right, y'all, I'm not even going to hold y'all up. We going to get right into this story. So there's this dude named James Bowman that I was locked up with, right? Now, he wasn't no cellie of mine, but he was in my unit. And he used to draw like the most beautiful things. He could draw a sunset. He can draw anything that you can imagine. This dude can draw really good. So I did business with him a couple times. I had him draw Looney Tune pictures and things like that to send to my kids in the free world or whatever, right? And I asked him one day, man, I said, James, what you do to get locked up, man? You seem like an artistic dude, man. You seem like you got your life together. What happened, man? He said, well, I was married. I had kids. I was working in a plant, and one day I come home and my wife wasn't there no more. And she basically packed the kids up and they moved to Atlanta. I said, there wasn't no warning signs or nothing. He said, no, she just packed the kids up one day when I got off of work and they was gone. And I said, did she give you any explanation? He said, yeah, eventually. But, turns out she was talking to another guy on the side anyway, and she decided to move with him down to Georgia. But long story short, what happened with that, he ended up kicking her out, and she tried to come back with me, and I filed for divorce, and I ended up having to pay her alimony and child support. So that ended up breaking me. I said, dang, that's cold. I said, ain't this like a clause in marriage or something where if your spouse cheat on you, you don't have to pay out? He said, yeah, you would think that, but hey, I don't know. So I said, well, how did you get in here, man? He said, well, do you remember them challenges where, you go to a restaurant and they have like the food challenges, like you finish make a sandwich in under 30 minutes and the food is free? I said, yeah, I heard about them things. He said, well, that's how I got locked up. I said, what, over a food challenge? He said, no, not necessarily. Come over here. Let's talk over here. I said, what's up? He said, well, I end up after the divorce and everything, I don't know, maybe 2 years after divorce and all the alimony and the child support payments, I got behind, and it's like they was taking so much of my money out of my checks. I just was like, man, forget it. It's like I'm working for nothing. I'm working for pennies, and my wife cheated on me. My kids don't respect me, and I just feel like, yo, it ain't no point of providing for them anymore, man. So I just quit. I stopped working, and I just start living on the streets. Now, I didn't turn to drugs or anything like that, but I just said I'm just going to live off the streets, man. I'll be dang if I give my ex family a penny of any of my money. I said, okay. So he said, so there was this bar that was around the corner from his house that he used to go to, and everybody knew him there or whatever. And he said, he'd go in there, post up or whatever, but, rightfully so, they realized that, he was homeless after a while, and, because he stinked and stuff like that, they told him, like, yo, you got to go, right? So he said, nevertheless, they end up indoctrinating a thing where if you eat like 5 stacked grilled cheese sandwiches in 5 minutes, the food is free. So he said that, he went in there and asked to do the challenge, right? And they refused to serve it and told him, no, you not a patron. You have to, buy something, you know what I'm saying? Giving him the blow off, right? And he was like, but I've been coming here for years, so I can't, do the challenge. They said, no, because we know what you're trying to do. You homeless and you just trying to eat for free. He was like, but that ain't what y'all rules say. So he said this white couple walked up, right? These 2 white women, I guess they was lesbians or whatever. They walked up and they was like, hey, we want to do the challenge. And they embraced them and said, yo, all right, come on over here. This is the rules. 5 grilled cheese sandwiches, 5 minutes. If you can do it, you win. If you can consume it all by 5 minutes, you win. If not, you got to pay. So he looking like, I thought, man, that ain't right. They didn't pay for nothing. So security told him, man, get out. So he said before they put hands on him to put him out, he just walked out. So he said he got to walking down the street. He was like, man, that's some bullshit, man. That's some straight up BS, man. So he said he just sitting there. So he said he go through this alley over there off of Barlow Street, right? The back part of Barlow Street, and I want to say 7 Mile. I'm not sure. I think it's 7 Mile and maybe 7 Mile in Gratiot or 7 Mile in Barlow. I'm not sure. Wherever alley right there by Hamburg, right? So he said he right there, and he like this drug addict, this drug addict woman that he known for a couple years off the street. She was right there, and she was eating a cheeseburger, and he was like, hey, let me get some of that. So she gave him some, and she was like, what's going on with you? He was like, man, these motherfuckers at this bar that I've been going to for all these years, man, they played me. She was like, how they play you? He was like, man, they got this challenge where if you could eat the food in 5 minutes, the food is free. And, I've been giving this place my money for years, and they want to treat me like this because I'm homeless and all. That ain't cool, man. That didn't sit right with me. So she was like, well, you want to get some revenge on them? He was like, what you mean? She was like, well, I be pissing in these jars, right? And he said, come again, what you say? She said, I be peeing in these jars. Jars, y'all. These jars. These glasses of jars. He was like, ugh, why you doing that? She was like, just in case somebody try to rob me or do something to me, I can just throw this piss on them. So he was like, so what that got to do with revenge? She was like, duh. Just go in there and just start throwing the piss everywhere. While everybody in there start throwing the piss on everybody run out. He was like, no, man, I ain't about to do that, man. That's crazy. No, it ain't that serious. I'm not about to do that. So she was like, well, I'm just saying, if that's a good tactic, even to survive out here in the streets, man, you got to protect yourself somehow. Don't nobody want no pee getting thrown on them, especially from a homeless person. So he was like, nah, man, it ain't like I hate them people, but, I just feel like, they did me dirty, man. So she said, all right, well, I'll catch you later, right? So he walks off and he go to where he go at to sleep at. So he said the next day he go to the bar, like right when they open at noon. And he said he trying to talk to the manager and say he want to apologize for what happened yesterday and could he get a job. And the manager ain't trying to hear none of it. He ain't trying to hear nothing. And so he telling him like, listen, man, if you come back around here, I'm calling the police. You scaring the customers. Well, I don't want you around here. So he said he having this back and forth with this dude. And the dude like pushes him, like shove him. So he said he fall to the floor and he's laying on the ground and he like, yo, why'd you put your hands on me? Why would you put your hands on me like that? I didn't do anything to you, man. So he was like, get out of here, you better not come back. So he said he stands up, dusts himself off, and he said now he thinking about getting that piss and throwing it on him. So he say he get to walking and he go to the alley and he see the girl right there, you know, the woman that he was talking to about throwing the piss or whatever. Now she's sitting there, she's over there with another guy, but this dude is a straight up drug addict. And word around Detroit is like this dude got hepatitis A, B, or C. One of them, right? He got one of them. We just don't know what it is, right? And this dude is a heroin shooter or whatever. And he played with them needles. So he saying what's up to the chick, and he saying what's up to the guy. And they like, what's wrong with you? He was like, man, this mother effer done pushed me down, man. This dude done put his hands on me. She was like, see, I told you, if you throw the piss on him, you ain't got to worry about that. He said, no, man, man, I can't believe dude disrespect me like that, man. So the guy was like, the drug addict dude was like, well, shoot, well, what you want to do, man? We can go handle ours. Let's go handle that. So he was like, no, I'm just going to stay away. So the girl was jumped up, was like, no, F that. No, we need to straighten them out, man. No, we gon' since they want to show out on you, we going to show out on them later on tonight, right? Keep in mind, y'all, it's Friday, so it's about to be jumping. So they discussing what they going to do. So they like, okay, around 11 o'clock, we gonna bust up in there, right? And we just gonna start throwing a pee everywhere. And we gonna run out of there, right? So they talking about this all day, y'all. Right? So that's the plan. We gonna fast forward to about 11:55 at night, right? This bar is jumping. This bar is packed out, right? Normally there's 2 security guards there, right? But one called off, but he's not working the door. He ain't really checking for IDs because there's a lot of things going on in this bar right now. You know, you got people over here drunk, people trying to fight, he trying to break it up. You got management trying to break up the fights. You know, he got to redirect people, all that. Then he got to hit the door and make sure no juveniles coming in. So they, posted around the door, the 3. So when they see security is out of sight, they got each other jars, right? And they unscrew the tops and they make their way up in there. The girl just throws it up in the air, right? Just throws up in the air. Boom. Now it got on maybe 10 people. And they like, they didn't realize, like, man, what the heck is somebody spitting or what the heck just happened, right? And then the drug addict dude, he's trying to unscrew the top, but his not coming off. So the guy that was locked up with, he throw his up in the air, right? And now the smell is setting in, and people like, man, what the man? So they trying to run out, right? So as they trying to run out, the 3, homeless people, they trying to run out, and somebody clipped the guy. They tripped the dude, right? And he falls, and people get to kicking him, hitting him. The security guard trying to get over there and get him out of there, trying to see what the heck going on. But this pee smell is just unbearable. So people trying to run out. So as he's getting stumped out, the girl runs out. She's out. The drug addict guy, right? He throws his down. He throws his jar down and then explodes and pee is everywhere on the ground. He see dude getting stumped out and getting beat up. He pulls out a needle. That's right, y'all. He pulls out a needle and he dives into the crowd. Now, according to the police reports and the eyewitnesses and all this and that, nobody seemed to see him do this. But everybody, what I'm about to tell y'all, pointed the finger at homeboy that's getting stumped out on the floor. The dude that I'm locked up with. The dude that his wife left him for another man and the kids don't respect it. He had to pay child support and alimony. Now he homeless. Right? The same guy that tried to come in here and do the challenge and got rejected. Now, eyewitnesses says that he pulled out a syringe and he got to poking at people. And people started bagging up and running out. And then the unthinkable happened. It said that he actually stabbed somebody in the neck and broke the needle off in their neck. And well, this is why he got sent to prison. So I said, wait, hold up. You didn't the one that did it. He said, no. Mysteriously, they have no cameras in there. None of the cameras was working that day. So everybody blamed me. And unfortunately, everybody that got poked up ended up catching whatever. They caught something, right? And, well, they gave me 30 years for attempted murder. I said, man, you got to be probably one of the most unluckiest dudes in the world, man. He said, man, bro, hey. But enough of that. What you get locked up for, Dante?
All right, y'all. I'm about to tell y'all a cold-blooded story, right? Now, I know y'all gonna be like, Dante, you taking this too far. You doing too much now. This gotta be a fake story. This story cannot be real. Well, hey, this story was told to me from the horse's mouth. This story was told to me from the guy that actually committed this crime. Now, before we get to anything, y'all know what time it is. Y'all must hit that like button. Y'all must let me know where y'all from in the comment section. Alright? Nevertheless, let's get to this story, right? Now, there was a dude named D'Angelo Bailey. I'm going to say that again. D'Angelo Bailey from the north side of Detroit. Okay? North side. So, I'm walking the track, right? And one of my homies like, yo, Dante, that's dude, right? And I'm like, what dude? He like, man, that's the dude that put his brother in the furnace. I said, what you mean, put his brother in the furnace? He was like, man, you ain't hear about that dude that put his, drugged his brother and took him to a funeral home and put him in the parlor thing and burnt him up? I said, what? He was like, yeah, man, that's been on the news a couple years back. That's the dude. I'm like, man, get out of here. He was like, yeah, man, that's him, right? So I'm looking at him. I was like, yeah, dude look kind of off, man. Matter of fact, dude had that, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, for anybody that's in the military, what's it called, a 1,000-yard stare, a 1,000-yard look, whatever it's called. Y'all can correct me in the comment section, right? But he just had that look in his eyes like he just staring far away but up close or whatever, right? So I'm like, yo, dude is whacked out. Dude look kind of, you know what I'm talking about? So nevertheless, I keep walking the track. Bam, boom, right? You know when you get the feeling that somebody looking at you or somebody watching you? Now, yeah, we in prison and everybody's watching everybody for the most part. But nah, man, this dude was like really eyeballing me. And I'm looking, I'm like, well, maybe he ain't looking at me. Maybe he looking past me. So I positioned myself to walk a hard left, while I'm walking the yard or whatever. As I'm walking, a hard left. Pause. And I noticed he shift his body also. So now I see like, oh, okay, so dude is looking at me. So I tell my partners like, hey man, hey, hold me down right quick. I'm finna approach dude. They're like, for what? I'm like, man, dude keeps staring at me. So they're like, alright. So they start going to the different spots of the yard, picking up them sword of justice, right? Because you never know what's about to happen. So I approach him, right, and I'm like, hey, partner, you know me? He was like, no, I don't know you. I don't think I know you. Where you from? I'm like, I'm from all over, but I noticed, as I'm walking the track, you looking at me. And he was like, man, hey, dog, I thought I knew you, but obviously since you got up close on me, I don't know you. You remind me of one of my brothers. Now, when he said that, y'all, me knowing what he's in here for, and what, my homie just told me that, he drugged his brother and basically burnt him up in a funeral home, incinerated him. And for him to say, you remind me of my brother, or you look like my brother, I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know if this dude want to get at me, and since I favor his brother that he did this to, I don't know what's going on in this man's mind, but I need to figure it out, because it ain't nowhere. This is prison. This man might have a psychotic mental breakdown, and God knows what this man might try to do to me, right? He might look at me as, oh, Donta, this dude Donta is a constant reminder of what I did to my brother because he looked like him. So I need to go ahead and get this dude up out the way too. F it, I already got life. What more can they do to me? So I'm real cautious. So I'm like, yo, brother. He said, yeah, man, don't worry about it. And he kind of waved me off and turned away and walked off. So when he did that, I'm stuck. And my homies, it's about 6 of them, they get up on me. They're like, what's up, what's up? I said, nah, y'all fall back, man. Dude is weird, man. Dude talking about, I remind him of his brother. And they're like, what? I said, yeah. And they like, so what's up? I said, I don't know, man, but y'all watch that fool, right? So we go over there by the bleachers and we just sitting there, we just chilling, right? And we watching him. And he just pacing back and forth over there by the door, right? Where we go in and go out, right? Of going back in the building. So then he just standing there looking my way again. He just standing there. And I'm like, hey man, hey yo dog, hey man, dude go, hey, I don't know what's up with dude, but man, so when I said that, he started walking towards me, right? He started walking towards me and the crew. And they still had some sort of justice on them, right? So as he's walking up, my homies jump up and they start walking towards him, and he put his hands up in the air like, hey, no, peace, peace, peace. This peace, peace. I need to holler at son. He called me son. I need to holler at son, right? So they like, what's up? What you need to holler at Donta about, right? And they like, they ready to get out and they ready to pour him out, right? He like, nah, man, he just reminded me of my brother, man. And then he had a tear coming out of his eye and he wiped it away. So it just threw everybody off. Like, what the fuck is going on? So they looking at me like, what should we do? I said, man, what you want to talk about? What's up? Right, I'm standing on top of the bleachers, yelling down now. Like, what's up? He like, man, bro, I just really need to holler at you about something, man. And it's peace, man, peace. And he's turning around, lifting his shirt up, showing that he ain't got nothing, lifting his pants legs up, showing that he ain't got no knife tucked off in his socks, right? So I'm like, all right, y'all, let him through, right? And then I said, ho, Al, man, search dude, right? So dude put his hands out, spreaded his legs, and, Al patted him down or whatever. And he was good to go. So I said, what's up, man? So he was like, bro, you look just like my brother, man. I promise to God, man, no disrespect, man, but dog, it's like I'm talking to my brother, man. It's like I'm talking to a ghost. I said, I mean, speaking of your brother, I don't mean no disrespect, but didn't you kill your brother? He got quiet. He dropped his head. And he was like, yeah, I did. I did. I said, so that's true what you did? That you put him in an incinerator and burnt him up at a funeral home? He was like, man, I did, but let me just tell you what happened. Alright, let me tell you what happened. So he sat down, right? And then my homies, they sat around also to listen to the story. So this is how the story went, y'all. He said that him and his brother, they wasn't close in life. They didn't have no beef between them. They just didn't get along. From childhood, teenage, to young adults to grown adults, right? So he said, nevertheless, he came into some money off of a lawsuit or whatever. And he said he got 200 bands. So he said, you know what? Let me holler at my brother, because he said he ain't got no kids, he ain't got no family, and his brother got 2 kids or whatever, and a girlfriend, and he know his brother, he can use some money, some extra money, right? So he said he called his brother like, listen, I know we ain't been close in life, but we family. I came into this bread. What you want to do? What you want to do? And his brother like, I mean, what you mean I want to do? He was like, is it a business that you want to do? Or, what I'm talking about? Like, what do you like to do so you can work for yourself? So his brother like, well, shoot, I like doing landscaping or whatever. So he said, well, I tell you what, we gonna do it big, right? I'm gonna buy you a truck. I'm gonna buy you a trailer. I'm gonna buy you a zero turn. I'm gonna get a weed blower, weed whacker, all that, bro. Shovels, rakes, the whole thing. A push lawnmower. I got you. So his brother like, you for real? He's like, yeah, man, I got you, bro. I got you. Just do right. Just do right with it. So he said, all right, bet, bro. So he said, let me know how much everything come up to, and I'm going to give you the bread. Right? He was like, say less. So he said 2 days later, his brother called him, right? And he tell him, okay, I found a truck off of Facebook Market that's for 6 bands, right? So that's 6,000. So that's 6,000, y'all. Let's do the math. Then he said he found the zero turn. That he didn't want to get no used one because you never know what's wrong with these things. So he said he found one at Home Depot for $2,800. So there's 6,000 for the truck, $2,800 for the zero tone. So you talking about what, 8,800 right there, right? Boom. Then he said he found a push lawnmower for $200. So that's $9,000. And he said the miscellaneous things like the weed whacker, the leaf blower and all that, and the other necessity things, and the trailer, he found one for $500. So he basically came out of about 11 bands, give or take. So he said that his brother pulled up on him, gave him the money, and said, bruh, I love you. Do right by this bread, man. Go take care of your family, right? And his brother gave him a hug and said, man, thank you, bruh, thank you. And my man went on his way. 2 days later, and it wasn't even 2 days later, y'all. It would not be 2 days later. My fault, y'all. I misspoke. He said that he looked on Facebook, right? Just scrolling on Facebook, and he see his brother with a chain that say Detroit in diamonds. He say his brother is on Facebook Live in them reels with the Ray-Bans on, alligator, right? Wood grain frames, right? About 2,500. His brother got a Pelly Pale coat on, right? Talking about, man, this is broke out here. Get y'all weight up. All this and all that, right? I got it out the mud. I've been doing this since '06. I've been doing this since 95, right? Hey, let me ask y'all a question real quick, y'all. In the comment section, which was the best era, right? Was it the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, or these 2020s? Let me know in the comment section. Me, I'ma say, oh man, I want to say the 90s, but I made my bones in the 2000s, if that make any sense. Yeah. So I'm going to say the best era for me was the 90s, because the movies, the music, and the whole American culture, the 90s was it. We had Home Alone. We had all that, man. But let me get past that, right? But in the year 2000, from 2000 and up to 2000 to 2010, that's when Dante was making his bones, right? So again, y'all, in the comment section, let me know what era was the best era from the 70s to right now. Let me know. But anyway, so he say he see all this, right? And he like, man, I know this mother didn't just take this money, this 11 bands, and what? So he said he instantly pull up on him, right? He banging on the door. Boom, 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 boom. He don't see no new truck in the driveway. He say the baby mama answered the door, right? And he's like, man, where that at? Where that at? Right? She was like, he comes to the door, right? He said, where the my money at? Where the f is my money at? He was like, man, hold on, man. What you mean? Your money? You gave me that money. What you mean? He said, man, I gave you that money so you can take care of your business, man. So you can start working for yourself and take care of your family. And you all on Facebook showing jewelry and talking about you getting out the mud and niggas broke and all this. Man, give me my motherfucking money, man. He was like, man, you gave me that money, man. I do what I want with that money. That was my money when you gave it to me. So he was like, so that's how so that's how it is. He's like, man, yeah, that's how it is. Man, you get the fuck out of my house, man. Now he wasn't in his house. Well, he had 1 foot in and 1 foot out, right? He was like, you can get the fuck out of my house, bro. You can go on with that before I do something to you. Before I smoke you, fool. He said, you gonna smoke me? He said, yeah, Nick. Yeah, man, I'm gonna smoke you. All right, bet. Say less. All right. So he walk off, right? And he go get in his car. And he like, this motherfucker really gonna play me like that? I let bygones be bygones. And this mother freaker gonna do me like that? I bet. Bet it up. Bet. Alright. So he say he go to Ace of Spades, right? Strip club. On the east side of Detroit off of Van Dyke, right? Don't ask Dante how he know about that. I mean, I grew up in Detroit. Whatever. But anyway, he says that he in there drinking, right? He loading his nose up with that powder, right? And he said he's just sitting there like, yo, I can't believe my brother did me like that. I can't believe my brother. I'ma get this dude. I'ma get him. Nevertheless, y'all, he said that he got in his car, went back to the house, and told his brother, yo, let's talk. My bad for blowing up on you like that. I was tripping. So he said him and his brother just talking. So he said, man, get in the car, let's ride out. At this time, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. So he said his brother get in the car with him, and they just cruising. And he said they not saying nothing to each other. So he finally break the ice, and he like again. He said, bruh, why you do that with the money, bruh? Like, for real, why you do that? So his brother like, man, I ain't trying to hear that, man. I'm not trying to hear that, bruh. I told you, man, that's you gave me that money, so why you tripping? So they reignite the argument again. Once again, they reignite the argument. He said, before he knew it, because he kept his strap right there on the right side of him, right there with a console thing that the glove compartment, well, not the glove compartment, the center console, right? But right there to the right of it, that's where he keep his strap at. So he said before he know it, he done grabbed the banger. And he said, like, he had it pointed at his brother, but he don't know, was it because of the alcohol? Was it because of the coke? He don't know. He said his brother was like sounding muffled, like wop, 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 and move with his hands. He said he had an out-of-body experience because he seen what was going on, but he wasn't in control of his body. And he hear boom, 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 boom. So in his mind, he's thinking that his brother's shooting him, but in reality, he's shooting his brother. And his brother don't even got a gun on him. So he said when the blood splattered on his face, now reality is hitting him. His heat going down on his high. And he realized he smoked his brother. So he said, he was like, F, man, F. Right? This is what he said to himself. Before we go any further, y'all, yes, I'm going there. Before we go any further, I need for y'all to do me a favor. If y'all like the way this story is going, there's a woman by Stacy Storytime, right? Stacy Storytime that's telling phenomenal stories, just like mine, probably even better. If y'all like the way I tell stories, y'all gonna love the way she tells stories. I'm gonna have her link to her channel pinned at the top of this comment section. So y'all go over there and go show her some love. But anyway, let's get back to the story. So he said that his high done came down and he bugged out. So he said, oh man, I just underlined my brother. F, man, F. Right? So then he said he done pulled off, and he said he just started crying uncontrollably, just crying loud. So he said, man, how I'm gonna tell our mama, I gotta get rid of the body, but where I'm gonna bury him at? Maybe I can just go to a cemetery and pick a plot and just dig it up and put them in there. Yeah, maybe I can do that. I mean, I believe that, the body shift underground anyway, but I mean, I can't do that. Dang, what can I do? Then he said, you know what? I know what to do. Yeah. I'm going to break into a funeral home and I'm going to take him to the basement and put him in an incinerator. And then that's how I'm going to get rid of the body. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. And y'all know what? That is exactly what he did. So peep the scene, y'all. So he rides around on the west side of Detroit, right? And then he remembered there's a funeral home that's on such and such street. I don't want to name the street or the location because I don't want to bring negative publicity to that business. So I'm going to leave that part out of it. But nevertheless, it was on the west side of Detroit. So he breaks in, right? Nobody's there. A silent alarm jumps off, but he don't know, right? So he get his brother, drag him in there, drag him down the stairs, and get him in the room, right? Where they burn the bodies. He don't know quite sure how to start this incinerator, whatever. I know I'm saying it wrong. Chill out. Incinerator, whatever. Now I'm sounding like Jackie Chan off of Rush Hour. They're trying to speak English. All right, let's try this again, y'all. Incinerator. I just said it right now, right? Incinerator. Yeah, got it. There you go. So he don't know how to turn on this incinerator, right? I know y'all gonna clown me in the comment section, but it's all good. Shout out to y'all. So he put the body in there, and eventually he somewhat get it to work. But the Detroit finest, DP police, right? Detroit finest pulls up, right? And he's still, he's still under the influence of this coke and this liquor. So they done got up on him now, and the body is halfway burnt, right? And then, well, here we are on the yard, Jackson Prison. And I say, whew, that's a cold story. So you said I look like your brother or something? He said, dog, y'all look like you is like his spitting image, man. And that's why I wasn't looking at you in no type of way, bro. But, man, you look like my brother. I said, do you forget your brother? He was like, yeah, bro, I wish I could have my brother back, man. I wish I had my brother back, man. My mama don't, man, yeah, bro. I wish to God I had my brother back, man. You don't know what I'd give to have my brother back, man. I said, I hear you, bro. So he was like, I'll holler at you, man. Then he started crying and he just walked off. Let me tell y'all something right quick. Real talk. This is 110% true story. I know a lot of y'all might gonna say, oh, that's cap or whatever, right? But I want y'all to, if anything, take this from this story, all right? We don't pick who our family members are. Nobody's family is perfect. But we all we got. You know what I'm talking about? I got a brother that me and him are at odds. And he's the reason why we are at odds, right? I'm not going to put y'all on my business, but I guess I can, it don't matter. I don't even really know the real reason or why he have an issue with me when I have done nothing literally to him. But I can't put everything out because I don't want to put all his business out, which I'm not. But he's currently locked up right now. He's currently locked up. He's been locked up for, 4 years now or whatever. But his reasoning... Listen, y'all. I got 6 boys, right? I got a wife. My overhead a month, I have to make a minimum of $6,000 a month. I have to make that a month. When money comes in with me, it goes right back out because of my overhead, right? For him being in the streets and doing the things, he used to getting fast money. So in his head, for some reason, he think that I'm supposed to hold him down with his expensive tastes of putting $500 to $600 a month on his books. Dante has a real family to provide for, right? And let's not even talk about other people that I look out for from time to time, right? On a monthly basis. it ain't all about what you can do for me, but at the same time, it is. Because when you was free, you didn't come around. You only came around when you needed some money. But what I could not understand, you getting 2, 3, 10,000, 5,000, 20 bands here and there. But then you come to me and say, hey, let me get a little $200. That little $200, because that's what we fell out about. Because he don't know the value of money, y'all. And he come to me and say, let me get a little $200. I was going to give it to him. But the way that he said it, it's like it wasn't nothing. I don't, first of all, you know, some people might say, yeah, Dante, that ain't no money. But it's some money to somebody that don't got $200 in their pockets. $200 is a lot of money for me. That's $200 worth of groceries. $200 is enough money for me to take my kids back and forth to their sports events and to school for 2 weeks in a month. Because it costs about $400, basically $100 a week for me to take my kids back and forth to school and their sporting events, right? So $200 is a lot to me. So when you say, oh, let me get that little 200. No. For what? No, it's Lil, right? It's Lil. Go to one of your bros and ask for it, right? Don't come to the working man and ask for it, Mr. Drug Dealer. Right? Let me tell y'all something. Dante works for everything that he got. You understand? The age that I am, 37 years old, every dollar, let me say that again, every dollar that comes in is accounted for. So, I'm not in the streets, nor do I associate or affiliate with any gangs or organizations. Dante do not elicit himself in any type of criminal activity. I've been crime free for 12 years now. Right? I done paid my debt to society. So, if anybody out there, whether you from Flint, Detroit, Atlanta, Columbus, when y'all call my phone to do any type of business with me, understand, if it's dealing with any type of criminal activity, my name ain't Rico, and I don't know nobody named Rico, and I'm hanging up the phone. Alright? So with that, y'all, again, this is the Donta Show Network. If you are watching this video and you didn't get the notification that this new video dropped, unsubscribe, subscribe back to the channel, and hit that all notification bell, right? But nevertheless, if you too lazy and you don't want to do that for your big partner, then understand this. Every day, and when I say every day, I mean every day, I drop a brand new story at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, if they ain't sending out the notifications, cool. Y'all know. I'm telling y'all, I drop a new video every day at 5 o'clock. So, y'all know where it's at. We're going to leave it off like this again. If you enjoyed this story, there's a woman by the name of Stacy Storytime that I've been rocking with for the last 2 weeks. She got some amazing stories. I'm putting her on the front line. I'm going to have her link to her channel pinned at the top of my comment section. Don't be shy. Go over there and go check her out. And with that, y'all, the big partner Dante is over and out.
I told this story maybe 2 years ago, give or take. The only reason why I'm retelling this story is because of what happened to Shannon Sharpe, y'all. Now, I had this homeboy that I was locked up with. And he told me the reason why he was locked up was because a white chick lied on him and said that he did the unthinkable to her. Now, let me give y'all the story. Once I start telling the story, some of y'all might remember it, and some of y'all is new to this channel, so this will be new to y'all. So, nevertheless, my homeboy he said that he went out right to the bar, and he was in there mingling, and he said he was there to crack something. So he said he seen this white girl or whatever, and she had a couple of drinks, and he said he got next to her and he was like, "Yo, my name is so and so, and basically I think you cute." So he said, yes, she was tipsy or whatever, but they start making out immediately. They got the kissing or whatever. So he asked her, like, "Hey, you want to go to the room? You want to get a hotel room or something?" And she was like, "Yeah, I'll go wherever you want to go." So he said, "Okay, bet. It's all good." So he said they leave there, right? And he say they go get a room. Now, he said when they got in the room, she basically told him, like, "Yo, we can do whatever. We can do whatever you want to do. It don't matter," right? So he said, "I bet." So he said that, now I cannot go into great detail due to YouTube rules and regulations about certain matters or whatever. But, okay, whatever Shannon Sharpe is accused of doing, the exact thing that, came out in the details of what he did to the girl, to the white girl or whatever, the OnlyFans chick, that is exactly what he did to her from the back, right? Nevertheless, he said that everything was consensual and he left. He just left. After he got done doing what he was doing, he said he left and he went home and left her at the hotel, right? He said 3 days later, he's at his job, and the police come to his job and they dog him out. They manhandle him. They grabbing him and they roughing him up, and they throw him in the back of the patrol car, but they not telling him what he did. And he like, "Man, what's going on, man? Like, what's going on?" So when he get in a patrol car, they calling him an apis, right? They calling him an apis. He like, "What? Apis?" So he say, when he get to the county jail, a detective come in there, and they got him in the interrogation room, and they ask him like, "Yo, what happened? Like, you got this white girl talking about that, you violated her, you drugged her, you took her to a hotel, and you did the unthinkable to her." And he like, "What? Man, oh, heck no, man, that was all consensual, man." So they said, "Okay, tell us what happened. Walk us through exactly what happened." So he said, that day, he went to the bar. He had a couple of drinks, and he seen a nice female that he was attracted to. So he said he went over there, and they started talking. And he said, "Y'all can check the cameras too, man. I didn't drug her." They said, "Okay, well, keep going with the story." So he said, we were just talking, and we just started kissing or whatever. And in fact, she started kissing me. So they said, "Okay, go on." And he said, then after that, I asked her that she wanted to go to like a hotel so we could, do it or whatever. So they said, "Okay." So what happened? He said, so we got up and we left, and, we went to the hotel, and we did it. So the cop was like, "So at any given time, did she tell you that she didn't want to do it?" He said, "No. I asked her when we even got there, did she want to do it?" And she said, "Yeah, it's fine." So he was like, So what happened after that?" He was like, "We just did it." So he said, "Well, that's the problem. That's the problem." He's like, what's the problem?" He said, "Well, she tells us a whole different story." He like, "Okay, because whatever she telling y'all is a lie, because she did say we could do it." He said, "Okay, so she telling us that she remembered, well, kind of remember vaguely everything that you talk about up until y'all get to the hotel. He said, okay. He said, she told us that she remembered sitting on the bed and then everything went black. He was like, nah, that ain't true. That's not true. She was coherent. She knew exactly what was going on. So the detective was like, how many drinks did you say you had? It was like, I had about 3 shots. 3 shots in the Bud Light or whatever. So the detective was like, so how would you know if she was coherent if you was drunk? He said, I wasn't drunk, man. I mean, I was tipsy, but, man, listen, everything was consensual, man. What is she trying to say? She said you did the unthinkable to her. And she basically telling us that she remembers sitting on the bed, everything went black, and then she woke up with her rear end bleeding, and she was in excruciating pain. And she said that you violated her. He said, look, I don't know why she told y'all that. I don't know if this chick got a boyfriend or she married and she trying to cover up for what happened. But listen, the detective, yeah, I did that. So you did violate her. He said, no, I did not. No. Okay, so this what happened. So the detective's like, okay, I need for you to be clear. Walk us through exactly what happened, because this is going to determine if you're going to walk out of here or not, right? So he said, listen, all right, again, we got to the hotel room. She sat on the bed. I was standing next to the dresser, and I asked her, like, are you sure you want to, be intimate? And she said, yeah, whatever. And when she said that, I said, okay. So then we got to, making out again. And then I laid her down on her stomach, and, I did what she allowed me to do. She didn't tell me to stop. So the detective's like, was she up? Was she woke? I mean, he said, I don't know. I mean, at that point, I don't know. She was, detective was like, was she making any noise? He was like, yeah, she was moaning. I mean, yeah. So he was like, but you don't know if she was asleep or not. He was like, I don't know. I don't know, but I just know that she knew what we was doing. And then when I was done, I just got up and I jumped in the shower, and then I left. And, a couple of days later, y'all people came in and arrested me on my job. So the detective was like, listen, are you sure? And just think about it. Are you sure she gave you consent for y'all to do it? He said, detective, I promise to God, man, I'm not that type of man. I am not that type of man. I like women true enough, but I would never, I got a mother, I got a mother, so why would I violate a woman? So the detective was like, hey, there's a lot of people that violate women that got mothers. I mean, what you saying that don't hold no weight. And he was like, but I'm not that type of guy though. I'm not. I'm not that type of dude. So the detective like, all right, we'll be back. So he leaves out. 10 minutes later, 2 officers come in and tell him to stand up, put his hands behind his back. You are being charged with the unthinkable and blah, 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 blah. And go ahead and take him to the county jail. Now, the reason why I'm telling y'all this story, number one, is because, like I said, the Shannon Sharpe thing just happened. And it's like a lot of dudes fall victim to these situations. And I'm just trying to spread some awareness, like for instance, when you go to the club or the bar, yes, there's alcohol being involved. Yes, there's people that's intoxicated, and there's people, doing drugs and stuff. When it comes to a woman and being intimate with a woman that you don't know, it's a scary thing nowadays because it's like, yeah, I don't think, the homie did the unthinkable to her. I think everything was consensualized, but, at the same time, it's like, I guess that's a question that I have to ask y'all. Can a woman or man give consent when they intoxicated? When you go to the club, you go to the bar, usually you go in there to hook up or meet somebody or have a good time. And a lot of times, guys go there to hook up with women. So I guess what I'm trying to ask y'all is that at what point do, consent is withdrawal? You know what I mean? It's a scary thing, man. So maybe y'all can help me out in the comment section with that question, man. Can a woman give consent or man while under the influence? And what if the man is under the influence too? Is it a mutual thing? How will we know if I don't know, y'all, but y'all let me know in the comment section, right? Because this is a real sticky one right here. So, yeah, that's the story. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Y'all check out Stacy's Stories Time in the comment section. And with that, I'm gone. Tell him excuse me or nothing. And the dude dropped his ice cream sandwich on the ground. And the dude basically was like, yo, what the F? And Joe was like, what the F you gonna do about it? And since I was right there, he really turned up on this kid, right? But the kid wasn't trying to hear none of it. He wasn't trying to hear none of that. And he just took off on Joe. Boom, boom, bam, right? Joe hit the floor. I immediately, right, threw a blow. Wow, right? Hit the dude, right? One of his friends come from around the table and he get the filing on me, right? So at this point, y'all, I'm getting jumped, right? Joe is getting up, but as I'm getting whooped out, Joe takes off and run out of the damn gym, right? Because our gym was the cafeteria. He runs out of the gym and leaves me assed out, right? So that was the first incident.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
So I bust up off the cell. I'm like, hey, man, Joe, man, chill out, man. Hey, man, pipe down, man. You ain't gonna do nothing, man. Chill out, man. Well, I know. I know a lot of y'all like, hold on, Donta. You came out too strong. You came out too hard with this story. Pause. Double pause. I said hard, y'all. So a lot of y'all probably wonder, like, Donta, who was this Joe dude? Let me explain something to y'all. Joe is a dude that I grew up with. And when I say grew up with, this is the first friend that I had in Flint, Michigan. All right. The very first friend. And I'm talking about before high school, right? Before Job Corps, before middle school, right? This is elementary, second grade, right? But before we go any further, I need for y'all to do y'all big partner a favor. Number one, hit that mother effing like button, right? And let me know where you from in the comment section. Also, there's a woman by the name of Stacy Storytime that is telling phenomenal stories, right? I listen to Stacy Storytime when I'm dropping the kids off to school or when I'm getting in the shower, right? And not what y'all think. I just like to listen to stories while I'm in the shower, okay? Chill out, y'all. Pause, right? But anyway, I'm going to have her link to her channel pinned at the top of my comment section so y'all can go check her out. Also, I've been getting a lot of comments that YouTube is playing with my channel and they not sending out my notifications. So check this out. If you watching this video and you didn't get notified that I'm dropping a new story, don't worry. I drop a brand new story every day, y'all. at 5 p.m. So just know 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you're watching this video and you didn't get the notifications, don't worry about it. I drop a brand new video every day at 5 p.m. So let's get to it. So Joe, let me give y'all the history about me and Joe right quick. So in order for me to do that, I got to go all the way back to, because a lot of people be like, yo, Dante, where are you from? You know, where, like, so here's the breakdown, y'all. I was born in Detroit, Michigan, right? I left Detroit when I was maybe 2 years old, and we moved to Flint. From 2 to 4, we moved to Atlanta, right? Boring Homes Projects, right? When I was 4, I ended up getting put in foster care from 4 to 6 years old, right? And we still in Atlanta. From when I turned 6-ish, my auntie from Detroit got us out of foster care. So from 6 to 10, we stayed with my auntie in Detroit, right? So from 10 to when I turned 10, basically, my mama ended up getting back custody of us, and we moved to Flint, right? And this is where I met Joe. So Joe, 2nd grade, right? I meet Joe because he stayed maybe 3 houses down off of Russell Street, right? In Flint, Michigan. And he stayed 3 houses down from us. And I think me and him was about the same age. So Joe was a punk. And I'm not talking about a homosexual. I'm talking about a punk, like a scary dude, right? But he had a mouth on him. He had a mouth on him for real. And that mouth never left. It's me. Joe was the type of dude, he wasn't, I don't mean to call him a punk, but he couldn't fight. But he damn sure could run his mouth. And his mouth got him into a lot of trouble and got me into a lot of issues too, because he was my friend, right? The very first time me and Joe got into an altercation with somebody else, we was in the lunchroom. I don't know in elementary if y'all know that you remember they used to sell ice creams in the morning time or at lunchtime, and it'd be like 50 cents and whatever. Joe ends up bumping this kid, right? I don't know why he did. He just bumped the kid, didn't tell him excuse me or nothing. And the dude dropped his ice cream sandwich on the ground. And the dude basically was like, yo, what the F? And Joe was like, what the F you gonna do about it? And since I was right there, he really turned up on this kid, right? But the kid wasn't trying to hear none of it. He wasn't trying to hear none of that. And he just took off on Joe. Boom, boom, bam, right? Joe hit the floor. I immediately, right, threw a blow. Bow, right? Hit the dude, right? One of his friends come from around the table and he get the filing on me, right? So at this point, y'all, I'm getting jumped, right? Joe is getting up, but as I'm getting whooped out, Joe takes off and run out of the damn gym, right? Because our gym was the cafeteria. He runs out of the gym and leaves me assed out, right? So that was the first incident. There will be many, many, many more of these incidents growing up with Joe, right? I remember, I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that for another time. But anyway, when I ended up moving to Atlanta when I was 16, was I 16? I think I was 16, no, 15. Maybe, no, I'm not sure, because we moved back and forth so dang much, man. But I'm just going to say when I was 16, we moved to Atlanta, right? And I remember getting calls, right, of, hey, man, Joe out here wilding. Joe out here, Joe done joined the Bloods, right? And Joe is turning up in the streets of Flint, Michigan. I mean, Joe, he ain't no shooter, but he's a fighter, and he lose every fight, but he don't care. He just turns up, right? So I'm still getting worried about what Joe doing in the streets, right? Um, Being in Atlanta, I got into my own groove, my own thing, and I just really lost contact with a lot of people that I talked to in Flint, right? Because I'm in the A, and this is before the A was the A that it is now, if you get what I mean, right? So Dante down there in the A thugging at 16, right? Doing my thug dizzle for shizzle, right? So anyway, when I turned 18, we moved back to Flint, right? And I go back to my old neighborhood off of North Saginaw and Moore Street, right there at the park, right? So I'm out there, the whole crew out there, some new faces, old faces, the OGs, everybody out there, right? So I'm getting so love, getting embraced, right? I see a couple of females that I used to kick it with back in the day, all that, right? So it's like a little celebration, right? And here comes Joe. Joe is blooded out right now, y'all. And don't worry, we finna get to the prison story. Just hold on. I got y'all. Joe is blooded out. Joe got a red bandana. Y'all know how Pac used to wear his bandanas? Joe got a red bandana, a red tee, right? Some black hoop shorts, some red socks, and some black and red Nike flip-flops, and the red rag hanging out his back pocket. And I see him in this blood this, blood that, right? On Pyru this, Pyru that. I'm like, what the At first, I didn't, and on top of that, this dude got face tattoos. I know Joe. Okay, now I get it. People can change. I get it. Through the passage of time, dudes can change. But I know this dude. I knew this dude from the get go, right? I know that I know things about Joe that other people don't know about Joe, right? Because I've been there from the beginning. I know this dude. This dude is a whole clown, a whole character. So when Joe see me and I see Joe, you know, he like, oh, what's up, BAN word? But the way that he said it aggressive, right? But then he changed his tone, like, man, you know, I'm just messing with you, my word. So I said, oh, what's up, Joe? He's like, man, hey, man, listen, man. Hey, I ain't Lil Joe no more, man. I ain't Lil Joe no more. I said, okay, what's up? So he was like, yeah, man, I'm big B now, big B's, right? Now, in my neighborhood, it was see, I got to be careful. I got to be careful what I'm about to say next because some of these guys take it to heart. I don't understand it. I don't get it. To my understanding, right? My understanding, I didn't know for Flint, Michigan to gangbang. What I know of my understanding of growing up here is that we hood bang. You talking about Pearson Hood, Merle Hood, right? West Path, Fifth Ward, right? Dayton Hood, the projects, the terrorists. You got the Regencies, you know, like that. And if I'm Howard Estates, Woodhall, Selby Hood, right? So if I'm missing any hoods, y'all gotta forgive me. I ain't been around for a while. You know, I'm now in Columbus, Ohio, you know, moving around up here on Cleveland Ave and Morris Road. So, you know, I'm getting familiar with these areas right now. Shout out to Columbus and shout out to Flint, Michigan and Beecher too. But anyway, yeah, so for my understanding, it's hood banging. You know, my hood banging on your hood, right? Oh man, I know I'm gonna get in trouble, y'all. I know I'm gonna get in trouble for not shouting out my own hood, man. Ain't that a trip? My fault, y'all. But I ain't gonna shout out my own hood because in reality, nobody really liked it, my hood at all. But we just gonna keep that over there. But anyway, Um, I know Joe, right? Um, from 18 to 20, I didn't really hang around Joe, but Joe was making a name for himself. And the name that Joe was making for himself, that he was a woman beater. That, oh, he a buck on a woman real fast, right? Call out her name, spit all up in the beat it down in public. But when a man approach him, oh nah, bruh, this was you gonna try to check me over a B. I ain't fighting over no. And then he always go to, man, I don't fight, man, I shoot. Cause man, I don't fight. I wonder why. When niggas say that, they just ain't got no scrap in them. To me, that's just a punk move. And because listen, there's reasons for a cat outside of being a punk and the chump of they say, oh, I'm a shooter. Because you might get somebody that got health issues, right? And they can't get out there and do they 1-2 no more. So they ain't got no choice but to bang bang. Right? But Joe, he ain't have no damn health issues. I'm telling y'all, I knew Joe from back all the way in the day. Right? He's just using, oh, I'm a shooter and all this and that because he don't want to fight. Right? But he'll fight a girl, though. Keep that in mind. So anyway, long story short, this is how Joe ended up coming to prison, right? So remember I told y'all Joe gained a reputation, right? He's this so-called blood, right? He's a so-called shooter. He beats women. He when it comes to a man, he always bow down or come up with some type of excuse or just when his back against the wall, oh, I'm a shooter, right? So this is what happened to Joe. Joe ended up talking to this chick, right? And keep in mind, he always talking to chicks that basically ain't got no male family that's gonna ride for them. So he's like a predator in a way. He know who's to do this to and who not to do it to. But he ended up meeting his match, right? So he ended up talking to the stripper or whatever, and I guess they good. I mean, according to social media, they living good. They living ghetto fabulous. But I know Joe. And I know a lot of y'all gonna get Dante flack for saying this, but Joe got a coke habit, right? You said coke? No, I said COKE, and I'm not talking about Coca-Cola neither. He got a coke habit, and when Joe get to playing with his nose, right? Pause. He get aggressive, but he ain't so far out of his mind that if a man check him, he gonna bag down, right? But anyway, so they at a bar, right? I'm not gonna put the bar name out there because he has a victim out there, and the family, you know, I don't know if they watch my stories or not, and I don't want to reopen no old wounds, right? To who he did this to, right? But they at a bar, and Joe, he there, his girl there, and his girl, she alright, you know, she eye candy. So these dudes is like looking at her, like really looking at her, and Joe looking at them, and I guess finally in Joe's whole world of creation, he stands up to the guys, and he want to fight. Now it's 3 guys, and it's just Joe and his girl. So he walk over there like, hey, y'all ain't gonna be disrespecting my lady and all this and that. And he just pick up a bottle and go, bow! Bust one of the dudes upside the head, and they get to whooping Joe out, right? And his girl jumps in the fight also. So it's 2 versus 3, but they losing. Joe can't take that L. Joe is high off that powder. Now Joe feel like Superman. So as Joe getting whooped out, he just yells, that's all y'all got? That's all y'all got? Y'all here like bees. So as security breaking them up and getting Joe them out of the club, right? Because Joe threw the first hit with the bottle. Joe and his girl go get in the truck. Joe goes under the seat and go grab that blicky, right? And for my older generation, a blicky is a gun. Shout out to the older generation. So anyway, he go grab that thing from under the seat, and this girl like, no, don't. Let's just go, Joe. He like, no, watch out, right? So Joe runs back in there. His girl take off. She don't want to have nothing to do with this. His girl take off. She get up out of there. He's running towards the door. Security sees him. Security take off. Short white dude, He take off. He don't want no part of this. Joe go up in there. He get the thumping. Boom, 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 boom. Right? Joe ended up hitting an innocent bystander that had absolutely nothing to do with this. And well, that innocent bystander was put in critical condition. Joe, for whatever reason, maybe the coke slowed him down. Maybe the coke had his mind all frazzled and messed up. Joe sits at the bar. Ain't nobody in here, y'all. He sits at the bar and he started drinking. Then he goes around the counter and put him a double shot of Henny, right? And he's drinking. And then, who was that? What police? Burton police. Come up there 10 deep with them big boys out. Get out. Joe high off a blow. Joe drunk. He don't give up he don't fight. They just come in there, rough house him, put his hands behind his back with them handcuffs, and throw his in the transport, right? Take him to the Genesee County. Now, that's the history of Joe. Now, Joe been down for maybe 2 years before I got in there, right? So, naturally, when he got transferred to my unit, it was like a bittersweet thing, because I'm like, okay, because it's always good and cool. Well, not always good. Let me backtrack on that. It ain't always good having certain people that you grew up with or from the streets in there with you, because sometimes they beefs become your beefs, and sometimes you end up in situations because they and I just know in prison, a guy like Joe, it's just bad news to be associated with, right? So Joe comes in there, right? And me and all my guys, we just ran down on a dude, right, named T. T was a guy that kept pressing this white dude, right, that was under my protection. And we had to run down on him because he kept trying to bully him. Dude was paying us $150 a week, and dude wanted in, right? And, the white boy was coming up short, just a little bit, like $10 off, $30 here. So we had to run down on him, right? We had to run down on T and let him know, we put hands on him. Eventually, Al pulled out the sword of justice and put it at his neck and told him, hey, either this can keep going or we can end it right here in this cell. How you want it, right? And T, he said, I'm good, I'm straight, y'all got it, right? So me and the crew, we all over here under the stairs, because you remember there's no camera right there under the stairs, right? So we all right there huddled up talking. And here comes Joe. And when Joe come in, he got his cock. I said cot, C-O-T. Because a lot of y'all be thinking I be saying other things. But he got his cot, his bed, right? His mat. Maybe I should start saying mat instead of saying cot. But he got his mat rolled up under his left arm, and he got 2 of his bags right here in his right arm, right? And he just looking around. And he zoomed right in on me. Oh, my brother, Big Dante in this motherfucker. Oh, my brother, Big Dante in this motherfucker. Right? Everybody looking around like, what? And I just look over there. I said, oh, Al like, man. I said, yeah, I already know. So he come over there. He's like, man, what's up, man? What's up, man? What you doing in here? I said, man, what you doing in here? He's like, wait, hold on. I've been hearing about your name around here, man. You the Dante they been talking about? I said, depending on what you heard. He like, hey, y'all, this my dude right here. Man, this my guy. If anybody got something to say about Dante, man, y'all got to come through me first. A whole clown, y'all. So, basically, he's trying to, but I know what he's doing. He's trying to establish his dominance in here by associating himself with me. I don't know what issues and why he got sent to our unit, but I soon found out, right? But he just trying to establish that he have friends so he can go out and do the bullshit that he does, right? So I'm like, all right, whatever. I said, what cell you in? He said, man, I don't know. Can I get in your cell? I said, no, I don't want no celly, right? I said, but the guard, they giving you a cell assignment right now. So he said, I bet. So he tried to do like this gang handshake with me. I don't know. I'm not no gang member, right? I'm not no blood. I don't gang bang. But he trying to do this thing with me. I'm like, all right, man. So he go off and then he get his cell and he go put his stuff up. Over the next, I'm going to say 3 days, y'all, Joe got this pod turned all the way up. He got it turned up all the way up. And he's just in the mix. He's gambling, talking loud, banging on the table, rapping. We have 40 men in this unit. And unfortunately, half of them was young dudes from 18 to maybe 22, 23, right? And he's trying to recruit gang members to be a part of the Bloods or whatever. But our unit, I'm not going to say it was chilled, because it was always stuff going on. But it was, I mean, you had Rodney and Rondell, they was Crips. Tar T, he was a Crip. We didn't really have no gang members in there, right? But he just doing the most. It ain't nobody really on that, right? So this is where this dude named Tim, right? Now Tim was an older dude. He was maybe about 52. But all Tim did was just work out. Hitting his, we didn't have weights at this time. They took the weights out because, well, you know, when cats get angry and they go grab that iron, and I ain't talking about the knife, I'm talking about real dumbbells and the weights that you put on the bar or whatever. But they end up taking them away from him. So all Tim do is just work out day and night, hitting push-ups, hitting sit-ups, doing the pull-ups under the stairs, right? That's all he do. Quiet dude, stay out his way, he'll stay out your way. He only talked to maybe a couple cats in there. He talked to me. We used to talk about Bible things or whatever. Cool dude, stayed out the way, right? But his cellmate ended up leaving, right? His Tim Selly ended up leaving. He got paroled out, whatever. So he had an open bunk. So now they end up bringing, which I'm going to tell y'all some stories about inmate Peanut, right? They end up bringing Peanut into our unit. And they end up putting Peanut, tried to put Peanut in Tim's cell. Tim wasn't going for it. I don't know if, well, I mean, this just prison convict code. If you ain't like that, you damn sure better not be sealed up with no homosexual, right? So, nevertheless, you know, Tim get him up out of there, and they end up switching Joe out for Peanut. So, Peanut went to Joe's cell, and Joe went to Tim's cell, right? And I got them Peanut stories coming. So, anyway, he get in there, and they not mixing. they not gelling at all right. Joe wanna rap throughout the night while my man wanna sleep. Joe wanna Joe wanna smoke weed in the cell and dude don't smoke. Every Joe is uprooting this man way of living. And he been in this unit for 10 years, y'all. 10 years. This is this man home. This is this man home, right? So y'all pretty much know what's about to happen. So what now? At this time, y'all, my cell was on the bottom tier. I went on the second tier at this time. I was at the first tier, right? But I can see across the tier, right? And I can see right there where Joe and Tim's cell is at, right? So let's say it's 4 o'clock, 4 p.m., right? And I hear Joe talking about, yeah, man, this ain't gonna work. He talking to some blood dude or whatever. Yeah, man, this ain't gonna work, man. I'm gonna have to pull this dude out, man. And Joe, he had his hands like in his pants, like he was gripping, like he had the sword of justice, right? He just paced back for like, yeah, man, I'm gonna have to pull this motherfucker out, man. Think he somebody daddy trying to think what to do and all this and that, man. That ain't gonna, man, and all this and that. So he just talking all this big cash, right? So the blood dude that he was talking to, I don't even know this dude's name. He like, well, shoot, I mean, I'm with it. It's like whatever. It's whatever, man. Shoot, I'm with you, right? So Tim he's coming out of the shower, and he's going up the tier, and he loud now. You know, Joe like, yeah, niggas ain't gonna be in here talking to me like that, like I'm somebody, like I'm a child or something, like I got a bedtime. The F. So Tim was like, hey, come in the cell. Come in the cell then. Come in the cell. Right? Now, when he said come in the cell, Joe like, yeah, all right. So now he's getting loud. Like, Joe is getting really loud. Now, let me tell y'all something. I know this to be true for real. When dudes just don't go in the cell, I mean, he could have wait, he can wait to do, get dressed and, then go in the cell and they take care of their business. But actually, but if it was me, I would have ran in there while dude was butt naked, because now he vulnerable and I can, do what I need to do to the cat. But that's just me. I don't play fair when it comes to fighting. Who said there's rules in fighting? This ain't WWE or WWF or the UFC. When it's a fight, it's a fight. I'm scratching, I'm biting, I'm kicking, all that, right? But anyway, that's just me. So, nevertheless, when a dude get to yelling and screaming and talking all loud and all this and that, man, they try to get the attention of the guards so the guards can see what's going on and intervene or whatever, right? So, hey, it happened. The guard came out of the control booth, was like, yo, what's going on? He like, oh, man, I'm just saying, man. I'm tired of these BANs up in here, man. Dude thinking he's somebody's daddy or whatever. So Tim comes out, right? And he's standing on the tier looking down. He like, the guard like, who you talking about? He like, man, I ain't no snitch, but I'm just saying, man, the next month in here that say something to me like I'm their motherfucking child, man, I'm going in they. So he like, the guard like, hey, you need to calm down. You need to chill. So you remember in the beginning when I told y'all, I come out the cell, this is the beginning of when I first started telling y'all the story, right? So he popping all this, man. He talking crazy to the guard now. I know what he's doing right now. He's trying to do a check-in move, right? Get into it with the guard so the guard will roll him on out, right? Right? Talk heavy crap. When 2 or 3 guards come there to lock him up, he gonna pipe down and walk out and apologize when he get behind the door and go to lock up. That's exactly what he's doing, right? So one of my homeboys come to me, he like, hey, Dante, man, hey, dude ain't right. I said, what? Why? What's that? He said, man, you know why he got put in our unit? I said, why? What happened? He said, man, what he's doing right now is what he did to get transferred over here, man. He got into it with his cellmate, and he doing exactly what he's doing right now. I said, for real? He like, yeah. So this was what made me angry because I thought about our past. I thought about all the way back to Wilkins Elementary when I jumped in the fight to help him out, and he take off and run, right, and leave me to get whooped out, right. So I bust out and say, I'm like, man, hey man, just chill out, man, pipe down, man, all that, cause I don't know, y'all. I just had a burst of rage, and I'm like, man, this dude, man. So nevertheless, the guard ended up taking him out, telling all of us to lock down because they thought it might be a little mini riot or whatever, right? And Joe ended up going to the hole. I ran into Joe, y'all. I ran into Joe on my last day in Flint, Michigan, which was maybe 2 weeks ago, right? And I see him at the corner store. I said, man, Joe, when did you get out? How the fuck you get out, Joe? Man, I'm just going to put it like this, y'all. Joe was working with the folks. Joe been snitching. Joe snitched himself out of prison, y'all. Be careful of these jail dudes, these prison dudes that got life sentences, 40, 50-year sentences, right? And they coming home in 5 and 8 years. Now, I don't know who Joe done snitched on. I don't know how much work he been putting in. And when I say work, I mean telling. But Joe is out here, y'all. Be careful. Be very careful if y'all see Joe coming your way. And for the record, y'all, that's not his real name. Okay? The ones that know me and know who Joe is, y'all know who he is, but that ain't his real name. So, no, y'all, ain't no Joe out there that's snitching that I know of, right? But anyway, y'all make sure y'all smash that like button. Subscribe to Stacy's Storytime. It'll be pinned at the top of the comment section. Don't forget to hit that like button. If you are watching this video and you didn't get my notification, it's okay. Don't worry. I drop a brand new story every day at 5 p.m. Shout out to everybody that be hitting the like button. Shout out to everybody that be commenting in the comment section. And definitely shout out to everybody that be sharing my videos. Dante, appreciate y'all. Without y'all, there will be no me. And with that, y'all, peace.
Walking up behind him, rubbing the shoulders, and dude to shove him off. Like, man, go on, chill. Right, it went to that, to him slapping him on the butt. The days will go on, man. The days will go on. And this dude looking like a zombie. Normally, dude would fight him. Like, man, watch out, move. But he don't. He just sits there. About maybe a minute of conversation. A big Larry in his ear. They both get up. And they go to Big Larry's cell.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
So I'm laying down reading my Bible, and I noticed this dude keep on walking past my cell, like pacing back and forth. So I end up, grabbing the sword of justice, because I'm like, if he run in here, I'm going to do that to him, right? Now, I caught a glimpse of him already, and I noticed I never seen him before. So now in my head, I'm thinking, okay, one of these jokers done put a hit out on me. One of these dudes in this unit, didn't have the gall to come at me head on. So they done sent a crash out to come do something to me. So I said, okay, this dude run up in here, I'm going to go ahead and put him down quick, fast, right? So the guy actually stopped right in front of their cell and said, is you Dante? When he said that, I clenched the sword of justice hard and I pulled it out so he can see it.
And he's like, oh, no, bro. It ain't nothing like that. I need to talk to you. I really need to talk to you. So I said, what you need to talk to me about? And he was like, can I come in? Can I come in? I said, what do you need to talk to me about? He was like, man, I need protection. I need protection. I said, oh, all right, come on in. So he came in. I said, sit right there. So he sat on the desk, right? And I hurried up and jumped up. And I put the knife at his neck. And I said, don't move. So I started patting his pockets, patting his waistline. You know, I lifted up his pants legs to make sure he ain't have no knife on him. Because somebody has came at me like that before, that they came smiling and bearing gifts, but then they pulled a knife on me and tried to take my life. So I had to shake him down real quick. And when I realized he didn't have anything on him, you know, I let him live. So I'm like, okay, what's up? He said, listen, Big Larry is trying to make me his prison wife. I said, what? He was like, yeah, Big Larry trying to make me his prison wife. I said, wait. First of all, who are you? He was like, man, my name's Terrell. I just got in here 2 days ago. I said, 2 days ago? He said, yeah, on Tuesday. I said, oh, okay, I must have been on a visit. That's why I didn't notice you come up in here. He said, yeah. I said, how you get into it with Big Larry? How did that happen? He said, well, when I got in here, 2 weeks ago when I got in here, because I'm from Unit C, and Big Larry approached me. See, what y'all don't understand, Big Larry work in reception. Big Larry is really, really good with filing things. So he worked hand in hand with the receptionist in the reception center, right? So he sees everybody that comes in. And unfortunately, Big Larry is a predator. Big Larry is a guy that likes other men, especially young white and young black guys, right? And I guess, you know, he just sees something in you and he try to go for it. And I guess he put down on him by giving him 2 bags of Doritos and demanded something else. So I'm like, what happened? He said, well, so when I was in Unit C, you know, this guy came to me. It wasn't Larry, but this guy came to me, and he had like a care package that had like 3 honey buns, 3 bags of Doritos, 3 Pepsis, 3 summer sausages, you know, deodorant, shampoo, lotion, Vaseline. And I'm like, who is this coming from? And the guy that gave it to me was like, you know, this dude named Larry said, you know, he looking out for you. He think that you his family or whatever. So I just accepted. I took it. And yeah, I ate the food and I was using the stuff. And I still didn't know who this dude was. And then the next day he walks into my cell. And he tell me like, yo, I was the one that sent you that stuff and I'm looking out for you. And, you know, you need anything, just holler at me. And, you know, I did kind of think that was strange because I didn't know him. But at the same time, I was grateful because, you know, I don't got no money. I don't got nobody looking out for me or anything. And, you know, but long story short, man, I'm here in y'all unit now, and I didn't know that he was here. I said, oof. I said, wait, time out. How did you even get put over here? He said, well, just one day, Tuesday morning, they told me to wrap it up, and they transferred me over here. And I said, yeah, Larry must have had something to do with that. So he said, well, what I supposed to do? I said, well, this is how this will have to go. First, we're going to have to work out what he gave you. And he gave you a lot of items. But I already know how dude get down. He don't want no commissary. He wants you. So this is what we gonna do. You said you ain't got no people outside just gonna help you, right? He like, what you mean help? I said, well, I charge for what I do. He was like, man, I'll do anything for you, man. I'll do anything for you. I said, nah, I got enough soldiers. But you don't got nobody sending you no type of money? Cause I charge $100 a week for protection. And he was like, no, man, I don't got nobody, man. Nobody. I said, what did you do to get in here? Because I'm curious. I'm curious. I'm talking to y'all in the audience. I'm curious. Because he was just tall, lanky, skinny guy. Looked like a nerd, right? And I was just curious, what did he do before I even consider, giving this dude any type of protection. So he went on into the story, and he tell me, like, look, he said that him and this girl moved into these apartments, and he said that, his girl is real attractive. So he said, naturally, the dudes in that apartment complex, they'd be looking at her. First it was looks, then it was whistles, then it was, time to holler at her. And he said it got to a point where it was, she couldn't even go to the mailbox without dudes, trying to get at her. So he said one day, they went to the pool, and it's these three guys that always just kept gawking at her, just didn't even look, turn away. And then he said when he was out there, in the pool with her, and she got out to, get on the chair to sunbathe, this dude was like, man, she got some ASS or whatever. And he said that, he checked. I'm like, yo, that's my girl, dude. That's my girl. Chill out. And the dude, he said for whatever reason, because he had his two homeboys, pressed the issue, was like, man, F that, man. I could F her better than you and all this and that. Right? So he said that he started walking towards the dude, and the other two guys got behind like, what? So he said, okay, y'all got it. Right? So he told him and his girl, come on, let's go. So he said, nevertheless, they get to the house, and he tell her, like, man, you gonna have to start covering up or something, man, because I'm gonna end up hurt one of these dudes. So the chick tell him, like, man, I don't care about them. Yes, I got a nice body and I'm shapely, but I don't want them. I want you. You can't tell me how to dress, man. And he was like, man, you causing me issues, man. And she was like, I ain't causing you nothing, man. I can't help the way I look. So they argued for days, y'all, for about 5 days. So she says, man, I'm about to go to the pool. And he was like, no, you ain't going to the pool, man. She was like, for what? And he was like, no, because it's keep becoming an issue, man. Every time you go outside, it's an issue. So she was like, hey, I'm not no damn prisoner, man. I'm going to go out and go enjoy the pool. So she go get in the pool, right? He can see the pool area from his apartment window. So he sees her, he's watching her go down there to the pool, right? And there's a couple guys down there. And then he see 2 other guys that he got into it with 5 days ago, right? Walking towards the pool. So he just watching. And then he see his girl get out the pool, and she's sitting poolside. And 2 of the guys is talking to her. Now it was like 4 guys right there that's talking to her, right? So he said, his blood was boiling, and he was like, man, I'm tired of these dudes. I'm so tired of these dudes. So he said he went into his dresser drawer and grabbed that 380. So he said he grabbed his book bag, put the 380 in there, had the clip in there, had it racked, everything ready to go. Nevertheless, he goes downstairs and he started walking to the pool area. So then there's a guy that's walking past and he was like, yeah, your girl out. And the dude, he said, what? And the dude just kept walking and was kind of laughing. So this made him even mad. So he unzipped the book bag, right? And he put the 380 like in its waistband. So he get to the pool area and his girl get up and start walking towards him. And he like, well, what's going on? And she was like, nothing. We just talking. And he was like, talking? What do you mean y'all just talking? I told you don't be saying nothing to her. She was like, man, it's not like that. So one of the guys get up and like, hey man, hey, I told you need to be with a real one. You need to be with a real one, man. F that dude, man. You can come stay with me. He said when he heard that, all he seen was red. He said everything went deaf and all he could see is red. He said all he know is he heard like his girl saying, no, don't do it. Right? And the other guy like, man, pull it. He said he had an out-of-body experience, y'all. And he said he got the blowing. When he came to, he realized like, oh, and he took off running. He not only did he hit the guy that, you know, I guess, I don't know, wanted to be super hard, super tough. Not only that he hit him, but he hit two other people that had nothing to do with this situation, y'all. Nobody lost their life. Thank God. Nobody lost their life. But one of these people that got hit, well, they end up getting paralyzed from the neck down. When everybody was running, one of the bullets struck somebody in their vertebrae, right in their back, paralyzed them for life. So now he's in here with us, with me, asking for protection from Big Larry. They gave this boy 48 years, y'all. 48 summers, 48 winters, 48 springtimes, 48 falls, 48 calendar years for what he did. So there should be no surprise, y'all, that baby girl that he buzzed for, she left him. She left him literally, she really checked out that day. She testified on him. Ain't that a trip? But anyway, so I'm like, dang. I said, okay, well, all right, whatever. So I said, man, listen, you ain't got nobody that can send you some money? He was like, no, man, I don't. But I'll do anything for you, man. I'll do anything for you. I said, listen, you took it, man. You did it. I mean, that's that man prison hustle. You know, that's what he do. But I mean, at the same time, you didn't know. He's like, yeah, bro. So, I mean, what should I do? I need your protection. I said, listen, honestly, I don't work that way, man. I got a team that I got to feed. It ain't just me. You know, if it was just me, then, I mean, I'm sure I can find something for you to do. You know, cleaning my cell, you know, if you could cook, making my food, you know, whatever. But it's just not me, man. I got a crew that, you know, they need to get straight to. I don't know, bro. I don't know it. So I said, listen, you got any money on you? Any type of money? Anything? Any commissary? He said, yeah. I got like $40 or whatever. I said, okay. I tell you what. I can't protect you, but I can give you something. He said, give me what? I said, send me $20, right? Send me $20 and I'm gonna get you a knife. He was like, a knife? I said, yeah, because I can't do nothing for you. He was like, man, but I said, listen, I'm gonna get you a knife. And what you do with it is going to determine how the rest of your bid is going to be, man. You got 45 years. You got 45 years. There's no cameras in the shower. There's no cameras right here under these stairs. When Big Larry go to the shower, go hit him up. Go hit him up. When we going out to the yard and coming from the yard, man, there's no cameras right there where the door at, where the stairs at. Hit him up. He was like, nah, man, I don't think I can do that, man. I don't think I can do that, man. I never, man, prior to me, shooting them dudes, man, I never really been into no real altercations, man. I can't stab him, man. I said, man, listen, you are in prison, dude. You got 45 years. What you mean you can't? Let me tell you something. I can't do nothing for you. I can't do nothing. Matter of fact, get out my cell. Because you seem like you the type that'll tell the guards that, oh, I got the knife from Donta. Donta gave me the knife. I said, get up out my cell, man. Don't ever come back or I'm going to do something to you. So he was like, but bro, it ain't like that. I just need your help. I said, get the fuck out my cell before I kill you. So he got up and he walked out the cell. Now, I know some of y'all cats out there going to be like, oh, Donta, that was wrong, man. Why you ain't protect him? So what I supposed to do, y'all? What I supposed to do when my crew is like, yo, Donta, we taking charity cases now. We putting our lives on the line to go to war and check dudes over other dudes. And we supposed to do this for free? You see what I'm saying, y'all? Everybody ended up in prison for one reason or another, right? I didn't tell this dude to take his 380 and go to the pool and get the bussing, right? I didn't tell this dude to not to be hip. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody, and if you haven't, everybody should know if somebody approach you in prison trying to give you free things that you do not accept it, right? You would think that. Well, I guess this is the reason why I have to keep telling y'all these type of stories. So eventually somebody will get hip to the game and know what you do and what you don't do in prison. And this is why I tell these stories. Because either I don't know if dude was just desperate and just took the gifts from Big Larry Messenger. I don't know. I don't know what the real circumstances is. But I do know this, though. Why would I intervene in somebody else's business, right? Where somebody else already got what they... I always tell y'all this. I cannot tell another man how to program. I tell y'all this all the time. I cannot tell another man how to program. But y'all want me to tell another man how to program. Y'all want Donta to be Captain Saver, right? So what happens if I intervene, right? And I let my crew know, like, yo, he under our protection, y'all. If Big Larry try to do something to him, we gonna do something to Big Larry. And then what if one of my guys get poked up, or if I get poked up, right, and sent to the hospital or the graveyard? Then what? It's too much risk involved. But I know one thing though, my crew, when it comes to that mighty dollar bill, we are ready and willing to go to war. And 9 times out of 10, when there's an issue or a situation where a guy owe a guy something and they come for us for protection, we'll settle that debt. We'll make most of the time, 99.99% of the time, how we, intervene, it ends peacefully. Because make no mistake, don't nobody want to get stabbed. Nobody. And I'm a diplomatic guy. I'm reasonable. And I know it's a burning question in a lot of y'all minds. Y'all be like, yo, Dante, so what if he did get under y'all protection? How would you would have came at Big Larry? I'm going to tell you exactly how we would have came at Big Larry. See, Big Larry was a big dude, a really big dude. And I'll keep it G with y'all. I don't think I could beat Big Larry one-on-one head up. No way, no how. Unless I got a lucky one off and knocked him out, or if I can get behind him, pause, and choke him out. And there's a reasonable way for me to, but head up, I don't think I could beat Big Larry. So what would have happened is we would have caught Big Larry real vulnerable. We would have waited till Big Larry went in the shower. Me and my crew, maybe about 5 or 6 of us, would have came in there with the bangers and our state boots on. And the bangers is the sword of justice, the knives. We would have walked in there on Larry, pulled out the knives. I would have stepped forward and told him, listen, so-and-so, leave him alone. I already got whatever you put out to give him or whatever, that's already in your cell. We would have replaced everything that Big Larry gave him and put it in the cell and let him know, like, hey, that's a no-go. That's out. And 10 times out of 10, unless it's somebody like Sweet Low or KB or Freaky Freddy, we done put down on him many, many times. And, that's a whole nother story. But 10 times out of 10, dudes gonna comply. Because number one, you don't want to get stabbed. And number two, you done been made whole. Right? So that's just what it would have been. Now, if he would have kept trying to press the line, well, he would have got aired out in that shower, and it is what it is. Right? Just prison, right? So that's how we would have handled Big Larry. So nevertheless, a couple days ago by y'all, and Big Larry is claiming that he's sick. So he's not working in the administration office. He's in the unit. He's in the cell. He's out here in the day room. And he pressing homeboy. But he ain't pressing him in a way like trying to be aggressive on him in a bullying tactic manner. No. He pressing him in a way of like a man that's thirsty of seeing a woman and trying to get with a woman. And every morning I hear him, hey, beautiful. How you doing, beautiful? In the evening, hey, beautiful. Hey, beautiful. Oh, I like you. I want to do this to you. I want to do that to you. Y'all know what this called? He running a sex play on him. I just keep talking to him, trying to wear down his emotional state, trying to wear down his will, right? He's trying to dominate him and insert himself in every aspect of this dude's life. Pause. He's trying to break this dude wheel down. Hey, girl, whistling at him. Now, it went from him running a sex play on him by talking to him. Now he's walking up behind him, rubbing the shoulders, and dude to shove him off. Like, man, go on, chill. Right? It went to that, to him slapping him on the butt. And that's another thing, y'all. I don't understand these NBA players. I don't understand these athletic dudes that be playing these sports, that be slapping dudes on the butt, man. Who does that? Man, pat me on my shoulder. Give me a dap, a handshake. You know what I'm talking about? Don't you slap me on my ass, bitch, I'm punching you in your mouth. But that's what he was doing, y'all. So it ain't no different from what Big Larry was doing to this dude of slapping him on the butt to these sports dude. And I don't want to hear it because I know y'all going to be like, no, Dante, that's different. Is it really? Is it really different? I guess the White Howard bring a whole different perspective to that slapping on the ass, right? Right. So, anyway, but hold on, y'all. Pardon me. I forgot. Did y'all hit the like button yet? Because I feel like y'all didn't. But nevertheless, make sure y'all hit the like button. Also, there's a woman that's telling phenomenal stories, y'all, by the name of Stacy Storytime. We need to get over there and show her some love. You know what I'm talking about? I'm going to have her channel pinned at the top of the comment section. All right, so y'all make sure y'all go over there and go show her some love. Now, the days will go on, man. The days will go on. And this dude looking like a zombie. It's like Big Larry done wore him out mentally, emotionally, and it looked like physically, right? So, it happened. It happened. So I'm out there playing chess with my homeboy Rondell. And, you know, dude over here to the left of me, like 3 tables to the left of me in the day room. And I see Big Larry come in, y'all. And Big Larry sit right next to him and get the whispering in this dude's ear. Normally, dude will fight him. Like, man, watch out, move. But he don't. He just sits there. He just sits there. And I said, oh, man. So I kicked Rondell under the table with, like, motion to look over there. And about maybe a minute of conversation, a Big Larry in his ear, they both get up. And they go to Big Larry's cell. And Big Larry put up a white sheet. Now, I don't know what happened in there. I don't even want to think about or try to assume or even try to imagine what happened in that cell. All I know is this. Dude was in that cell for at least 30 minutes. And well, let me tell y'all something. The whole moral of this story right here, it's a lot of morals of this story. I mean, we can go all the way back to the street before he got locked up. Yes, you're supposed to protect your queen, protect your woman, right? But ladies, I need for y'all to pay attention too. Never put your man in a situation where, you know, he can get locked up or get his life taken. You got to check out the environment. And the environment they was in is a lot of these thirsty dudes that was real disrespectful and trying to get at her. And, you know, unfortunately, dude had to pay the price. And I know y'all going to say, well, she should have the freedom to go to the pool without getting harassed. But, hey, this is just what it is, man. This is just what it is. Because on the flip side, now homeboy is in here doing 45 years And she cut him off, right? And he just got his manhood allegedly taken. So it's like, was it worth it? The second moral of the story is that if you go to even jail, even to the county, if somebody come to you, right, giving you all this food and hygiene and so-called looking out for you, and you don't know that person in real life, man, you better turn that shit down. You better turn it down. Because ain't nothing, I repeat, there is nothing for free in prison. Not even Donta Protection Services is free. You gotta have that bread. And some of you cats be talking about, oh, Donta, you wasn't running no protection scheme. You was running the extortion. No, I didn't. I never approached anybody with putting down on them, telling them you gonna pay me and my homies to live. No, it was quite the opposite. Now I have approached people and, that looked like they was vulnerable, or they looked like they were scared and looked like they really need protection, and I offered them, just like out of business, marketing. I didn't go in there with a knife talking about, man, you gonna pay me for protection. No. I go in there and tell them, like, listen, this is how this is. If you want to have a smooth ride and don't have to worry about the prison politics and worry about, people trying to get at you, pay me this fee and I got you. You ain't got to worry about nobody trying to press you, take something from you, none of that. And if they say no, well, then, hey, I wash my hands. I'm not coming back and having my boys go rob them or nothing. No, we don't do that. So, hey, it is what it is. Again, y'all, make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure y'all go over there to Stacy's Storytime and show her some love. Like I said, I have her channel pinned at the top of the comment section. And with that, y'all, I'm gone. This chick was big. And when I say big, I'm talking about this woman is 6 foot, pushing at least, at a minimum, 280, 290, maybe even 300. I guess he in it for maybe about 40 seconds. And the door busts open. And it's one of her kids. Mama, can I get some cereal? She like, dang, boy, get out. He said, no, Ma, and keep in mind, y'all, my homie is knee deep inside of this right now, right? And this kid in here asking for cereal. So she like, man, get the cereal, man. Get the cereal. It's in my closet. Oh, my God. He said when he went to the bathroom, right, there was piles of clothes in the bathroom, right? He said the toilet bowl was so stained. It was so stained with pee stain and crap stains, like hard. You know what I'm talking about? Like they never cleaned this bathroom. He says weave in the sink. It's hair products that's open, and toothpaste all over the counter. He said, man, my fucking cell wasn't even like this. So he like, man, let me get the fuck out of here, man.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
He like, I'm already up, man. I said, man, how you feel, man? Since it's your last day, man, how you feel, man? He like, man, hey, I'm ecstatic, man, but hey, you know how it is, man. It ain't nothing till you outside them gates, man. I said, yeah, I feel that. I said, so what you about to do, man, when you get out? What you about to do on your first day? What you about to eat? What you about to do? He like, man, you already know what I'm about to do. I'm about to fall off into some cat. And, man, I'm thinking about, I already got my food order. I said, your food order, what's that? He was like, man, this what I'm about to do, man. I'm about to get me some Church's chicken, some KFC. I gotta get me a Whopper with extra heavy onions. No mayo, of course. I said, right. Like, man, I'm gonna get me a crab boil. Man, I'm about to do the damn thing. I said, all right. He was like, and on the real, I got this chick I've been hollering at. I said, what chick? He was like, man, I met this chick. I was fishing on the phones, and I met this chick last week or whatever, and I'm finna go to her crib or whatever. I said, all right, bet. Now, I know a lot of y'all wondering, like, yo, Dante, what is fishing? What exactly is that? Fishing is when you get on the phone, right? And you just call random numbers. Just calling random numbers all day. Eventually, you will get some woman that might be having relationship issues with her baby daddy or her boyfriend or even her husband. Or you might just get a lonely woman that seeks attention and not getting the attention, and I guess some attention is better than no attention. Well, every once in a while, and actually not even every once in a while, this happened more than y'all would think. Now that I'm thinking about it, I was dating a chick that got fished, and I'm gonna get back to the story, y'all. But this real important. This is an educational moment. I was dating a chick that got fished, and I guess I wasn't treating her right. I think I was about 20, 21 or whatever, and I was dating this chick that was like 31, 32, and all we did was just fool around, really. We never went out nowhere. The only time I really paid any attention is when we was doing it. And that was basically it. One day, I guess some jail dude, did the fishy thing and was calling, and she answered the phone. And since I wasn't giving her the attention that she wanted, dude was giving her the attention, right? And long story short, he ended up getting out after like 8 months, whatever, and she ended up cheating on me with the dude. But little did she know, well, I'm gonna keep that on the low. But anyway, a lot of women cheat. They'll cheat in their relationship, right? Because all these jail dudes got is just time, and plus the chick, like, he ain't going nowhere. He can't cheat on me because he locked up or whatever, right? But anyway, let's get back to it. So he said, yeah, I've been talking to this chick, and I said, have you seen her before? It was like, nah, man, but she said that she looked like Halle Berry, man. I said, what? I said, now all these women out here think they look like Halle Berry, man. He like, that's what she said. Hey, quick question, y'all. Quick question. I need to ask the audience something right quick. That's a little quick poll. And it's for the women too, because some you women can judge a woman too. Back in the 90s, y'all, who is more attractive? And this for the fellas, mainly for the fellas, but the women, y'all can answer this too. But who is more attractive? Do y'all think Halle Berry, right? Pamela Anderson, right? Or Jennifer Lopez? Which one? Halle Berry, Pamela Anderson, or Jennifer Lopez? Which one of them is the most attractive, right? Back then in their prime, right? Anyway, so I said, I bet. She got any kids? He was like, nah, she said she ain't got no kids. I said, what does she do? He was like, man, Dante, what's up with all these $1,000 course? You trying to get up on my broad or something? I was like, no, I just want to know, shoot, you getting out. I want to basically walk in your shoes to know, what's going on out there. The little taste of freedom for me. So he was like, nah, she ain't got no kids and she work from home or whatever. I said, where she stay at? He was like, dang, Dante, what you trying to get my... I said, no, man, I just want to know where she stay at. He was like, man, she stay on the north side of Flint. I said, Flint? He was like, yeah. North side? Yeah. Now, for those that don't know, dude is from Clio, Michigan, right? Clio is just right up a skip and a hop, north of Flint, 23 north, right? It ain't nothing, but it's literally right next door. But he ain't really ventured off into Flint. He always stayed north, like he'd be up in Saginaw, Midland, all up in that area. He didn't really venture 23 south. So he definitely don't know about, the north side is where Dante be at. Let's just fast forward to when he get released. So he walk out the gates, right? And he looking in the parking lot and he see 5 cars there. So at the first car, he see a family, a granddaddy, grandma, a daddy, 2 sisters, a cousin. Boom, that's at that car. The next car, he see 2 white girls, right? Boom. The other car he see is just a woman standing there, like an older black chick standing right there. Okay. In the next car, he see a mama, a black woman with like 4 kids. And then another car, he see a big plus size woman. Now, before we go any further, right? There ain't nothing wrong with a plus size woman. What works for me might not work for you, and what works for you might not work for me. That saying, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Some guys, they like that. Some guys don't. Some dudes, that might be a fetish for some people. Me, personally, I never been with a plus size woman. I never really was attracted to a plus size woman. That just wasn't my cup of tea. You understand? But, like I said, what works for me doesn't necessarily gotta work for you. And what works for you don't necessarily gotta work for me. But anyway, this chick was big. And when I say big, I'm talking about this woman is 6 foot, pushing at least, at a minimum, 280, 290, maybe even 300, right? And she's wide. Now, I don't know. See, the homie never really got into great detail. He just told me that baby girl looked like Halle Berry, right? So I know a lot of y'all wondering, like, yo, Dante, if you was locked up, if you was in a prison, how did you know? How? So the yard is right there to the right. You can see the people in the parking lot. And yes, Dante most definitely was on the yard that day when he got released, right? And I seen her. I seen her with my own 2. So she called his name. Raheem, right? Raheem hurry up and walk over there fast, and he give her the biggest hug. And then they start kissing. And I'm like, ugh, yuck, right? So they get in the car. So he looking at her, right? And she all dialed up. She got makeup on. She got red lipstick on. She got her weave done. She got her nails done. All that, right? And she was like, oh my God, I can't believe you really here. He was like, man, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you picking me up, man, and hold me down, man, for this last week, man. I appreciate that. She was like, okay, cool. So where you want to go? He was like, honestly, man, I want to go get something to eat. She was like, what you want to get, boo? I got you. He like, man, I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's go to Burger King, man. Let's go to Burger King. So she's like, all right, let's go. So he like, so what you been doing? What's been going on with you? She was like, nothing. I just been, waiting on you, preparing the house for you. But I gotta tell you something though. He was like, what's up? She was like, okay, I wasn't totally honest, but I do have kids. He was like, okay, how old are they? She was like, I got 7 kids. He was like, 7 kids? She was like, yeah, I got 7 kids. So she like, don't be mad at me, please don't be mad at me. He was like, no, I ain't mad at you, but I mean, I ain't tripping. Kids is a blessing. Yeah, kids is a blessing. So she's like, you for real? He was like, yeah. He was like, but let me ask you a question. Keep it real with me. Keep it G with me. She like, what? He like, listen, how many baby daddies you got? So she was like, man, look, I was wild back in the day. He was like, listen, no, just tell me, man. You ain't gotta, explain. Just tell me how many baby daddies you got. She was like, I got 7. He said, you got 7 baby daddies? She was like, yeah. It was like, is they in the kids' life? She was like, no, not really. But enough of that. And he was like, no, I need to know, like, how old is your youngest? She was like, I got a baby, like, 6 months. He said, 6 months? She was like, yeah, 6 months. He was like, is that dude around? She was like, no, he not around. He was like, all right, well, I mean, okay, all right, whatever. I mean, we good, we straight. She was like, for real? He was like, yeah, we good, man. That don't bother me. That don't bother me. We good. So she was like, I knew you was different. I knew you was real different. He like, yeah, man, I ain't tripping off that, man. So then she was like, oh, and well, since we telling the truth, another thing, my mama stay with us too, but she a hoe. He was like, what? He said, yeah, my mama, she a ex-stripper and she be tricking and all that, but she stay with us too. So he like, oh, okay, all right. So she was like, if she try to hit on you, don't just ignore her. He was like, all right, yeah, man. Hey, listen, man, I'm here for you, man. My eyes is only for you, man. I ain't tripping off none of that, man. So she's like, all right. So they get to Burger King, right? And he like, okay, yeah. Can I get a number 1 with heavy onions and a large Coke? So she was like, hold on. Could you disregard that? So he looked over at her. He like, what's going on? You allergic to onions or something? She was like, no, I ain't got no money on me. He was like, you ain't got no money on you? He was like, yeah, I had to get some gas money for my mama to come get you or whatever. But I ain't got no money for this. I got maybe enough to get you a kid's meal. He was like, I guess so. She was like, which one you want? You want the nuggets or do you want the cheeseburger? He was like, you know what? I ain't had no nugget, but you know what? Give me the cheeseburger. So she was like, what type of drink you want? Ask her to mix it. Could mix it with high C and Sprite. So she was like, can I get a kids meal, a cheeseburger, Happy Meal with a Sprite and a fruit punch, high C. So they get the food, right? And they drive off. So he over here on the passenger side, like, man, what the? He said, hey, let me ask you a question. I'm curious, what's your work schedule? So she was like, oh, I'm not working right now. He was like, I thought you said you work from home. And she was like, yeah, I do work from home. I do hair from time to time. He was like, you do hair? She was like, yeah. He was like, oh, okay. All right. But she was like, I mean, I get clients here and there, like my auntie or, a couple of my female cousins. I do they kids' hair, whatever. But, I don't really charge them that much. They, it's like we all look out for each other, whatever. And he was like, so how do you get money? And she was like, I do hair, and I get food stamps, and a couple of my kids get disability or whatever. So he was like, okay, listen, we got to discuss something. And she was like, just wait, just wait, because I don't really like putting all my business out there, and I kind of feel like you pressuring me right now. So I don't want to ruin this moment. We kind of just met. So he like, hey, listen, I'm here for you, girl. We can ride this out. I just want you to know that I'm here for you, and we can do this. So she said, you for real? He like, yeah. So he reached over, he kissed her, right? And she was like, oh my God, I knew that you was the one for me, right? Nevertheless, they get to Flint. Now they drove from Jackson, Michigan. That's where the prison at. That's where we was at. So they get to Flint, right? They go on this street off of Pearson Road called Clover Line, right? Clover Line was a street. I stayed on Clover Line back in, I want to say in 99. No, it had to have been prior to that, because I think I was in middle school back in 99. I was in the 5th grade. In the year 2000, I was in the 6th grade. So that's when I went to Northwestern. That's when Northwestern turned to Northwestern Edison. That's when they Northwestern is a big high school. I think Andre Rison and Deion Sanders graduated from Northwestern High School in Flint, Michigan. And Mateen Cleaves, and they got a lot of greats that graduated from Northwestern or whatever. But I'm trying to see, was it in 99? I think this was in 99 when I stayed in Clover. No, I didn't. No, I stayed on Fleming Road then. But anyway, nevertheless, so Clover Line was jumping. Clover Line, man, Clover Line in Flint was its own isolated street, man. It went down on Clover Line. So anyway, they pulls up on Clover Line, right? Now keep in mind, man, where he from is, like I said, it's right up the street. Not right up the street, maybe I guess in driving distance. I don't know. If you take Clio Road out right there or get on the highway, I'm just gonna say it's about 5, 6, 7 minutes up the street, right past Beecher, right? So they pull up on Clover Line, everybody out. When I say I mean everybody out. The street jumping, right? So they pull in the driveway. It's about 4 niggas in the yard, right? Her kids out there. It's people on the side of the house gambling. It's anybody that stayed on Clover Line back then, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, the street is lit, And then it's just some of them houses, right? It's like the party house. So unfortunately, y'all, her house was one of them party house. So he's sitting there, right? He's sitting in the car. She's like, "You okay?" He like, who them dudes right there? Oh, them just my friends, man. They just the neighborhood dudes, man. Like we all family around here. Hey, let me let me put y'all up on some game right quick. If a chick, and I don't care. Listen, I've been in the game for a long time, right? If a chick got a lot of male so-called friends, they doing it. You best believe somebody cracking that, right? If a chick be talking about, oh, these is my brothers, they hitting that. Anyway, so she grab his hand like, come on, let's go. So he like, all right, man. So he get out the car, right? And, the dudes looking, they're like, hey, what's up? Talking to the female, not even acknowledging him, right? So she said, hey, y'all. And, she holding his hand and she leading him into the house, right? And dudes just looking like, who the heck this dude is, right? So, but he looking back, though. So he get in the house, man. The house is dirty. I mean, as soon as you walk in, it's trash on the floor. It's clothes everywhere. It's like two niggas laid out on the couch sleep. It's like, do y'all remember them gnat traps or them fly traps which you can hang to the ceiling, and it's like a spiral thing and it's sticky on them? It's a lot of gnats on them, flies on them, and he like, man, what the? So she is like whatever. So she still got him by the hand and she lead him to the bedroom. Now, when they get to the bedroom, right, she got a 14-year-old son that's laying in her bed watching TV or whatever. So she like, Jamar, get out of here. Get out, Jamar. So he was like, man, I'm watching TV, ma, chill. She was like, Jamar, get out my room. Right? He like, man, all right, whatever. So he get up and he was like, who was this nigga? And she was like, it might be your daddy. And he was like, man, that ain't my daddy. And he walked out. So my man like, man, so she was like, look, don't worry about him. He like, this one of your sons, right? She was like, yeah. He was like, oh. She was like, look, don't be acting like that, man. He a good boy, but, he just needs some guidance. That's why you here. So he like, yeah, man, all right. So she was like, man, forget all that. Let's just, let me focus on you. Let me get you right. So he was like, all right, that's what I'm talking about, right? So nevertheless, they end up, being intimate. Well, at least they start to try to attempt to become intimate, right? So I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to tell y'all this, because what I'm about to tell y'all it's about to get crazy. It's about to get vicious. What I'm about to tell y'all is it's a thing out of nightmares. It's And a lot of y'all dudes been in this situation too. I know a lot of y'all ain't gonna admit it, but yeah. Now, before we go on with this story, I forgot. Where's my manners? Don't forget to hit the like button, because a lot of y'all be like, oh, Dante, why you always say hit the like button? Because we get 2,000-3,000 views and only 100 likes, 200-300 likes. So I have to remind y'all to hit the like button, number one. And then number two, y'all got to do your big partner Dante a favor, man. There's a woman by the name of Stacy Storytime that's out here telling phenomenal stories, y'all. If y'all like my stories, y'all really gonna love her stories. So make sure y'all go over there and subscribe to her channel and check out her playlist, man. She got some dope stories. She upload over there every day. Matter of fact, y'all, I'm going to have her channel pinned at the top of the comment section. All right. So now let's get back to the story. Now, here's the thing, y'all. When he pulled down, because he had leggings on. When he pulled her leggings down, right, the most, I don't know, a stench, a stale, dry, rotted stench came from her area. He got a decision to make at this time, y'all. I mean, I've been locked down for 12 years, so I mean, I really can't complain, but then again, I mean, it is right here. So he dive in it. I guess he in it for maybe about 40 seconds, and the door busts open, right? The door busts open, y'all. And it's one of her kids. It's the 8-year-old. Mama, can I get some cereal? Can I get some cereal? She like, dang, boy, get out. He said, no, ma, and keep in mind, y'all, my homie is knee deep inside of this right now, right? And this kid here asking for cereal. So she like, man, get the cereal, man. Get the cereal. It's in my closet. So he was like, all right. So he go to the mama closet and grab a box of Captain Crunch, right? And he walk out and don't even close the door. She's like, Travis, close the door. Close my dang door. Right? Hey, listen, y'all, I can't make this up, y'all. I can't make this up. So, you know, my homeboy, like, man, what? So he like, as he in it, you know, he starts smelling something foul. And when I say foul, I mean he is smelling something foul. Like something died, like something crawled up in this woman and just died, right? And so he's trying to ignore it because he's just trying to help him get off, but it's not translating right. And then the woman farts. She farts loud. So he like, yeah, it's a wrap. It's over. It's over. So he get up out of it. He like, what? He like, man, hey, yo, hey, look, man, yeah, hey, you got any washcloths or towels? She was like, no, we ain't did no laundry yet. We did no laundry. He was like, oh my God. She was like, what? He was like, man, hey, man, nothing, man, nothing. She was like, man, you ain't gotta have no attitude. He was like, no, I ain't, just nothing, man, nothing. So she was like, okay, whatever. So she get up and put on her clothes and just walk out. So he's sitting on the bed and he like, man, I could have stayed in prison for this, man. I could have stayed in a joint for this, man. So he said, like, he noticed, like, man, hold on, man. I still smell that. But let me get out of here, man. So he leave out of there and he go to the bathroom. Listen, y'all, I understand. I understand that when you got a lot of kids or, you know, there's a lot of people that's in and out your house. Oh, my God. He said when he went to the bathroom, right, there was piles of clothes in the bathroom, right? He said the toilet, the toilet bowl was so stained. It was so stained with pee stain and crap stains, like hard. You know what I'm talking about? Like they never cleaned this bathroom. He says weave in the hair. Weave in the sink. It's hair products that's open, and toothpaste all over the counter. He said, man, my fucking cell wasn't even like this. So he like, man, let me get the fuck out of here, man. So he said he walk out the bathroom and his little kid standing there. It was like, is you my daddy? And he was like, man, no, I ain't your daddy. Then he walked off and he stepped on the porch. And he looking for her and he don't see her. Now he said that this Cadillac pulled up, right? This pink Cadillac. And this short, thick woman got out. So he said, oh, that might be the mama right there. So she get out the car, she hugging everybody and stuff like that. And when she walking towards the porch, she was like, oh, you must be the jailbird dude. And he was like, yeah. Man, he said, now she looked it bad. Mama looked it bad. She was all right. So she was like, did my daughter give you some ussy yet? He said, huh? She said, did my daughter give you some ussy yet? He was like, man, you kind of just out. You just put it out there. She was like, boy, shoot, I don't play. Did she? He was like, man, kind of. She was like, oh, man, I would have gave you this for 50. And she walked in the house. And he was like, man, hey, man, wow, man. It's wild, boy. So it was this dude, right, on the flip phone razor. Y'all remember the flip phone, the razors that came out? So he was like, hey, bro, hey, can I see your phone right quick? Because he done made it up in his mind, his head, y'all, that he ain't staying here. He ain't spending the night over here. He trying to get the fuck away from here as far as possible, as soon as possible, y'all. So he like, yeah, here you go, bro. So he gave him the phone, and he called his mama. He said, hey, ma. She said, well, what's up? You out? He like, yeah. She like, where you at, boy? He like, yeah, I'm in Flint, ma. She say, Flint? What you doing, Flint? What you doing in Flint? He like, man, it's a long story, ma. But can you come get me? She was like, yeah, just give me the address. So he gives her the address, right? And she like, all right, I'm on my way right now. He like, how long you gonna be? She was like, I'll be there in about like 15 minutes. Yeah, all right, ma, all right. So he get dude the phone back like, look good looking out, bro. He like, yeah, no doubt, right? So he sits down on the porch and, he talking to the guy now that let him see the phone. He like, hey, what's up, old girl that stay here or whatever? He was like, I mean, she cool. I mean, she the homie. I mean, she a hoe. He was like, oh, for real? He was like, yeah. But all these chicks is, right? He was like, yeah. So he was like, so what's up with you? You already new boyfriend or something? New baby daddy? He was like, nah, man. I just got out the joint, man. I just did 12, man. I just did 12 straight. He was like, oh, okay. Oh, well, welcome home, homie. He was like, yeah. He was like, hey, but she cool people though, but her mama bad, ain't she? He was like, yeah, she is. But he like, yeah, I hit that a couple times, but she don't play about her money. But she'll let you hit for about 50 or 100 though, for sure. He was like, she told me that. He was like, all right. So they just kicking it. They on the porch, right? And then here she come, walking down the street. And she was like, don't be trying to be friends with my friends. And he was like, man, girl, chill, right? So then homeboy mama pull up, right? And when mama pull up, she pulled up on behind her mama pink Cadillac. So she looking, the girl look like, who the fuck is that? Oh, he was like, oh, that's my ma. She thought that he said, like, that's my ma, like, that's my chick, like my girl or whatever, right? And she was like, don't be having no bees pulling up to my house. And he's like, oh, yo, hold up, man. That's my mama, man. What are you doing? So she was like, oh, that's your mama. Oh, oops, I'm sorry. He was like, man, hey, no, that's my mama, man. Chill. So she was like, oh, okay, I'm finna go meet your mama. So he was like, no, just wait. Hold on. And she was like, okay. So he get in the car. And she was like, who was that? She was like, he said, listen, Ma, just pull off. Just pull off. She was like, what's going on? He said, Mama, please, just pull off, man.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
All right, y'all. This prison story is about this white dude named Jesse Smlet. No, not the Jesse Smlet from Empire. Not that guy. This is a white dude. Now, Jesse Smlet was this white dude that grew up in Flint, Michigan on the east side. Now, anybody from Flint, Michigan, y'all know how the east side get down, especially back in 2000, in the 2000s, basically. And I don't know if it's still active over there like it used to be, but nevertheless, that's where Jesse Smlet is from. So Jesse was, one of them typical white dudes off the east side. He wasn't white, but he wasn't black all the way. He was like in the middle, but you couldn't take nothing from him. He wasn't a punk. You remember I told y'all that there's a difference between a white boy and a white man? Well, Jesse was kind of in the middle. He wasn't quite a stumped down white man, like, that'll get down for his grits and gravy. But I don't know. Jesse Smlet was like, I don't know. But anyway, so it's Wednesday, and normally we get new inmates on Tuesdays, as y'all know, but for some reason we end up getting new inmates on Wednesday. Now, I don't know, was Jesse a transfer from a different prison? I don't know, was he a newcomer? It was just really weird that him and two other white guys would come in on a Wednesday. And right there, I know a lot of y'all might be thinking, well, Dante, that's not unusual, man. It's a prison, it's jail, man. Anybody can get transferred any day. No, not where we was at, man. No, where we was at, it was always structured chaos. And when we would know something weird is going on, when something is off. As I'm saying, it's Wednesday and we got 3 new inmates, right? So Dante down there, excuse me, y'all. Dante down there playing dominoes with Tar T. And when they popped the doors, me and Tar T hurried up and looked at each other because we was, pruning. What is pruning? Pruning is when you making that jailhouse whiskey, that jailhouse liquor, right? That jailhouse, if you drink this, you better be in your cell and you better lay it down. Because if you drink this and you come out your cell, you gonna stumble after maybe 3, 4, 5, 6. See, the liquor that I was making in there, you had to sip. You couldn't just gulp it. I mean, you got the option, but the liquor I was making in there, it was so good you didn't want to hurry up and drink it. You know what I'm talking? You got to sip this. You got to sip it. But anyway, so we look at each other because we like, oh, shit, we need to get rid of that liquor, right? But when we seen the 3 white guys come in, we gave each other another look like, oh, okay, but what are these dudes doing here? So we like, all right, whatever. So I zoom in on Jesse. Now, I didn't know Jesse per se on the streets. I have seen him in passing. I done seen him get into a shoving match at this gas station on Dordt Highway in Flint, Michigan. I done seen him from time to time, always engage in some type of altercation or argument or whatever. So, but me and him never spoke. We never hung together. We never conversated, nothing. I just seen them on the fly, right? But I zoomed in on them, and I said, man, that's Jesse, right? Now, Jesse ended up, getting his cell assignment, and he was two doors down from me, whatever. So at this time, y'all, I didn't have a cellie. I ended up putting my hands on my cellie because I caught him doing the unthinkable, and well, that's a whole nother story. But at this time, y'all, Donta ain't got no cellmate, so Jesse ended up going to his cell. And so I pull up on him. I said, hey, your name Jesse? He was like, yeah, my name Jesse. Can I help you? I said, you from Flint? He was like, yeah, but when he said it real hesitant, y'all. I'm talking about real hesitant. Because, Jesse, I mean, the way he carried himself and the way he was moving, Jesse seemed like he got a lot of beef. And it's just his luck that he done landed in this pod with a dude that he got beef with. So he real, skeptical like. But I said, nah, it ain't like that. I had to reassure him like, nah, it ain't no issue, because the way that he was looking, like, oh shoot, here we go again, right? So I said, nah, man, you just look familiar from the east side or whatever. He said, yeah, that's where I be at. I said, okay, all right, bet. So he was in the cell. Now, I didn't realize that he was in the cell with this old man, this old black dude he was a stone cold killer. Now, it's rumored, now I have to say allegedly, because I don't know if this man did this or he didn't do it. But, I mean, that was the word. It was rumored that his cellie died, right? He had a cellie 2 months ago, and he mysteriously just died or whatever. And there was no wounds on his body. He was a healthy dude too. But they just said he just mysteriously died, just out of nowhere, in his sleep. So, and dude came in, and he been locked up since the late 70s or whatever for catching 3 bodies. He ended up taking 3 white men and up out of here, like right in the late 70s or whatever, and they gave him life without parole. So he don't like white people at all. So I don't know why the guards would put this, Jesse up in there, but hey, maybe they just didn't care. Maybe I don't know. But they ended up putting Jesse in there, right? You know what, y'all? Now that I think about it, that I'm telling y'all this story, I think I know now why they put him in there. Yeah. All right, so my bad, y'all. Oh, before we go on, y'all make sure y'all smash that like button. And also, I want y'all to check out Stacy's Storytime. I'm going to have her link pinned at the top of the comment section to her channel, all right? Now, so I'm like, what you do to get in here, man? He was like, man, I'll tell you in a minute. Just give me a second. I said, you been locked up before? He said, yeah, I mean, I did a lot of county time, and I did a 1-year bid at Jackson, but I ain't really for real been locked up. I said, okay. So he put his stuff up and he stepped off the cell. Now I tell him, like, you been locked up here before? He was like, no, this is my first time. So I said, all right, come with me. So me and him get to walk in, we go hit the yard, right? So we walking the track. I'm lacing them up, letting them know, the do's and don'ts of the prison, and letting them know that, who to stay away from, and, who got this and who got that, and, the whole rundown. I asked him, like, yo, you need a phone? Because at that time, y'all, Donta was getting the phones, and I was getting, the phones was up for about $15 to to $1,800, right? That's a little flip flows, nothing real special, right? And I was like, yo, if you need anything, I got you, or whatever. So he like, all right, bet. So then, you know, I hit him with the friendly, how can I put this without getting myself indicted? I hit him with the friendly protection speech. Yeah, we'll go with that. The friendly protection speech. So I asked him, like, look, all BS aside, you got anybody that's gonna be sending you money? And he was like, for what? I said, well, I mean, I'm just offering a service for you. He was like, what type of service? I said, well, if you want to have a smooth ride, you don't have to, but I'm just saying, if you want a smooth ride here, you know what I'm talking about, you know, give me $100 a week, $400 a month, like clockwork, and you know, you'll be a part of our crew, basically. Won't nobody mess with you. No, he was like, nah, I'm good, Dante. I'm good. I can hold my own, man. I'm straight. I said, you sure? You sure? He said, yeah, man. Man, we from Flint, man. We from Flint, man. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing to me in here, man. I got me, man. I said, all right, bet. Say less. Right? So I said, so what did you do to get in here, man? It was like, well, my baby mama, basically, she was messing. I was going to work, and you know, I was working at the welding place right there on Door Highway. Now, for anybody that's from Flint, Michigan, that welding place that's across the street from the gas station on the east side, that welding place, yo, that is literally hell. Like, man, my homeboy Al, he worked there before, and I remember I went up there to pick him up, and I just walked in there casually. Man, it was so hot in there. It was so humid. Man, it was just real uncomfortable up in there, man. But nevertheless, yeah, so I know what he was talking about. So he said that he was working in there, you know, and prior to that, he ain't never have a job. And he said that, you know, his baby mama at this time was just on his back, like, as she should, you know. He wasn't working. He was just laying around smoking bud. You know, she was footing the bill. You know, she was working at a nursing home, and, you know, they had 2 kids together, but he just didn't do anything at all. So, you know, he got tired of her nagging and, you know, putting down on him. So he went there and got a job. Now, he said he ain't never wailed before, but he said he catch on quick. So, you know, he said he was there for about 3 months and everything was good. He said he was making money. His girl was making money. You know, the bills was caught up. It wasn't no issues. But then he said he noticed, like, when he get off of work, like he said, him and his girl used to do it, like, all the time. Like, y'all know what I'm talking about. They used to do it. And he said that, you know, he noticed that she wouldn't give him none no more. And there always be an excuse. First, she'll be on her menstrual cycle. Then when she not on it, then, oh, I'm tired. And just every excuse in the world. So he said for about a month, he was like, nah, man. This ain't, I need some. So he say, oh, he had a day off and she had a day off. And long story short, he just kept pressing her. Until she, you know, reluctantly gave in. And, you know, they end up messing around or whatever. Next thing you know, he said when he got in it, he like fell off in it. Meaning, he said, you know, they ain't did it in almost a month, actually almost 2 months. And she was wide open. And he said when he was in it, he said, man, hold up. The feeling ain't the same, man. He said like in mid-stroke, he pulled out, was like, yo, who you been messing with? And she just was like, nobody. So he said he got up out of it completely. He was like,
who you been effing? Because ain't no way you should be like this, and we ain't did nothing in a long time. Who you been effing? So he said that she just jumped up and got in the shower. Now, he said that when they used to do it, she would never just get up and get in the shower or whatever. So he said he just sitting there on the bed like, oh man, this girl cheating on me. So he said, oh, let me go through her phone. So he looked over there at the nightstand and he looking for her phone and it ain't there. And so he go to jiggle the door or whatever, and the bathroom door, because they got a bathroom in the room or whatever. He go to jiggle the door and he hear the shower curtain open. As he open the door, he see her grabbing her phone off the sink. And he like, hey man, what is you doing? And she was like, I ain't doing nothing. So he like, no man, who is you? Let me see your phone, man. He said up until this point, he have never asked to see her phone or whatever. But now he like, nah, something ain't right. So they arguing back and forth. So he said he snatched the phone like they having a tug of war, right, for this phone. So he ended up snatching the phone out of her hand, right, and he walk off. And she get out of the shower with no clothes on behind him, trying to hit him and trying to grab her phone. And he like, man, you really trying to do this to me over a phone, man? Who you effing, man? Who you effing? I'm not effing nobody. Give me my phone back. Give me my phone, right? So he going through her phone at this point because she like 5'3", 5'4", and he about 6 foot, whatever. She can't do nothing with him. So he going through the phone or whatever, and he sees the messages. She got a guy saved under the name of Jerome, right? So he looking at the text messages. Apparently, they've been texting each other, good morning, is he gone? What time he coming back? That was good. I can't wait to see you again. He don't like you do, all type of crazy stuff, right? So he said he just seen red. And he said he balled it, all he remember, he balled his fist up and he punched her. Boom, right? And he said that, he blanked out, and when he came to, he had his hands around her neck, but he let her go. And he said at this time the kids start waking up crying and like, what's going on? And he said he felt so bad he just left the house, right? So he said when he left, he went and checked in at a hotel or whatever. So he said it had to been about 2 days to go by, and he finally wanted to come back home, make things right. So he said when he pulled up at the house, there's a truck in the driveway. So he said, man, who is this? So, because he said they own the house that they live in, so it can't be like the maintenance man. And he said, so he get out and he go to the door to unlock the door, but the lock, the keys ain't, opening up the lock. So he like, man, what the hold up. So he get to banging on the door, right? And he hears somebody say, oh, that must be him. So he said, what? So then the door opens up, and here goes Jerome. So he like, who the fuck is you? What are you doing in my house? So Jerome to him like, hey, listen, I don't know what you got going on, but this my girl now, and you gotta go, homeboy. And he tossed him a gym bag with all his clothes in it and everything. So he said, man, no, where so-and-so at? He talking about his baby mama. He was like, no, that's over with, man. That's over with. If you want to see your kids, man, you gonna have to talk to me, man. You can call me. Don't call her phone no more. And that's over with. So he was like, man, no, man, F that, man, no. I want to see my kids, man, no. So he was like, yeah, I'll let you see your kids, but not right now, bro. Then he closed the door. So Jesse said he just sat there for a minute like, no. Oh, heck no. So he said, all right, bet. So he said he left, and he said that now every Saturday his kids go to his mama house or whatever. So, just like clockwork, he watching her take the kids to his mama house. So he jump out on her like, man, what you doing, man? She like, Jesse, leave me alone. Jesse, leave me alone. Leave me alone before I call my man. I'm going to call my man, Jesse. And Jesse's like, man, that's real messed up. How you going to move a dude in our house, man, around my kids and stuff? So Jesse mama come outside and she like, hey, Jesse, y'all need to stop arguing. She was like, no, man, she done moved another man in my house. And Jesse mama like, listen, I don't got nothing to do with that, Jesse, but you're scaring these kids. You need to go, Jesse. So Jesse like, man, F this, man, F all that. So Jesse said he leaves and he go back to the hotel. So Jesse is sitting in the hotel room drinking that cheap shit, right? That $4.89 bottle of whatever, right? And he getting drunk. And, he in his feelings right now. So Jesse like, nah, man, they ain't gonna get away with this. Nah, she gonna pay. Jesse said that he had a shotgun, a sawed-off shotgun at that. And he said he got in the car, he pulled in front of the house, he seen homeboy truck in the driveway, and his baby mama car was right there parked on the street. He said all he remembered was to start thumping, shooting up the dude truck, and shot up the baby mama car. He didn't shoot in the house. He just shot out the cars. Then he jumped back in his truck and took off. He said it had to been about 1 p.m. Get a knock at this hotel door, right? Room service. He opens the door. Flint police rush in. Right? Put Jesse in handcuffs and cart his ass to the county jail. Jesse will plead guilty to the charges, right? Jesse has received 7 years in MDOC prison system. Now he in here with me. Now we finna get to the meat and potatoes of this story. So I said, dang, Jesse. He said, yeah, it's it's a trip, ain't it? I said, yeah, that is a trip, man. I said, all right, I'll holler at you, right? So I peeled off. We gonna fast forward to later that night because nothing really eventful happened that day. So we all going on lockdown, to go to get locked up in our cells to go to sleep or whatever. Remember, y'all, Jesse about 2-3 cells away from me, and he haven't met his cellmate just yet because his cellie, the old man, he got kind of free reign around, the prison because he be cleaning up and he a maintenance man or whatever. So he's been gone all this time. Him and Jesse have not met yet. So he comes strolling in around, about 11 p.m. or whatever, right? The guard pop his cell door, he go in. Now, Jesse got the top rack, and I don't know if Jesse sleep. I don't know what's going on, but I was kind of dozing off until I heard that door pop, right? So, I end up somewhat falling back to sleep. Next thing you know, it had to been about maybe 1 o'clock in the morning. And I hear Jesse like, oh, I ain't going for that. Man. I done did time before. I done did time in the penitentiary, man. You ain't gonna talk to me like that. He saying that to the old man. And you don't really hear the old man saying nothing back, but I know he's saying something because, how Jesse is talking, they gotta be locked in engagement, right? So Jesse was like, all right, we'll see. All right, we'll see. And that's all I heard. So I'm like, man, it's too late. It's getting too late for this, man. I'm tired of this. So I end up naturally going back to sleep, y'all. What do y'all think happened? What do y'all think happened the next morning? Well, I feel y'all in. So all you hear is, what the oh no. It's a guard. And he get on his walkie-talkie. Cold blue. Cold blue is man down. Right? Not officer down. That's code red. Code blue is man down. You learn the codes. You know what I'm talking about? So I get up on the bars and I'm looking and I see them running down, right? I see them all, the guards running down towards, Jesse's cell and the old man. So in my head, I'm thinking, dang, Jesse done did something to this old man. So they got the stretcher, right? And they running past the cell and Jesse is on it. And Jesse looked blue. And I'm looking at Jesse like, his lips was purple and, he had that glaze in his eye. I said, damn, Jesse dead. Then I thought about it. I said, oh, snap. The old man. And shortly after, you see the old man walking down the tier with his, his hands behind his back cuffed up. Allegedly, because I don't know exactly how it happened. We still don't know what happened, y'all. But apparently, that little argument that they had, I guess earlier that morning, I don't know what the argument was about. Of what I heard, I just heard him say, like, oh, you got me effed up. I don't know what the old man told him, said to him. I don't know. But whatever it was, Jesse wasn't going for it. Jesse underestimated this man because he was old. And, well, Jesse lost his life in the penitentiary. Let me tell y'all something right quick. There's a woman out here that's telling, phenomenal stories. I know that, y'all come to Dante for the great story times. But there's a woman out here just telling way, way better stories than I can ever do. I show respect where it's due. It's a woman out here named Stacy Storytime. And she tells some real good story, y'all. She get me through my day when I'm out riding around. I'm talking about when I'm going to the grocery store. I go to her YouTube channel and play a story. Y'all make sure y'all check her out. I'm going to have her link to her channel pinned at the top of the comment section. All right? And with that, y'all. Also, I have a gaming channel, right, where I play Grand Theft Auto 5 and Call of Duty Warzone, right? I'm going to have that link pinned at the top of the comment section. So when I, go live playing the game, y'all can, get on here with me or whatever. And also, I got my reaction channel, but I'm going to pin that later on. But yeah, my gaming channel will be pinned at the top of the comment section. And also, Stacy Stories Time, right? Also, I actually got Stacy's Storytime playlist pinned at the top of my channel also. So there you go. And with that, y'all be easy. I'm out. So they ended up giving me a new cellie, and his name was Jovon. Jovon was maybe around 19, or he possibly was 18. I'm not 100% sure. But in this prison, they typically try to pair you up with somebody around your age. Now, at this time, y'all, I was 24. And like I said, dude was 18, 19 years old. So I'm laying in my bed. Now, at this time, y'all, I didn't have no bunkie.
So I knew eventually I was going to get a new cellmate, whatever. Because my prior cellmate, I ended up putting hands and feet on him because he was snoring in his sleep. But anyway, so they called my name. Dante, get up. Dante, get up. So I peek my head out of the bunk and I see a guy standing there, which is Jovon. So I get up. I already know the deal. So when you get a new cellmate, this is the procedure that you got to turn around, put your hand through the slot, get cuffed up, walk to the back of the cell, and wait till the guards bring the guy in, and then you come, walk backwards, and get unhandcuffed. Now, let me tell y'all something. At that point in time is probably one of the most dangerous times, right? One of the most dangerous times, because you don't know who this guy is that's coming into your cell. He might be a dude that is just a troublemaker and just want to get transferred, and he feel like this is his chance to do something crazy to you because you handcuffed and you can't fight back, and the guards got to put him back at a hole or transfer him depending on how vicious he beat you or do something to you, right? Or it could be a prior gang member, it could be somebody you got beef with, or it can just be somebody that's crazy, right? So I'm always on guard, right? In fact, I replay what I would do if somebody was to, try to attack me while I'm handcuffed in that manner. But anyway, so thank God nothing happened. So he comes in and he's standing over there by the desk. So I get unhandcuffed, the guards walk off. Now I'm looking at him and I can tell, man, he got a little shake to him. I said shake, SHAKE. I didn't say shape. I said shake, like a little nervous tick to him. You could tell he was scared, right? So I said, hey, where you from? And he was like, oh, I'm from, I said, did you stutter? He said, no, I'm from Kalamazoo. I said, oh, okay. I said, man, what did you do, man? He was like, man, I was a getaway driver, and my cousins robbed somebody, and they snitched on me, and that's what happened. I said, getaway driver? He said, yeah. I said, you ever been locked up? He was like, no, I never been in no trouble before at all. I ain't never been in no fight, no nothing. I should never went with them. I said, sit down, man. Let me holler at you right quick. He like, what's up? I said, listen, you are in prison. Man, I need for you to really, really pay attention to what I'm telling you. I said, listen, you in prison, man. You gonna have to start changing the way you move around, man, because it's predators and it's prey up in here, man. And the way that you moving, you gonna be an easy victim. He was like, what you mean by that? I said, case in point, we talking to each other and you looking at the ground. I said, that's a big no-no, man. There's dudes that would take that as weakness, and that is a weakness, that you can't look a man in his eyes when they talking, right? When you talking to him. And he was like, yeah, but I never really could do that when I'm talking to people. I said, man, that's going to have to change, man. I said, another thing, that's all your charges you got is being an accessory? He said, yeah, but there's something else I forgot to tell you. I said, what? He was like, well, somebody got killed. I said, what? He said, yeah. My cousin ended up, shooting somebody, and, but that's another case. I said, listen, how old is you? He said, man, I'm 19. I said, how much time did they give you already for this? He said, man, they gave me 8 years. I said, 8? He said, yeah, okay. I said, well, you know that body, that's going to be 25 to life, right? He said, yeah, I know. I said, well, listen, I'm going to be real with you. I've been here for 2 years now. I done seen it all. I done it all to the max. It ain't too much that I ain't seen or I wasn't involved in. I know the ins and out
of this thing that you call prison. You ain't built for this. Maybe after maybe 5 or 6 years or something, then maybe you will get, your bearings around here. But outside of that, man, you gonna get beat up. You gonna get extorted. You might even have another man, trying to penetrate you or whatever. And that's just what it is. I said, if you didn't do that, if you honestly didn't pull that trigger and they just blaming you for everything, you need to tell. He said, what? I ain't no snitch. I said, you ain't nothing. What you mean you ain't no snitch? Dude, I've been in here for 2 years now. I done seen dudes like you get swallowed up and spit out and stumped on. And repeatedly. I said, there's a guy here right now that looks similar to you. Similar build, similar look, right? And got turned out, pimped out. You need to contact your lawyer and let them know that you want to talk. Because a dude like you would get up in here and maybe have 8 years, right? 10 years max. And that might turn into a life sentence because some man done pressed you too hard or tried to take something that you didn't want to be taken from you, end up taking a life if you about that life. Or you might get violated up in here and your mind just goes somewhere else and you so messed up in the brain that you don't want to go home. So you keep getting in trouble because you don't want to go out there and face the world or face your mama or your siblings or your family because you done got turned out up here. I said, you need to go ahead and tell. All that, I'm a real dude and I'm sticking to the street code. I ain't no snitch. None of that stuff is real. In fact, let me tell you something, little homie. All that no snitching, that came from the Italian mafia, right? To protect the bosses. So the soldiers would have some type of loyalty. Like, come on, man. That street ain't real. I mean, just look at your situation. Your cousins, your own blood, ratted on you, snitched you out, put it on you. And they trying to put this body on you too? But you said you ain't no snitch. So you gonna keep it solid. I said, how long was you in the county? He was like, I've been there for 3 years fighting the case. I said 3 years. And in that 3 years, who was holding you down? Who was sending you money? Who was writing you letters? Did your aunties, that of your cousins, did they send you any money? No. Actually, the family done got divided. Have your mama been sending you money? I mean, she tried. Let me guess. You had a girl too, huh? Yeah, you right. You right when you said had, but yeah, she left me after a couple months and I said, yeah, I know that's how it is. I know that's exactly how it is. But here's the thing. You need to just tell, man. Just tell. Because like I said, the streets is dead and you, for what I gather, you said you want a street dude anyway. So it's like, yo, you need to do what's best for you. And for the people out there that may be listening, I know y'all like, yo, Dante, oh, you disrespecting the G code, man. Man, fuck the G code. It ain't nothing, man. The G code shit ain't real. That G code stuff, that street code ain't nothing. It ain't no honor amongst thieves. It ain't no honor amongst criminals. And make no mistake, I don't care if you a drug dealer. I don't care if you a stepper. Man, I ain't, in the last 20 years, I ain't seen not one crew from any city, from any state, keep it solid. When the feds come knocking, when the police come and grab everybody get to telling. So I don't want to hear none of that. Oh, I'm a real dude. I'm a street dude. And oh, man, cut it out. The streets is dead. And if you cats out there want to still adhere to them and think that we want to be tough and I want to be known to be hard and all that. Well, yeah, there's going to be a place for you in cell block G or cell block H. And well, let's get back to the story. But before we go on, y'all, hold up. Before we go any further, y'all do me a favor. Number one, hit that like button. And number two, I need to ask y'all a real question. Do y'all think the streets are dead? Let me know in the comment section. Just type yes if the streets is dead. Type no if y'all think that the streets is still real or whatever. Also, there's a woman by the name of Stacy Storytime that is telling some wild stories, y'all. She new and she up and coming. Y'all make sure y'all check out her videos. I got her playlist at the top of my comment section. Also, I will have her channel pinned at the top of my comments too. So let's get back to it. So he was like, you know, somebody else told me what you said about maybe I should just tell. I said, yeah, because you know, your people snitched on you. I mean, how did you feel when you found out your cousins was telling on you? He said, man, I was confused. I was like, yo, we blood, we family. Why would y'all tell on me, man? We supposed to be solid, like, and they street dudes. I said, you see what I'm saying? I said, so what even happened, man? Take me through the rundown of what happened. He said, all right, look. I'm actually from the suburbs and, you know, my cousins, they from the hood and I'm the only one that got a car. So, you know, one of my cousins called me and like, hey, you want to take a ride with us? And I'm like, yeah, because I mean, I don't be doing nothing anyway. You'll be bored out here. You know, I'll just be playing the game. So, you know, I go down there and I visit my cousins. So I go pick them up and you know, they telling me like, look, we finna go hit a lick, you down. And at this point, I'm already, you know, here. So I'm like, yeah, what we about to do? And like, we finna go hit this lick on this dude right quick. And he was like, all right, well, what y'all want me to do? Just take us over there and just park down the street. And when we come out running, you know, just take off. You're gonna be our getaway driver. So he said, all right, shoot, do I get some money out of it? They was like, yeah, we gonna give you some weed. Yeah, we robbing this dude for some weed or whatever. So he like, all right, cool. Shoot, all right, let's do it. So he said that they waited to around 1 o'clock in the morning. He said that they pulled up down the street. Now it's 3 of his cousins, right? And the 3 cousins is brothers. So they tell him to park right here by the stop sign, right? Now, they get out the car, and according to various different testimonies and eyewitnesses' account, this is what happened. The 3 cousins, they get out the car. One go to the back door, one on the front door, and the other on the side of the house. Now, the guy that's in the house, I guess he sell weed or whatever, he's up playing Madden in the living room, right? So simultaneously, the one brother is at the back door and the one at the front door. They hit the door, the back door and the front door. Boom! And they come in with the straps, right? Man, get down, right? Then the other brother that's outside, he come through the back door. So they get dude up on the couch. And they like, where it at? Where's it at? Man, where's what at? Boom. So one of the brothers hit him with the pistol. Boom. He don't shoot him, he pistol whip him. Man, we ain't playing with you, man. Where it at? All right, come on, man, come on. Right? So he lead them to his bedroom with the safe at. He open the safe, 13 bands. That's all you got? Yeah, man, that's all I got. Man, where the weed at? Where the weed at? Here. He go to his top dresser drawer. You give him 3 pounds of that sticky, icky, right? So they like, all right, you got any jewelry? Got anything else? No, man. No, I ain't got nothing else. All right, say less. So The first brother is walking out the bedroom door. The second brother's walking out. The third one, as he walking out, he turns because he think that the dude is about to grab something. He turned around and let off 5 shots. Boom, 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 boom. Right? The other 2 brothers thinking that dude and they're shooting at them, they just take off running. Right? They panic and they run. The other brother that was doing the shooting, he take off and start running. He runs out the back door while the other 2 brothers run out the front door. And they run, they jump in the car, right? And they like, go, 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 go. And dude that I'm talking to, Jovon, he's telling me like, well, where so-and-so at? You know, the other brother. They're like, I don't know, but just go, go, go. So they take off, right? Here's the crazy part, y'all. They don't know if they brother just got put down. You see, they don't know who was really doing the shooting. They don't know, was it they brother, or they don't know, was it the guy that they was robbing, whatever. But nevertheless, you know, they get back to the hood or whatever, and the brother ended up calling them like, hey man, come get me. Come get me. They're like, man, we thought you got shot. He was like, oh, so y'all gonna leave me, man? Y'all left me for dead, man. They're like, man, just come on. So they meet up or whatever, right? So he like, what happened? He was like, man, I thought he was reaching. Well, he was reaching for something, so I just let off on him, right? And they was like, man, that's crazy. We ain't supposed to kill the dude. We just supposed to rob. He was like, hey, man, it is what it is, right? So they tell Jovon, like, listen, don't tell nobody about what happened. Don't tell nobody at all, all right? Because we all in this together. Matter of fact, here go $500. He was like, how much did y'all get? Man, we only got, what, $2,500. So he was like, oh, okay. Well, I mean, I ain't gonna say nothing, man. I ain't gonna say nothing. So they're like, all right, man. So he leaves, right? Over the next week, rumors are circulating in the hood of what happened. You know, the brothers, they just can't keep their mouth closed. You got dudes pillow talking to their broads. You got dudes, you know, Instagram, you know, Facebook, going live, talking about ain't nobody moving like they moving, and just all this weird type of stuff, man, you know, incriminating themselves, whatever. So, sure enough, somebody get picked up. I don't know how. I don't know, maybe a broad that they was pillow talking to, you know, I don't know. Whatever it is, the brothers get picked up. And what they do, they agree to blame it on Jovon. They agree that, let's just say, you know, Jovon is the one that put this play together. Jovon, we used it. He was the getaway driver. He put this all in motion, right? So it came out in court that, you know, Jovon was the mastermind. Jovon was feared. Everybody was afraid of Jovon. Jovon looked like he was Nino Brown from New Jack City, right? And they put it all on Jovon. Jovon ended up with the guys for the aggravated robbery and all that, because they haven't did the murder trial yet. But Jovon, you know, he had to take that plea deal. And them, they got 2 years for that. Now the body is about to come up, the trial for the body. So I said, damn, that's a cold story, man. He was like, yeah, man. I said, well, I mean, like I said, man, you just gonna have to, if I was you, I'll just tell, man. F all that. I'll just tell, man. He was like, yeah, I thought about, I was thinking about that. Like I said, this other guy told me that too. I said, yeah, I would. So I said, well, let me let you know the rules in this cell right quick, man. I said, look, everything I'm about to tell you,
you can take this and let this carry you through your whole bid, man. Everything I'm about to tell you is not for me to disrespect you in any type of way. I'm just trying to lace you up and give you game. You like, all right. I said, listen, first thing, don't have nobody in this cell. Don't have no company in this cell. Because if somebody come in here and they steal something, they take something of mine, I got to hold you responsible for it. And you don't know these dudes in here. He said, I understand that. I said, second thing, don't let nobody just walk up in this cell. That's a sign of disrespect. It's like you in your house, right? You chilling in the living room. Somebody just open your door and just walk in. Never let nobody just walk in. He said, okay. I said, another thing, always check it. Check it. He said, what you mean? I said, if somebody come at you wrong or you feel like something is off, you need to check it immediately. Never let nothing go, because this place is a place where it's predators and prey. And a lot of these dudes been in here for a long time and they done perfected their craft. Like they try to test you in the most subtle ways or come out outright and test you. And you got to check it at the door. Now, I ain't saying you got to kill a motherfucker or whatever, but you want to have to display some type of violence on somebody publicly for people to know, like, hey, he ain't the one that you play. Don't try to test him, right? Because as quiet as it kept, nobody want to get stabbed. I don't care how big a dude is. I don't care how tough somebody is. Don't nobody want to get stabbed. Most of the stuff that goes on in prison is just mind games. And that's why I call it military mind games. Because dudes all day try to psych you out, try to trick you, try to get you jammed up, trying to get you put in a situation. And it's like, hey, it's crazy here. So just always check whatever dude that's trying to get over on you, or if something don't feel right or sound right, man, check it. Don't let it go. You give a cat in here an inch, he gonna take 1,000,000 miles. Believe that. On top of that, to piggyback off of that, never ever borrow anything from nobody unless you are able to pay it back, and make sure that you know clearly the terms of the payback, because you will get a dude that'll tell you like, yo, hey, you can borrow these 2 packs of noodles, right? And just get me back on stow day. Now, when he say just get me back on stow day, your mindset might go to, oh, I'll just give him back 2 packs of noodles. But then when stow day come and you come to him with the 2 pack of noodles and he talking about, what is this? And you like, you said get you back on stow day. Here's the 2 packs. And he like, nah, man, interest. And you like, interest? You're like, yeah. And then you come back with 2 more and now you got 4 in your hand. And he like, nah, what the fuck is this, man? Nah, I need 20 of them back. And you like, what? 10 times, man. And they'll run that game on you. And so, however and yeah, that does happen, y'all. So however you want to play that out, well, you tell her, well, listen, I'm not giving you nothing. You gonna take this, or we gonna fight, or so somebody gonna die. And it's that serious, right? Everything is a test. Another thing, that's why I'm telling Jovon, I'm lacing them up. I'm like, listen, if somebody come to you trying to give you something, understand this is prison. Ain't nothing is for free. Nothing is free. Anybody trying to give you something, just always question it. Anybody that approach you, always assume, and this is how I programmed y'all, always assume that when somebody come to tell you something or trying to involve themselves in your situation, that they lying, that they want something from you. They got to prove to you otherwise that they not lying and they not trying to cause you ill intent, right? I said another thing. This is not our house.
Okay? This is the guard's house. Yeah. We are inmates, and yeah, we do live here, but at the end of the day, we can't beat these guards. Show respect. And when I say respect, just because you see some dudes clowning on the guards, whatever, understand this. I done seen where some cats thought they can joke on and disrespect the guard, right? And the guard don't say nothing, like, all right, whatever. And then later on that night, when everybody on lockdown and dude ain't with his homeboys, them guards came in there 5 deep and beat the fuck out of them, right? A guard can really make your life a living hell. They can. They can throw your food on the floor. They can spit on your floor. They can raid your cell anytime they want, tear your pictures up, pull your food out, put their finger in your Vaseline, pause, all that. They can just straight disrespect you. You can't do nothing because they got the numbers. And they'll put you in a hole and just dog you out. So always show respect. Matter of fact, show respect to everybody until somebody show you disrespect. And if they show you disrespect, then handle your business. I said, now, let me tell you about the shower. Now, this is how this go dealing with the prison shower. Now, let me just go ahead and dispel this for you right now. Don't worry about dropping the soap. I know that's, everybody always talking about dropping the soap. Man, listen, get in the shower, wash up, and get out. You shouldn't be in there, for 10, 20 minutes washing up, worrying about somebody going to try to touch you or get behind you if you drop the soap. If you drop the soap, leave that soap down there because the floors is filthy and nasty. Always go down to that shower with your shower shoes on. Do not go in that shower bare feet. All right? Never do that at all. And when you in the cell, also when you in the cell, man, when you gotta pee sitting down. And he was like, what? I said, yeah, it's the reason. It ain't me trying to, treat you like a woman or nothing like that. But here's the thing. You have to sit down because when you pee standing up, you're going to be splashing piss on the floor. You understand? Unless you going to clean up every time. Because you see, I keep this cell clean, as you can see. Just pee sitting down, man. It ain't me trying to punk you or nothing. But I don't want pee splashing all over the floor. And, I got the bottom bunk and I don't want pee splashing on my bed. So just do that. And when you peeing, put your sheet up. You're like, all right, bet. I said also, when you doing a number 2 in here, man, as soon as you drop one, flush immediately. Okay, because I don't want to be up in here smelling you and all that, man. So when you drop one, flush one. You understand? You said, yeah, I got you. I said, and another thing, if you need some privacy in the cell, let me know, right? Let me know. And make sure you put your white sheet up here, right, from here to here. So I would know, like, okay, I don't need to know what you in here doing, but if you need some privacy, just let me know, like, yo, hey, I need about 10 or 15 minutes in the cell or whatever. He said, all right. I said, do you gang bang? Are you in a gang? He said, nah, man, I ain't. I said, good. Don't join neither. He said, why you say that? I said, because, I'm not saying nothing about you. I don't know you, but I can just read you a little bit and they'll have you be a crash out. Like if you join, they'll use you. They'll have you to go on dummy missions. He was like, well, oh, okay. I said, yeah, just don't, man. I said, in fact, I'm gonna give you some advice, bro. You need to do starting off 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups a day. Actually, I would have you do that every 3-4 hours. But, just start doing 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups a day because you need to get your body worked out. You need to build some muscle because, you just always got to be war ready up in here, man. So he was like, all right, all right. So I said, well, look, I'm about to go to sleep. Chow time, lunchtime is at 4 o'clock. And yeah, I'm about to take a nap. Let me tell y'all something. Prison is not no joke at all. The streets ain't no joke neither. A lot of people be asking me, like, yo, Dante, why you be telling these type of stories where dudes getting turned out? First of all, this ain't no turnout video. All right. And then second of all, the reason why I tell these type of stories is because a lot of y'all cats is hard headed. A lot of y'all, y'all have to have something to happen to y'all for real, for y'all to understand, to get the point to something, right? I tell these stories to deter not even just the youth, but there's grown men and grown women that for some reason in their 30s and 40s, they think because they done got away with so much that they can't be touched or won't get thrown in this penitentiary. So I tell these stories, I give you all these different stories, these different ways to end up in prison. So that way, these videos serve as a warning. But hey, a lot of y'all hard-headed. Y'all gonna want to do what y'all want to do anyway, right? Because you grown, right? But hey, who am I? I'm just Dante. Anyway, y'all, do me a favor. Make sure y'all hit that like button. And let me know in the comment section by typing yes or no if the streets is dead or alive, right? And also, like I said, there's a woman by the name of Stacy Storytime, and she's telling some good stories, y'all. Matter of fact, I'm about to listen to one of her stories now when I get done doing this video. I'm going to have the link to her channel pinned at the top of the comment section. Y'all go over there and y'all go show her some love. And with that, y'all, I will be going live from here on out, starting this Sunday. And it'll be between 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. All right, Eastern time. And with that, y'all, I'm gone.
So, ah, shit. Here we go again.
Nothing happens when you drop soap.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
All right, y'all. So this prison story is about when Big Larry turned out Antonio for 2 packs of ramen noodles. Now, if you got a nephew, a son, a little cousin, or somebody that's on the wrong path, I really, really need for y'all to show them this video. Forget all the other stories. Show them this video. In fact, y'all do me a favor. Share this on your Instagram, your Facebook, your TikTok page. This video right here need to go viral. And what you do to make this go viral, share it on all your platforms. Matter of fact, I'm giving everybody permission. If you're a YouTuber, you can react to all my videos. All right? Let's put hashtag the Donta Show Network in your title or your description, right? And oh yeah, do not forget to hit that like button. Now, so I mentioned Big Larry maybe 2 weeks ago, and a lot of y'all was like, yo, Dante, who was this Big Larry dude? I mean, you said that he was a bandit, but you never really got into his whole character. Well, I'm about to let y'all know, right? So I'm in the prison library getting my read on. And one of the things I was reading in there was the Goosebumps book, right? I fell in love with the Goosebumps book, man. And It might be surprising to some of y'all that be like, why are you in there reading Goosebumps books? Let me tell y'all something. When you in prison, it ain't nothing but time. You need, outside of the violence and, you know, all the BS and the shenanigans that's going on in prison, you want to have some type of escape. And my escape was reading the Goosebumps books, Animorphs book, and Are You Afraid of the Dark? Let me ask y'all a question right quick. We're going to do a quick poll. For those that grew up in the 90s and the 2000s, and maybe the late 80s, do y'all remember them books? Goosebumps, Animorphs, and Are You Afraid of the Dark? I remember they turned them into 30-minute shows like on Nickelodeon and stuff. Which one is your favorite? Goosebumps, Animorphs, or Are You Afraid of the Dark? Let me know in the comment section. So I'm in a library, right? And I'm getting my read on. So this dude coming in named Antonio. Now, at this time, y'all, I'm about 22 years old at this time. And Antonio, he had to been just turning 18. So he come in there, and Antonio ain't nothing but maybe, I don't know, 5'7", 5'8", maybe 130, 135 on a good day. I'm not 100% sure, but he was a small dude, right? So he come in there, and I see him watching me from the corner, like at the corner of my eye. So this is what I do, y'all. I keep a Bible on me. And yes, because I'm a man of faith, but I also keep that thing in there too, right? So I grab my Bible and put it on my lap, and, you know, I open the page to Leviticus chapter blah, 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 because that's why I keep my sword of justice at, right? Because I don't know if this dude, I guess, want to crash out on me. I don't know if this dude was sent to cause me harm. I don't know. Did he come in here to get a stripe off of me? I don't know, right? In prison, you never know what somebody thinking and what somebody motives is. All I know is that I'm fully aware that this dude is right here in the corner looking right at me. So I'm like, okay, it is what it is. If he come over here on some BS, I'm going to give him every 8 inches of this sword of justice. Pause. Double pause, right? I was going to give it to him. Nevertheless, he started walking that way towards me. So I grabbed a grip, right? And he like, hey, can I talk to you right quick? And I kind of relaxed a little bit because, you know, the tone of his voice was like a matter of urgency, like curiosity and a little fear in his voice. You know, in prison, you pick up on people tones and how they speak and things. So I hear like curiosity and fear a little bit. So I'm like, what's up? He was like, hey, my name Antonio, and you know, people were saying that, you know, you the guy that I need to talk to. I'm like, what's going on? He said, I need protection. I said, protection? He said, yeah. I said, like, what's happening? He was like, man, it's this guy in my unit named Larry. And when he said Larry, I already knew who he's talking about. And I'm going to tell y'all Larry's story later. I said, okay, what's going on? He said, man, he keep pressing me, man. He keep trying to have sex with me. I said, did you take anything from him? Do you owe him something? He was like, man, he's saying that I owe him 20 soups. I said, 20 soups? He said, yeah. I said, so do you owe him 20 soups? Because if you owe that man, I can't do nothing about that, man. He was like, no, listen, when I just got here 2 weeks ago, and he approached me, and he said, hey, do you need anything? Now, me, you know, being from the streets, you hear about these things about when guys come up to you and try to offer you stuff, you don't take it, you know, because they're going to want something from you. I said, that's true. He said, but, you know, how Larry did it, he came to me every day, and I was hungry. You know, they don't really feed us in here, you know, in the chow hall. So, you know, I just reluctantly gave in after 3 days because I was starving, man. And I said, so what happened? he gave me 2 packs of noodles, 2 beef ramen noodles. And, you know, I told him I was going to get them back. So I said, so did you get them back? He said he refused it. He didn't want me. Actually, the next day, I got money on my books and I bought some commissary for somebody else, and I came right to him and I actually gave him 4, and he didn't want to take it. He said, no, I'm straight. I'm good. I want something else. And that's when he kept telling me, like, I want to have sex with you. I said, so 2 packs of ramen noodles. Actually, you came to him with 4 to settle the debt, and he added 16 on there. I said, take a seat, youngster. So he said, nah. I said, listen, you are in prison. You in prison. You need to have some type of discipline. Now, since you a young brother, I'm going to intervene. I'm going to step in, because I'm assuming you a straight man, right? Yeah, man. I'm not gay. I never did no gay stuff. I don't know. I said, listen, because you a young brother and you straight, and I don't want to, personally, I don't give a damn about you. But for the sake of humanity, I'm going to look out for you only this time. So take this as a lesson, right? So he like, I said, so this what you do. Now open up my Bible. And I gave him a sword of justice. I put it under the table and said, grab that. And he grabbed it. He said, oh no, man, I can't. I said, give me that back, man. I said, matter of fact, come on, let's go. He said, what's going on? I said, let's go. So we leave up out of there. I take the sword of justice and I got to keister it. Now, a lot of y'all probably wondering, well, maybe some of y'all not wondering, because y'all already know what that means. If Dante keystering something, well, basically I had to put the sword of justice, I ain't talking about the sharp part, I had to basically put it up my, you know what, right? Because I was going to the yard, and the guards will randomly search you if you're going on that yard. And like I said, I'd rather get caught with it than without it. So I took the sword of justice, you know, I put it where the sun don't shine, right? So I'm walking, and just sure as hell, the guards pat me down. Bam, 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 bam. Nothing, right? Open your Bible. I open it, boom, nothing there. We good. They pat him down. We go, we hit the yard. So we over there by the bench. I said, listen, man, you in prison. So I pulled out the sword of justice, right? I said, you gonna take that and you gonna handle your business. He said, what you mean handle my business? I said, listen, that man, even if you come with 20 packs of ramen noodles that he demanding, he gonna just switch it on you. It ain't about the commissary. It ain't about you paying your debt. He see you as a weak, young inmate that he want to have sex with. And he just playing military mind games with you. He wants you to think that you got a chance to get out of this. Matter of fact, he don't even want you to think that. He just playing with your mind. He trying to fatigue. See, back in them days, yes, dudes was knocking dudes out and taking their manhood. But then again, there was guys that was in there that wasn't so brutal. What they would do is play games on you. They'd try to run your mental down. They'll try to get in your head. They'll try to exhaust you mentally, right? Emotionally, spiritually. They'll try to drain you of your energy so you won't be able to physically fight back, right? And this is what he's doing to him. So I said, listen, you, Antonio, listen to me. Now, I got about 15 partners in here that if I just snap my fingers and get them the word, they gonna ride, right? Yes. Matter of fact, what did you hear about me anyway? Oh, well, you know, people was telling me if I need protection, you know, come to you. I said, you know, my protection ain't cheap, right? And the way I'm looking at you and what you done told me, you won't be able to afford my services. And he like, well, how much is it? I said, it's $100 a week. He said, 100? I said, yeah, $100 a week. He said, man, I ain't got that. Could I do anything else? I said, man, this prison, dog, it ain't, I make money in here, man. This ain't no charity case. But I'm, like I said, in the library, I'm going to look out for you. So here's a knife and go handle your business. Because I guarantee you, if you don't set the record straight now, if you don't go platinum right now on Larry, it ain't going to stop. Larry is going to have sex with you. He's gonna penetrate you. And he gonna do it until he's done with you, till he finds somebody else. Right? But then that ain't gonna be, that's the least of your concern. Because when word get out that Big Larry done went up in you, all the other dudes that's just like him and worse is gonna try to get at you. And you gonna have how long you got? Man, I got 10 years. 10? What's your minimum? 5. So for the next 5 years, you know, before you eligible for parole, you gonna have a rough time, man. And when that rough time come, you don't know if any of these dudes got STDs that they can't get rid of. You don't know if these dudes got basically death sentences that's inside of their body and they trying to release that into you. You don't know your whole mental state. You said you ain't gay. You ain't never did no gay stuff, right? You don't know how crazy these incidents that will take place on you will happen in your mind and break your mind and make you be walking around here like a zombie. And then you get a cat like Freaky Freddy or Sweet Low might pull up on you and have you putting on lipstick and a mop head that's orange or gray or something, man. I said, you got 3 choices at this point, man. Take this knife and go put it in Big Larry neck, right? To set the example so no other man would try to press you, right? Or don't do nothing and give Big Larry what he want and you get turned out, or go check in the hole. He said, go check in the hole. I said, yeah, it ain't no punk move for you. Now for other cats that might be involved in gangs or, you know, always in beef or always in drama, you know, kicking up dust or whatever. Now, if they go check in the hole, now that is a punk move, you know, running from their issues, running from their problems they done generated or created, right? So at that time,
take out the garbage.
Hold on, y'all. My Alexa talking about.
This is a reminder. Take out the garbage.
Yeah, it's Tuesday and Alexa talking about take out the garbage. My fault, y'all. So anyway, I said, when you look at the situation, you are running to protect your manhood. Go check in PC, protective custody. You might, you know, be in there for the whole 5 years to protect yourself. Now I said back there in solitary confinement, you can lose your mind. You might imagine things. You might see things that's not there. You might start talking to yourself. You will start talking to yourself. It's rough back there too, but at least you'll be safe in some degree, right? But your mind, and I can tell that you're young, man. I can tell your mind ain't strong enough to survive back there. I said your best bet is either get me my money, right? And, you know, we can work out a payment plan, but dealing with me, like, I charge $100, right, a week. So that's $400 a month. If your people can't get me that, I need to know. I can't have surprises because it's just not me. Yes, I am the leader of my organization, but I got people under me that need to eat too. So if that money ain't coming in like it's supposed to, It's just a trickle effect all the way up. And I don't like to be explaining things to the homies of why somebody ain't getting paid or why somebody going without because you not coming through with your bread for protection. And my consequences that I will put on you for me not getting my money will be way severe than what Big Larry could ever do to you. You understand? You like, yeah, I get that, man. I get that. So I said, can you people pay anything? He was like, no, my baby mama, she on welfare. You know, she get the food stamps and, you know, she get like $200 a month from welfare. But, you know, that got to go to our kids. My mama on Social Security, so she can't do anything. My homeboys, they all abandoned me. I mean, sometimes they pick up the phone. Oh, what's up, man? Free my dude. But, man, these dudes ain't, man. No, man, I ain't nothing. No, I can't do anything. I said, well, you in a tough spot, homeboy. So, I tell you what. Take this knife and go take Big Larry life. Or take this knife and I said, have you ever stabbed somebody before? He was like, nah, I ain't never stabbed nobody. I got into a lot of fights though. I said, man, okay, listen. Big Larry is a big dude. So if you don't want to take his life, you gonna have to still poke him up, man. You gonna have to hit him like in his shoulder. You might have to hit him in his back a couple times. But he said, but what if I take his life? Ain't I gonna get life in here? I said, I mean, it's a possibility. You gonna get a lot of more time, yeah. But I mean, hey man, this prison, man, this the terror dome. I don't know what to tell you. So he was like, man, I don't know, man. I don't know what to do, man. I'm finna just go. Hold on, y'all. 1 second. 1 second. We finna get back to the story. There's a woman by the name of Stacy Storytime, right? And she is telling some crazy stories, y'all. She new to the YouTube scene, all right? Make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and check out her videos, right? I'm going to have her link to her channel pinned at the top of my comment section. So y'all go over there, check her out, right? And also, I'm going to have her playlist on my home page of my channel. So y'all go ahead and check her out, right? Now let's get back to it. So now I'm like, yo, dog, so that's it? He said, yeah, man, I'm gone, man. I'll take care of it. So he walks off, y'all. So I'm sitting there and I'm on the bench and the homie Al roll up. Al like, what's up, D? You all right? Cause I'm in my thoughts, man. I said, yeah, that little dude came over here for protection and he talking about Big Larry basically want to, you know, do that to him because he owe him, you know, 4 packs of noodles or whatever. But he talking about he owed him 20. He said, so what's up, dude? Got the bread or what? I said, nah, he ain't got it. So he was like, so, I mean, what? I said, nah, man, I just feel like, you know, it's kind of, you know, even though this prison, but we still got to have some type of a line, you know, where dudes that ain't, you know, gay or whatever, they shouldn't have to, you know, be subjugated to these type of things. He was like, yeah, but I mean, this prison, man, what can you do? I said, yeah, I know, but, you know, at the same time, it's like, I don't know, man. So we're going to put a pause right there. I'm going to say something to the audience. Listen, y'all, I know a lot of y'all would be like, yo, Dante, why wouldn't y'all just start something where, you know, y'all just protect everybody? Because here's the thing, y'all. It's me and about, at max, 15 guys. So it's 16 of us. But you talking about over 2,000 prisoners that been programming the way they've been programming. You got gangs that's indulge in them activities, even though they don't supposed to. You got other organizations. You got, man, listen. we can't go against the grain. We can't. Do you know what would happen to us? Yeah, we stepped in many a times in many situations, but not taking a full stance against the prisoner. We would get rolled up, shipped out, and some of us might not even make it. So it's one of them things. It's like, yo, if it always starts from the streets when you free, do not commit crimes. So you don't have to end up in these messed up predicaments where you gotta figure out if you finna take another man's life or allow this man to take your manhood. So let me tell y'all something too. The other day, right, we in Columbus on the north side, right? And there's this place where teenagers get to go. Impoverished teenagers, poor teenagers get to go to hang out. It's a government-funded program or whatever. And most of the kids there are good kids. Most of the kids there is kids that that just need to escape, right? And from their housing, from situations that's going on in a environment, it gives them a new place to, be at. So I'm in the parking lot and I see this teenager run out and he looked like he just got done fighting. And then I see the staff member run out after him and they grab him. And he basically on the phone talking about, man, come up here, man. We about to shoot this place up. We about to shoot this place up. And I'm thinking in my head, like, yo, like, why are you, you know what I'm saying? Like, you about to shoot this place up. For what? All these innocent people up in here? And typically dudes that win a fight don't want to shoot a place up. It's typically the guy that lost, right? So all I'm thinking is like, yo, whoever you call up here, that's the accessory. Whoever come up here with a gun and y'all do shoot and somebody get hit and they lose their life, both of y'all is getting hit with that, that charge, that first degree charge, because this is premeditated, right? And I was thinking, like, you know what? It's a lot of young dudes out here, man. They just got to go through the motions. They got to, man. They got to. You can't save them all at all. A lot of these dudes, they grew up in situations and households where they witnessed disrespect to their mothers, to their fathers, to their grandmas, granddaddy. They witnessed everybody disrespecting each other, nobody listening to each other. They come from poverty. They come from all the evils that this world has to offer, right? So nobody can tell them nothing. So I got out the car, right? And I worked with juveniles before, back in the day. I worked with at-risk youth from murderers, rapists, just kids that their parents wasn't doing what they supposed to do and they ended up being a ward of the state. I worked with all these type of kids, right? So I seen the situation. So I get out the car and, the staff member, he the white guy, I'm talking about, with glasses, but, he trying his best to restrain the kid and trying to talk to him, but he ain't trying to hear it. So I walk up with my hands open, right? And I tell him, like, hey, let me talk to him right quick, So he like, I'm just trying to come. I said, let me talk to him right quick. I got this. So then I roll up on him, right? And I grab him by his arm, like, strong. He was like, man, who the F is you? I said, hey, listen to me, little homie. Listen to me. I said, listen, whatever you got going on right now, I want you to imagine something. I know you mad right now, but whoever you called up here to shoot somebody or whatever y'all think y'all trying to do, understand you're going to get caught and you're going to get raped in jail. Understand that. Dude, you ain't nothing but what, 14, 15 years old? They sending y'all to the Pike. They sending y'all to Jackson. They sending y'all teenagers, and ain't no more juvenile prisons no more. Y'all going to the big house. You will get your manhood taken. Now, for the sake of YouTube and the guidelines,
I didn't say them exact words. They was way more vicious. They was way more, how can I put it? They was way more direct, and there was a lot of cussing and a lot of swearing and a lot of vulgar language that I was using to this kid, because I'm like, you just don't know. Just because you got whooped, because he had to lose that fight for him to be acting like this. Go home. Go do some push-ups. Go do some sit-ups. Get strong. And then go get your get back. But this right here, you trying to shoot this place up and hit innocent bystanders and stuff, you're going to get taken advantage. You're going to get twisted, flipped, and dipped. And when you get out of prison, you're going to be a woman. You're going to be a walking zombie. And you know, one of the sad things about prison, about these young cats that get turned out, is that they turn to drugs. Oh yeah, because they need to escape. They mind be so gone after they get turned out, they need a escape. So then they start doing drugs. Now they drug addicts. They just trying to escape their reality. But you know what? Hey, a lot of these cats got to go through it. Now, I'm not saying everybody goes through these situations. A lot of these cats click up and gang and get in gangs and stuff like that. But, man, I got stories on that, too. You think that because, you know, these older dudes and these organizations and gangs, they need soldiers. So you think they finna just let you come in and it's finna be a smooth ride? No. If you ain't never put in no work, and I'm talking about real putting in work, I ain't talking about having a gun, shooting with your eyes closed. Yeah. I know them type that be running their mouth and, oh, I bust my gun, but you bust your gun with your eyes closed. Yeah, I know about that, right? No, you gonna have to put in some real work, because this ain't no shooting your gun from your car, hitting the house, or shooting into a crowd down the street. No, you got to put in some work. Here's a knife. If you want to be down with us, matter of fact, it ain't even no negotiating. Since you came to us for protection, because that's what it is, because you scared. So you want to be a part of this gang life? Well, I tell you what, this is what we gonna do. Here's a knife. I need for you to go over there and you go hit that dude. Wet him up. Right?
This is a reminder.
Meaning, I need for you to get over there, right? And I want you to hit this dude up and take his life. Hit him up, stab him up. I want you to hit him in his chest, hit him in his back, hit him in his head, everywhere. And all you thinking is like, man, I don't want to do that. But hey, you win it now. That's why I said, man, you cats, you dudes out there, man, like I said, I had to go through what I had to go through. You know, thank God I came out with my sanity. Thank God I came out. I left prison smarter, meaning not a better criminal, meaning I learned my lesson that, yo, crime doesn't pay. Be patient. Wait on God. You know what I'm saying? Stop being so antsy. Sometimes you got to sit back and just let things play out. Sometimes there's people that get removed from your life, that got to get removed from your life for you to progress. But y'all don't want to talk about that. No, y'all don't want to hear that. Y'all say, oh, Dante preaching. But we ain't gonna do that. No, for the sake of the story, we ain't gonna do that. But I'm just telling y'all right now, it ain't worth it, man. Crime does not pay. You will get caught. You might don't get caught today. Yeah, but some of y'all do, though. Some of y'all do get caught that day. And some of y'all people, your friends, your girlfriends, your homies, your family might rat you out. But hey, I don't know nothing. This is all for entertainment, right? Right. Anyway, so we got to get back to the story, y'all. My bad. Y'all stay tuned for part 2.
Ah, shit. Here we go again. Ah, shit. Here we go again.
So Rob running down the tier, screaming my name. Dante, 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 I need you, bro, I need you. So I hurry up and grab the sword of justice and I pop out the cell. I'm like, what's up? He like, man, I need for you to hide me, bro. Hide me, man. They trying to get me. They trying to get at me. I said, who trying to get at you? So he was like, man, such and such them. Now, for the sake of this story, I'm not going to tell y'all who such and such is because they are part of a gang and they are from Columbus, Ohio. And I have a lot of homeboys and associates that's a part of this gang. And the reason why they was after Rob, well, it was for some nefarious reasons. And I'm not going to mention the name of the gang because these couple of dudes that was involved with, Rob or whatever, they are a bad representation of this gang. So I'm not going to put the gang out there, right? But anyway, so I'm like, man, what's going on? He said, man, look, I walked in on something and I didn't, man, just hide me. So I said, get up under the mat, get under the mat. Now, well, that's the mat, I was talking about the bunk bed, right? So he slid up under there, right? And I put a couple of things right there. So two of these guys run past my cell, right? And then one peek his head and he like, hey, did you see Rob come through here? I said, nah. He was like, did you see where he went? I said, nah, I just got up. He was like, oh, okay. And he took off running, right? And I hear some guys like, hey, man, I think he over there. Oh, no, he ran out, man. He going towards the yard, right? So I peeked my head out the cell, and I'm looking, and I said, okay, the coast's clear. So I'm sitting on my bed. I'm like, hey, Rob, man, what the hell you do? What happened? He like, man, Dante, listen. Okay, so I got up, right? I've been asleep all day. And so I went to go get in the shower. And I seen A, B, C. And they was doing something that they had no business doing. Now, for the sake of this video, I'm not going to tell y'all, well, I guess I could hint at it, but I don't want to go into great detail of what he told me he seen. But let's put it this way. Imagine three men in the shower doing the unthinkable to each other. And we just going to leave it at that. So he said that when he seen that, he was just stuck. And, the guy turned around and looked at him and it was startled. And he said he just took off running. And he said they just took off running after him, right? So now he in the cell with me. So I said, are you for real? He said, yeah, man, they was doing that. They was doing that. And they trying to kill me, bro. I need for you to help me. Now, at this time, y'all know Dante offered the protection in prison. Meaning, if you had issues with people or, you a brand new inmate in here, whatever, and you don't know how to survive, and you don't know how to move around, and you need some paid protection, you'll come holler at me. But in this particular case, I didn't really take on beef that was already in motion, like what he got going on. But I knew Rob because he stayed like 2 blocks away from me in Flint, Michigan, right? And we was cool, but we wasn't friends or nothing like that. But, I knew him from the hood or whatever. So like I said, normally I wouldn't get in the beef while it's already emotion. You have to come to me prior so I can know what's going on, because the gang that was after him were the three guys that was after him. I was cool with a lot of their members, but I wasn't cool with the three guys that he named that was after him and caught them doing the unthinkable to each other. So I said, look, just stay under the bed, right? I'm about to go shoot a couple of moves. I'm finna go holler at a couple of people and see what's going on, right? So I get out there, I tuck the sword of justice, and I get the bailing, right? So I go down the tier and I go out, right? So I see two of the members that had nothing to do with this incident. And I say, yo, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, what's up? I say, hey, let me holler at you right quick. You're like, what's up? I said, listen, it's some crazy going on right now. You know, Rob, right? He said, yeah. Matter of fact, have you seen him? I said, hold up. What did you hear about Rob? What do you, like, why y'all trying to get at Rob? Oh, man, some of the homeboys said that they caught him stealing out somebody's cell, right? One of the homies' cell, and we finna get at him. He just ran like a little rat. I said, that's what you heard? He said, yeah. So, yeah, it's a green light on him. I said, listen, I'm not trying to get in y'all mix or anything, but I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Because he came to me looking for assistance. So the dude I was talking to, a part of his gang, you know, me and him was cordial. We was cool. We was all right. So he said, he came for you for protection. I said, yeah, man. He said, well, I mean, hey, we need that. We need to get at him. I said, but wait, I need to tell you something, though. See, the story you telling me that somebody caught him in one of your homeboy cells stealing, I got a whole different story. He like, what you mean you got a whole different story? I said, man, come on, let's come over this way. I said, listen, I'm not trying to get in y'all mix. I'm not trying to, cover for dude. But, when I ran into dude, he told me that he caught 3 of your homies in the shower doing a 3-way. He said, what? I said, yeah, that's what he told me. So he said, ho. So you seen Rob, he asked you for protection, and he told you that he caught 3 of my people in the shower doing some crazy I said, yeah, that's what he told me. He said, that's why they after him. He said, hey, where he at? Where he at? I said, listen, I can't tell you where he at, but we gonna have to do this right, man, because listen, if he did go into one of your homies' cell and he stole something from them, then hey, it's a green light. It is what it is. But if he's running for his life because he caught some of your homies doing some things they ain't supposed to do, well, that got to be held in court. So he was like, well, where he at? I said, just give me your word that y'all gonna give him a fair shake. He was like, all right, let me go holler at some of my homies right quick, right? So I said, all right. So he left for about 5 minutes, right? About 7 minutes to go by. And about 10 of his guys, 10 people in that gang, including like 3 of them that I knew personally that I was tight with, they approached me like, okay, Dante, we got it set. We finna go get the 3 dudes that, that he claimed that this happened to, and we finna hold court. I said, all right, I got your word, right? He said, yeah, we got you. So I said, all right. So I went upstairs, right, and went in my room. I'm like, hey, Rob, listen. I talked to some of the OG homies, and they willing to hear you out. He's like, man, what you mean they willing to hear me out? I said, listen, you really ain't got no choice. Because, you can't stay in this cell forever. You know what I'm talking about? They wanna know. They saying that you went in one of their homeboys' cell and stole some things, and you got caught, and that's what you trying to cover up for. He was like, man, I didn't go into nobody's dang cell, man. I told you what happened. I said, listen, one of the OG homies, they gave me their word, and I got a couple homeboys in that crew or whatever. And, they said they give you a fair shake. So I said, if you stole from them, you need to let me know, because you got me in a situation that, I don't know 100% if you, what I'm talking about, if you telling the truth. I don't know that. So, I set it up where y'all can discuss that. So he like, man, all right. So I said, you good, you straight? He said, yeah. I said, all right, hold on, let me go see what they had a meeting at. So I leave off the cell and I go down the tier. And I see now it's like they whole gang is right there. And the 3 dudes that's being accused of doing the unthinkable, they right there too. And they about 30 deep. So I'll go over there straight to the leader. I said, listen, he said he willing to come out, he ready to talk about it, but he just really want to get this stuff situation and let y'all know that he did not steal nothing. So the dude like, all right, man, tell him, come on, man, come on. So I go upstairs. I said, all right, they ready for you. So he like, man, Donta, you got me right. I said, I got you to a certain degree, man. I got you to this meeting. So let's just see what's going to happen. So he like, all right, man. So we leave out my cell and I walk him down, right? So I see them all going towards the bathroom, right, where the shower's at. So I guess this is where the meeting at. So we go up in there, right? The 3 guys that's, being accused of the unthinkable, they standing right there to the right. The rest of the gang over here to the left. And then me and Rob walk in, right? So he like, there you go. That's the mother effer right there, right? That's the 3 dudes, right? They acting all crazy. So they leader like, man, y'all fall back, chill. He got some crazy stuff that he, told the homie Dante. So we finna get down to the bottom of this. So he like, okay, Rob, tell us what you told Dante. He said, look, I was asleep. I woke up. I went down there to get in the shower. When I entered in here, I see them 3 right there touching each other. So the OG of them was like, what? He said, yeah, they was touching on each other. And, the other 3 guys that's been accused, like, man, this mother effer lie, man. He lied, man, I'm finna get at him. So they kept trying to walk towards him, but the other gang restrained him, like, no, y'all chill. So OG dude, like, hey, don't be BSing, man, because, well, first of all, we don't tolerate no type of homosexuality in this gang at all. So you need to be straight up real. If you stole from them, if you stole something from one of my little homies, you need to just say that, because you're getting a whole bunch of stirred up. So it's just the honest to God truth. So dude, like, Rob, like, yeah, man, that's what I seen. I didn't steal anything. What did I steal? Who did I steal from? And they couldn't come up with no answer, right? So the OG homie said, okay, look, this what we gonna do. Since I can't get the truth out between you or y'all 3, I'm automatically gonna ride with my people. But there's a big but. Since I can't find out if y'all 3 was doing that type of right there, we gonna do this the right way. All 4 of y'all gonna catch a fade. So Rob like, I'm cool with that. I'm fine with that, as long as y'all don't jump me. So dude like, nah. Matter of fact, we gonna do it. We gonna do one better. Y'all gonna go to knife play. So dude like, Rob like, knife play. He like, yeah, because what you being accused of, and then you accusing my homies of doing, that's just the death penalty. One of y'all, somebody got to die. Blood got to be spilled. So he's like, matter of fact, Dante, go ahead and get up out of here, man. Roll on up out. Right? So I got up out of there because it was not none of my business. So I leave up out of the bathroom, right? About 15 minutes to go by, I see these dudes leaving out of the shower. Everybody piling out, everybody leaving. And I'm watching to see is Rob gonna come out. I didn't see Rob come out, y'all. Nor did I see two of the guys that was accused of doing the unthinkable to each other. I didn't see them come out neither. So I sat there for a minute. I said, the heck happened? Did they pour out Rob? Y'all let me know in the comment section. What do y'all think happened? This prison story is about when my cellmate ended up selling his manhood for 3 packs of cigarettes. Now, if this story sounds familiar, it's because this is a piggyback off a KB story when the warden ended up banning, tobacco products in our prison. So long story short with the KB story, if y'all haven't heard it already, basically KB went around taking people tobacco, taking people cigarettes, and dared you to do anything about it. So we're just going to piggyback off of that story. Now, at this time, I had a cellmate by the name of Reginald. And Reginald, he was in there for grand larceny, right? He wasn't a violent inmate or anything like that. He was just one of them dudes that, I guess he was down on his luck in the world, and I guess he wanted to commit some type of money fraud, and well, he's in here with me now. So when Reginald got in there, I didn't think too much of nothing about him. He didn't look like no gang member. He didn't look like a violent dude. He just looked like a regular dude that his luck just ran out. So when Reginald came in there, I noticed he didn't have anything, right? And normally if somebody come in there and they don't have anything, it's 9 times out of 10, they either a new inmate and they haven't had time to, catch the store, or they just, or what I call a hobo inmate, somebody just living off the land, somebody that is, up in here off of the bare necessities. They ain't got no prison hustle to make money. They don't got family out there to send them money. So when he came in there, I was sizing him up. So I asked him, I'm like, yo, you just got here or something? He was like, yeah, I just got here. I said, oh, okay. I said, you ever been in prison before? He was like, no, I never been in prison before. This is my first time and hopefully my last time. I said, right. I said, how long you got, man? He said, man, they gave me 4 years, but I got, I got 2 to 4. So I said, 2 to 4? He was like, yeah. I said, what you do? He said, just grand larceny, really. I said, oh, okay. All right, whatever. So now let me let y'all know, for the cats out there that might find yourselves in prison, typically you don't supposed to ask your cellie what he in there for, because that is actually a write-up. You can get a ticket for that. But we still do it anyway, because you don't want to be in a cell with some whacked out dude or somebody that got super bad charges. So anyway, let's get back to the story. Oh, before we get back to the story, in case y'all forgot, make sure y'all hit the like button and make sure y'all let me know where y'all from in the comment section. All right. So anyway, so he putting the stuff up and I tell him the cell rules. I'm like, listen, you got the top bunk, and when you use the bathroom, make sure you put your sheet up or whatever, because I don't want to see you. I don't want to really hear you. I mean, I ain't got no choice but to hear you or whatever, but, just put the white sheet up, your white sheet, whatever. If you peeing in the toilet and any of it get on the floor, because I kept my cells, pristine clean. I said, if you get any pee on the floor, make sure you get it up like immediately. I don't want to be sitting up there telling another grown man, to keep the cell clean. I said, another thing is make sure you don't have nobody in this cell. And he was like, oh, okay. I said, nah, I'm telling you the reasons why. Because, he had like this confused look on his face when I was explaining to him the rules of my cell.
To make no mistake, y'all, whatever cell I was in, it was my cell. Whoever came in there, or I had to come in there, the roles was reversed. It was my cell and you was a guest, right? Because like I said, yeah, I tell you all the time, you can't tell another man how to program, but hey, I'm not in prison. Y'all living with me, and that's just how it is. So anyway, I tell him, like, look, if you don't have nobody in the cell, because if something end up missing, I'm holding you responsible. You know, if something is used, if something out of place, I'm holding you responsible, right? So just to cut all that out, don't have nobody in this cell, right? So he's like, all right. I said, if you eat in this cell, because at this time, y'all, there was a lot of mice and rats in this prison or whatever. And, you know, it's just best, like, if when you got your food or whatever, keep it in your locker box. Cause they give you these boxes, like a suitcase type metal locker or whatever. I said, keep all your food in the metal locker. Do not just have it out on the desk. Don't have it on your bed, whatever. If you're going to be eating in your bed or in here, man, make sure you clean up after yourself, because I'm afraid of mice. Like, yeah, y'all, yeah, that's Donta's biggest phobia is mice. Matter of fact, let me ask y'all a question. What is your biggest phobia? Let me know in the comment section. Mine is mice. Mine is rats. Mine is raccoons, squirrels, any type of rodent. I'm terrified of these things, right? So I'm letting them know, like, hey, just the other day, you know, I made the mistake, because I just got it here 2 weeks ago. But just the other day, I had a couple packs of ramen noodles on the desk and 3 honey buns and a Snicker bar on the desk. And, you know, I'm laying in the bed. Y'all know when y'all like halfway sleep and halfway woke, I think it's called translucid dreaming or whatever, where you in between both worlds, the dream world and the real world. I guess I was sleeping like that, and I kept hearing this munching noise. And, you know, in prison, yeah, normally it's always loud, it's always something going on, but when it's around 2 o'clock in the morning, it's like, it's quiet. Super quiet. So when you hear like this munching noise, you're like, what the heck is that? So I end up waking up, and I kid y'all not, I turned, because I was facing the wall when I sleep, right? Like laying on my side or whatever. But when I end up turning and look, I seen like 6 red glowing eyes, right? And at first I thought it was like maybe demons or something. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just waking up. And when my eyes adjust, because I'm like scared at this point, because you wake up and you see like 6 red glowing eyes, maybe 3-4 feet away from you. Man, come on, man. So I'm looking, and then my eyes really adjusted, and I see it's rats. And keep in mind, y'all, I'm in this small cell. I'm terrified. I'm petrified, actually. I don't know whether to scream. I don't know whether to... Yeah, y'all. Big old bad Donta is afraid of mice. Big old Donta is afraid of rats. I don't know whether to scream. I don't know whether to yell. I don't know what to do, right? But I know I got to do something. And I don't know, y'all. Y'all got to bear with me. I'm really having like a traumatic PTSD type of moment right now while I'm trying to tell y'all this story. I just want to get past this part, right? But I end up like, hey. And they just took off running. They jumped off the desk and just took off running, and they ran out the cell. And my heart was beating off. I didn't even go to sleep that night, y'all. But anyway, let's get past that, because if y'all could see me right now, I'm kind of shaking. So let's move on. So, you know, I end up telling him, like, you know, these are the rules of the cell, and, you know, A, B, C, and D. And he said he understood and everything was good, right? There was other things I mentioned to him, but it ain't. I know y'all can't wait to get to how he ended up selling this manhood for 3 packs of cigarettes, right? So anyway, he leaves out the cell and he gets on the phone or whatever. And I go out the cell and I go under the stairs and I'm doing my pull-ups because right now the yard was locked down. Well, both yards was locked down and we couldn't come outside for at least a month right now because they found a whole bunch of knives. They found a whole bunch of drugs. They found a lot of contraband on the yard, so they shut it down, right? So I like to work out, right? So outside of me doing my push-ups and sit-ups or whatever, I'm under them stairs doing my pull-ups, right? So now we about to get to the juicy part. So he down there on the phone, right? And I'm ear hustling because he right there, and I guess he talking to his girl or whatever, and he telling her like, hey, could you hurry up and put that money on the books or whatever? Because, you know, I need to get right. I need some cigarettes or whatever. And she like, I guess she's telling him she don't get paid yet and he got to wait for 2 weeks or whatever. And I don't know if that's what she said to him, but I'm assuming because how he was responding to her like, man, I need things in here, whatever. And, you know, normally people get paid every 2 weeks or every other week or whatever. So he hang up the phone and he sit down and I go over and I said, what's up with you? He was like, man, I'm jonesing. I'm jonesing, man. I said, jonesing for what? Because usually when I heard somebody say they jonesing, it's like they want like some, you know, some type of drugs or something, right? So he like, man, I'm just jonesing, man. I need a cigarette. I need some tobacco, man. I said, well, man, it's getting scarce around here, man. You know the warden is about to shut all that down next month. He said, yeah, I know, I heard, man, but, man, do you got any cigarettes? I said, nah, I ain't got none. I don't smoke. He was like, oh, man. So guess who pops up? Now, I don't even know where Freaky Freddy came from. It's like Freaky Freddy, whenever he hears somebody going through something or in need of something, his ears perk up and he just appear out of nowhere. And he just pulled up and was like, you need some cigarettes? And dude was like, yeah, I'm jonesing bad. So Freaky Freddy was like, how many you need? He was like, sure, as many you can give me. So he was like, all right, give me a minute. And Freaky Freddy walked off. And then I was like, hey, you do know you're going to have to pay him, right? And he was like, yeah, I know that. I know about the prison rules. Don't take nothing unless you can pay him back. Yeah, but my girl she gonna send that money through. I ain't tripping about that. I said, well, listen, I ain't trying to be, you know, in between what y'all got going on. But he one of them type of dudes. And he was like, what you mean he one of them type of dudes? I said, he one of them type of dudes that, you know, he like dudes, and, you know, you just make sure you get homeboy whatever y'all work out, whatever, because he gonna want something. And he was like, yeah, man, I'm a grown man. I got this, man. I ain't tripping about that. I ain't tripping. So I said, all right. So then Freaky Freddy came back and he had a carton of cigarettes. So dude was like, oh, thanks, man. Thanks. We all this for me? Freaky Freddy was like, yeah, man, I'm just looking out, man. We blacks. We know black people gotta look out for each other. But this is what I need from you though. You know, since it's so scarce around here, you know, tobacco, you know, they shutting everything down. I'm gonna need 3 boxes. So dude, like, 3 boxes? He was like, yeah, you know, 1 for 3. I need 3 cartons. So dude was like, can I do 1 for 2? He was like, nah. It gotta be 1 for 3, man. I need to get mine. I got this is what I do. So dude sat there for a minute. He was like, all right, man, I got you. So he stood up with the carton of cigarettes that Freaky Freddy gave him and tried to walk off. And Freddy was like, hey, wait a minute now, hold on. I need for you to know something. And when he said that, he looked right at me, right? And I just walked off like, it ain't my business. So he said, hey, I need for you to know that, you know, once you take this from me, I'm going to need me. You going to have to give me them 3 cartons. And when you get some money, you got money now? He was like, no, I ain't got none. I went for my girl to put money on my books, but she don't get paid till 2 weeks from now. So Freaky Freddy was like, man, 2 weeks? Nah, I can't wait that long. Here, let me get them back. Dude was like, wait, what you mean? He like, no, let me get them up off you, man, because I can't wait for no 2 weeks. So dude was like, wait, hold on. Let's work something out. I could give you, what do you want? I give you my food trays. I give you my, you know, my hamburgers or whatever. Freaky Freddy was like, nah, man, I run the store, man. I got food. He was like, well, I give you hygiene and stuff. I got a couple of deodorants up in here and shampoo. He was like, nah, I don't need no hygiene or nothing neither. And he was like, matter of fact, kid, come in the cell with me right quick. Let's rap. Let's rap. Let's go talk about it. I don't want everybody in my business. So they go in the cell, right? So Freaky Freddy sit down because Freaky Freddy ain't got no cellmate. So Freaky Freddy, he sits down on the bottom bunk towards the toilet, whatever, and dude come in and he standing by the cell door. Freaky Freddy like, listen, I don't know if your cellmate Dante told you about me and how I run my business. I really don't give a dang what he told you, but I'm just letting you know that, and at this time, y'all, I didn't tell him exactly what Freaky Freddy actually do and what he require or whatever, but I just told him he just one of them type of dudes that like dudes or whatever. But Freaky Freddy just put it out there on the line, and he told him, like, listen, I want to help you, but you got to help me also. You know, you got to, you know, look out for, if I'm going to look out for you for these next 2 weeks and you get your stuff in, you're going to have to look out for me. So dude's sitting there and he like, what do you mean I got to look out for you? Like, I don't understand. Well, what do you mean? So Freaky Freddy scoot a little closer towards him. He's like, listen, we all in here together and, you know, we all got needs. I mean, you want to smoke, you know, you Jones and you need tobacco in your system or whatever. You know, I run the store, man. I got coffee, I got chips, I got, you know, Debbie cakes, I got summer sausages, I got sauces, I got drinks, I got whatever you want, man. And like I said, it ain't just the cigarettes that I can help you out with, man. It's all these things I can give you or whatever, you know, on credit, whatever. But, you know, just look out for me. So, dude, like, what do you mean? I don't understand when you say look out for me. So Freaky Freddy, like, you know what? Don't worry about it. I'll tell you what, though. I'm gonna give you 3 packs of cigarettes. I ain't gonna give you no carton. I'm gonna give you these 3 packs of cigarettes. Matter of fact, you got commissary up there? He was like, nah, I ain't got nothing. He was like, well, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna give you 5 packs of ramen noodles. So here go 3 packs. Here go 3 packs of cigarette. Here go, you know, 5 packs of ramen noodles. Dude, what type you want, chicken or beef? He like, shoot, man, you can mix it up. I ain't tripping. All right, here you go. He go 5 right here. And at this time, Freaky Freddy got him a list or whatever, right? He got a pencil and a pad and he writing these things down. He's like, you want some Skittles or some peanut M&Ms? I even got the M&Ms that ain't got no peanuts in them. So he was like, okay, shoot, I'll take some, you know, 2 packs of the, you know, peanut M&Ms. And, can I get 2 of them Pepsis? He's like, man, you know what? I'll give you 4 Pepsis. He like, all right, man, bet, that's a blessing. So Freaky Freddy like, so you good? You straight? He was like, yeah, I'm good looking out. So Freaky Freddy like, all right, man, but look, this the deal though. So you said your girl
is going to have money on your books in 2 weeks. So today is the 7th. So on the 21st, oh, that's real good because the next day is stow day. So on the 22nd is stow day. On the 21st, your money should be in, right? He like, yeah. It should be in, yeah. Yeah, she got me. My girl worked. She worked at a nurse herb. So, you know, she got that bread, man. So Freaky Fred's like, all right, look, you better have it. You better have money. He like, so how much I owe you? It was like, for the 3 packs of cigarettes, 20, 40, 60. Yeah, he said $20 for a break. He said, yeah, man, we in prison. So $60 for the cigarettes, $3 each for the ramen noodles. So that's 15. The $75. The 2 Pepsis is $3. So $78, $82. The peanut M&Ms is $3, 88, 91. All right, we'll do 95. 95. I'll show you some love. Not even though he really didn't show him no love. $95. So he was like, I bet. He was like, and I need that on Cash App. So let your girl know that, you know, saying $95 on Cash App. He was like, I bet, man. Thanks for showing some love. Freaky Fred's like, all right, just know, you know, if you don't have my money, you know, I just want you to know I don't play games at all. He was like, I got you. I got you. So he leave out the cell. And he walk out. And now, like I said, y'all, I'm under the stairs, under the tier, doing my pull-ups, right? So he said, hey, Bunky. He called me Bunky. You know, we roommates. Hey, Bunky. Hey, you want to get out on some of these noodles or whatever? I said, nah, I'm straight. I'm good. He said, all right. Well, yeah, I'll see you later. So he go in the cell, right? So I'm sitting there here thinking like, okay, he been in that cell for a good 7 minutes. I wonder if Freaky Freddy told him if he can't pay him what he's going to have to give him. So I said, you know what? Let me go up here and holler at him and see what's going on. Because if this dude, if Freaky Freddy told him that he was going to have to, you know, give up his manhood or whatever, he going to have to leave. He got to get out my cell because I can't be in a cell with somebody that, you know what I'm talking. I'm not homophobic or nothing like that, but the way I was programming, I prefer not to have somebody like that in my cell or whatever, right? So I roll up there. I go in the cell. I'm like, hey, so what y'all work out? He was like, oh, man, he really looked out for me, bro. He gave me all this. He gave me all this and that. And he told me I just got to give him $95. I said, word? He was like, yeah, but shoot, my girl, man, she going to give me about $200-300, so I ain't tripping. I said, okay. I said, so, did he tell you, like, if you can't pay him, what you have to give him? He was like, nah, he just kept saying, I'm just going to have to look out for him. And, you know, I'll look out for him. I ain't tripping because, you know, I'm going to get some money in. I said, oh, so that's what you think he meant when he said looking out? He was like, yeah, I mean, he looked out for me. So, yeah, I mean, we just going to look out for each other. I said, bro, you remember earlier when I said that, you know, dude like dudes or whatever? He said, oh, yeah. I remember you said that. Why, what's up? I said, if you don't pay him, he's going to want something else from you. He's going to want your backside. He was like, man, get out of here, man. Dude ain't, man, I ain't like that. Like I said, I'm going to give him his money anyway. I ain't tripping. I said, all right, man, you got it. You got it, G. So let's just fast forward. We gonna fast forward, right, to the 21st. Because there was a lot of stuff that happened, but this story is just only about my bunkie that sold his manhood for 3 packs of cigarettes in Mo. Right? So we just gonna fast forward to the 21st. As soon as the doors cracked, bam,
Freaky Freddy was right there. He didn't come in the cell because he already knew what time it was if he would have came in that cell, right? Dante would have put hands and feet and folded him up and put him in a suitcase and sent him right to the hospital. Because I ain't play people coming in your cell, right? That's disrespectful. This is my home. You do not just walk into my cell. But Freaky Freddy was right there, front and center. Hey, you got that? You got that? Bunky like, yeah, I'm finna get on the phone right now. I'm finna get on the phone and call her. You're like, all right, cool. Oh, what's up, Dante? What's up? What's up, Fred? Oh, hey, nothing. It's a beautiful day, good day. And he just walked off, right? I already knew what time he was on, and rightfully so. You know, when you loan somebody something and you let them know what the terms and stipulations is of, you know, he had the right to, you know, to be up on what he was on, to get, you know, what he already set out, right? So Freaky Freddy is right there. He on him, right? Dude, get on the phone. Hey, you sent the money yet? Yeah, just wait a minute. I'm still at work, man. I get off at 3 o'clock. Oh, okay, bet. Okay. She says she finna, she gonna send the money when she get off of work, whatever. So Freaky Freddy was like, all right, okay, cool, whatever. All right, bet, whatever. So let's fast forward to 3 o'clock, right? Hey, Freaky Freddy like, hey, it's 3 o'clock, man. You gonna call your girl? He like, yeah, man. I finna call her now. I finna go to, hello? Hey, baby, did you send that money yet? I'm about to right now. Okay, listen. I need for you to send $95 to this Cash App. Hold on 1 second. This her talking. She like, hold on 1 second. So she click over, right? And Freaky Freddy like, hey, here's the Cash App right here. So she get back on the phone. He like, all right, baby, listen, send $95 to, then she like, hold on. I can't send you $95. I only can send you $40. He like, wait, babe. I need for you to send 95 to, I thought you said you was going to send me like $200-$300. She was like, I never told you I was going to send you. I got bills. You know, you ain't helping. You know, I got bills. I'm out here doing this on my own. I only can send you $40. So he kind of shifted his body the other way, away from Freaky Freddy. Like, hey, listen, I need a couple $100, babe. I mean, I ain't got nothing. She was like, well, I didn't tell you to get locked up. And he was like, but I did what I did for us, you know, to pay rent and all that. She was like, okay, but like I said, you locked up, you not contributing. I only can send you $40, right? So Freaky Freddy like walk up on someone like, is it an issue or anything? He's like, no, man, hold on, I'll talk to you in a minute. So Freaky Freddy walk off a little bit. He take maybe about 5 steps back and sit down, but he's watching dude. So dude like, listen, baby, I need that money. Like, I need some money. Like, I mean, can you at least send 200? She said, what part of I ain't got it don't you understand? I got bills. I got a car note. I got to pay rent. I got to pay insurance on the car and rentals and insurance on the apartment. I got to eat. I don't get food stamps. Like, no, I only can give you $40. He's like, well, could you get at least 100 so I can pay this guy? She was like, what you mean pay this guy? I mean, I was borrowing stuff in here and I owe this dude $95. I mean, could you at least give me 100 or 95? She was like, listen, I only can give you $40 and I can't, that's it. I call your sister. Man, I ain't got no money. Well, call your mama. Man, she on Social Security, man. I can't. She like, listen, what's the Cash App? And he was like, hold on. He said, hey, Freddie, what's the Cash App? All right, so he tells her the Cash App. She's like, all right, I sent it. So Freaky Freddy, he goes upstairs and go get on the phone and he see the money. But it's only $40 there. So Freaky Freddy come downstairs and he like, hey, it was only $40. She only sent 40. He was like, yeah, I know. She only said she can only give me, $40. But I'll give you the other 50 in the next 2 weeks. Freaky Freddy was like, nah, that ain't gonna work. He was like,
Yeah, but you see, you know, my girl said, he said, yeah, I know what your girl said, but that ain't what we agreed to. I need my money. So he was like, well, I can't give you what I ain't got. He was like, hey, I ain't about to argue with you or nothing, but we gonna have to work out a new deal or something. But just come in my cell right quick. This was Freaky Freddy telling dude. So just come in my cell right quick. I ain't gonna touch you. I ain't gonna try to fight you or nothing. Just, I don't want everybody in my business. You know, just come in my cell, whatever. So dude go in the cell with Freddy. Freddy like, hey, listen, man. I know you new here. I don't know how do you know how things work around here? But when you tell somebody that you gonna get them something, and especially when they front you something, and it ain't what it is, hey, yo, dog, you gonna have to do something. And you're like, what you mean? What you mean I gotta do? He said, you gotta do something, man. It's like, you remember when I told you gonna have to look out for me then? He was like, yeah, I am gonna look out for you when I get up. When my girl starts sending me money, and you're like, nah. I ain't talking about you looking out for me with no food or no hygiene or even no money. I don't need no money. You see, I got everything I need, but you gonna have to look out for me. So he was like, what you mean? He was like, listen, I'm about to go get in the shower, right? And I need for you to just, you know, wash my back. So dude was like, man, I'm not about to wash your back, man. I'm not about to go in no shower with you, man. Freaky Fred was like, oh, wait a minute, man. Why you raising your voice? I'm not raising. You owe me. I don't owe you. You owe me. So I need for you to just wash my back when I go to the shower. So dude like, hey, I'm not doing that, man. I ain't gay, man. Freaky Fred's like, oh, wait a minute. I ain't gay neither. I'm just saying, I need for you to wash my back. He said, yo, dog, I'm not doing that. I'm not finna go in no shower with you, and I'm not about to wash your back, man. I'm not doing that, man. So Freaky Fred was like, all right, look. I'm gonna need for you to do something for me. So dude like, what? What you want me to do? And Freaky Fred was like, you know what, y'all? I don't even want to tell y'all what he told him to do. I'm just gonna say this because I know a lot of y'all got some freaked out minds, and a lot of y'all want to hear something so bad, so nasty, so despicable. Now, Freaky Freddy done told this man. I don't even know. I don't even feel comfortable telling y'all what he told. All right, forget it. For the sake of the story, I'm going to tell y'all. Freaky Freddy told this man. Freaky Freddy told this man, all right, listen, we ain't got to do anything, but I'm going to lay on the bed with my clothes on, and I want you to lay on top of me. We gonna end the story right there. And I'm gonna tell y'all why. The reason why we gonna end that story right there is because I don't feel comfortable explaining and walking y'all through what happened. Because as a straight man, you know, when I tell y'all like these type of turned out stories, have y'all ever noticed I don't ever go into detail of exactly what happened in that act? Because as a straight man, I just don't feel comfortable, you know, telling y'all that. So what I will say for the sake of the story is that my cellmate end up agreeing with Freaky Freddy. And I don't know what is it called, you know, in different states or cities or whatever, but they start hunching, burning zippers, and that's what Freaky Freddy wanted from him. And Freaky Freddy told him that he have to do that with him 20 times, and his debt will be cleared.
So basically, Freaky Freddy told him, like, we don't have to do it, but let's just hunch, basically. And dude agreed. So we're going to fast forward. Actually, no, we can't really fast forward because I have to get him out the cell to when I confronted him. So Freaky dude ended up agreeing to hunching on Freaky Freddy. So Freaky Freddy put up his white sheet in front of the cell. And when I seen that white sheet go up, I went back to my cell. I packed all dude stuff up. I rolled all this stuff up and I put it outside the cell. Because like I told y'all from the get-go, I'm not going to be in no cell with no homosexual. And some of y'all might say, well, Donta, he didn't necessarily do the act. No, man, I don't give a damn. If a man is bumping and grinding with another man, even with his clothes on, off the fact that he doing this to clear his debt, nah, that ain't happening. That's out. There's no way I'm going to allow another man to be in the cell with me, and that's how he programmed it. That's not going to happen at all. So I pack all this stuff up and I put it outside the cell, right? So he come out of the cell about 10 minutes later, right? And he just come right up toward the cell, and I'm standing there right there with my arms crossed, blocking the cell. He like, hey, what's going on? I said, listen, we ain't about to argue. All your stuff is right here. We ain't about to argue. We ain't about to do no debate. You don't need to explain nothing. Go down there to the control booth. Tell the guards that you refusing to cell up with me. I don't give a damn what you tell them. But tell them that you got to get a cell change. You cannot be in the cell with me. He like, all right. The way he was looking, he already knew that I knew that something went down. So he's like, all right. So he grabbed his things and he go down the stairs. He go to the control booth, right? They pull him in the control booth. I don't know what they told him or what he told them, whatever, but they end up taking him out of there, all the way out, right? So Freaky Freddy comes out of his cell and he looking around and he looked dead at me and then he just shake his head. So then I go back in my cell and I come back out my cell and I see Freaky Freddy. He at the control booth like, hey, where dude at? And they said they took him to the hole. Now, I don't know exactly what dude told the guards or whatever, but whatever it was, they just took him straight to the hole. And well, Freaky Freddy, I guess he got his off, but I don't know. Let me tell y'all something. I don't like telling these type of prison stories, but then again, this is what y'all like. Now a lot of y'all gonna say, no, we don't, but yes, y'all do. Y'all be saying, oh, Donta, you always telling these type of stories. Why won't he talk about? I do talk about other stories. It's just the algorithm pushes these type of stories more often, right? Now, the reason why I'm telling y'all this story is because there's a lot of people that watches my channel, right? From all across the world, from all different ages. And unfortunately, some people that's listening to me right now is going to find themselves in prison. They're going to do something, whether they're innocent or guilty, 9 times out of 10 guilty. One thing that you do not do is borrow when you know dang well, if that money, I tell people, if that money ain't guaranteed, if that money ain't in hand, don't borrow, because anything can happen. Anything can happen when you rely on somebody to give you some money from the free world, right? I tell y'all these type of stories so it can serve as a warning, a huge warning, right? But hey, people gotta live and they gotta learn. It is what it is, y'all. Listen, there's a woman that is telling some crazy stories, right? And her name is Stacy Storytime, right? I'm gonna put some of her videos on my channel, but she does have a channel, and I'm gonna have it pinned at the top of the comment section. So y'all make sure y'all go over there and check her out. She telling some dope stories. I got her playlist at the top of my comment section also. All right. I mean, at the top of the comment section and on my main page. So y'all make sure y'all go check out Stacy Storytime. All right. With that, y'all, Dante really urge y'all to stop committing crimes. Get a job. Go to school. And if you do end up finding yourself in prison, don't borrow nothing from nobody. And with that, y'all, don't forget to hit that like button. If you forgot, let me know where you're from in the comment section. I'm gone.